Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness. Polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman. Killed that, in the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bondsman. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise. She want seed, told her nothing in a blossom. Badging me for info at the shipper to Wisconsin. Only good for the lozenge. My whole contact list said it, I don't even want it. Ting showed a jet love, but it never meant much. Never make decisions off a head rush. I've been down to $10. IRS kept track for 10 months. Had to switch how I went about it. Dues paid, collected all the loose change that I had left. Blew it on a new game. Set the high score, played it in machine stops. King's Cross, had to reconnect the way the jeans start. And get the deed done. They expected me to switch when I receive love. Gotta let the marathon run its natural course. I can feel the force. Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness. Polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman. Killed that, in the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bondsman. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise. I should be ashamed, man, I've said it to a few birds. Made them think that they was mine, gave them new purrs. And attention, it got to their head quick. Will I ever learn? That's a good question. Damn, a lot of pressure, so I gotta pop. And I love it like I kinda pop. Sorry that y'all gotta watch. BKT's up on the truck. The boys are counting on me, need to make it out the mud. So for them, I get the deed done. When I receive love, you know the whole team up. That's why I let the marathon run its natural course. I can feel the force. Knocking, boots broom on Mogley. When I pop out like likeness. Polished, briefcase, no wallet. Just blew a bag like Scotsman. Killed that, in the AM going real fast. UK honey at the drill that bondsman. Bailed out, no conflict. Might have said I love her, but I never made a promise.
Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry?
Watch them get more out of this. This could be game saving for themselves. It's 1v2. Sight. I want to see you there.
Never mind.
Nope.
Yeah, City Boys, they're just really taking it out with darkness. This is the KO that we wanted to see. Coming down, Governor doesn't even care about the one-way. Governor set free.
A staring contest through the wall?
Calypso and Screwface having a contest.
Cuss and as they pop in, they don't check the court. Pull it though, and a Fraggleton. Oh no, actually tries to go to the smoke. He's trying to catch him off guard.
Excellent stuff coming out from the squad.
Finally a kill found. But these double smoke setups alongside the Cypher Cage is actually another for Screwface.
Well, especially because of how much it's helping. Those Omen smokes didn't do nothing for Screwface. He's still fragging out. It's going to be the flicks.
More than enough. Lost has to move back in. One after the next. Ghost can't seem to find a way to even off the site. No shot. Inevitable. Of Sonic
So good.
Wins the round. That's two. But they get one back. That's two given over. That's two better. One. YOLO. Give me all you want for your stuff. I think you heard that he's running. Yeah.
I know, I'm really pretty. So pretty. I'm so jealous. If you were a pineapple, you'd be a pineapple. That's really cute.
To punish them as soon as they pop through, and it's going to be just that. YOLO next to Tom, and one already.
And the fact they let YOLO stay alive with a Vandal is through the retribution. That's an ace for YOLO!
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know, but it's currently time for day number 3 of the NSG Summer Champs. I will be your host for the evening, as always, Ravishing Ravis, most ravishing man on the internet. And today, yet again, we got a whole lot of teams, whole lot of action. And as you know, some more homies coming out, playing on the stage. Let's go and look at that. Look at all these handsome people ready to put their lives on the line for VALORANT. And I hope you are too. Of course, we're getting it live from Philly at the block. So y'all know what's going down yet again, time and time again. But at the end of the day, though, I can be the one leading you through all this, because remember, all these players got to do their thing, right? It's only one more day left. So all these matches count for absolutely everything. The pain, the pride, the glory, the people. To me, bumping into more people yet again. That's fine, but why don't you go ahead and follow me too? Look, crowds are all filled up too. Everybody here waiting in great anticipation for voices to lead them through what it's about to be some of the best Tier 2 VALORANT they've ever seen. Of course, you can, tweet at us with the hashtag NSG Summer Champs for what y'all got going on, what you want to, but I can't be the one to lead you through all this. I can't be the one to do everything, because I usually am. So what I am gonna do is pass it over to our absolutely fantastic casters to lead us in the first BO3 of the day. That is going to be TTL and Gompers. Y'all, let's get it!
Welcome in, everybody, to the Nerd Street Champs. It is day number 2 of the finals, day number 3 of the event as a whole. I am a much shorter than normal time to light. Joined with me is Gompers. Gompers, how you feeling about this one?
I feel good. I mean, I'm tall. I feel dominant. So this is honestly all I could ever ask for in a cast. So don't stand up. I felt like good for a sec. Do you want me to do good casting?
I'm sorry, I had to. My apologies. Welcome officially, ladies and gents. Apologies for, well, nothing. We're awesome.
Give me a crate or something.
You need the Dryad apple box or the milk crate? That's awesome. Well, we have some more streams for you. We have some more streams. Some more streams for you. If you've been wondering what's going on in the other stream, before we bring up what's going on here, let's take a look on what's going elsewhere around the Nerd Street. Champs, twitch.tv/nerdstreet. That's here. Zero Marksman Black take on Nearest Airport. That is to come. Teal Seam taking on Ghost Gaming on the B stream. Tanner Metro and Dan Dryad will be taking you through that one. Twitch.tv/nerdstreet2. While our observer-only streams with Bedia and Fudgy Waffles, respectively, carry Virtuoso and Knights Academy on twitch.tv/nerdstreet-A and Nerdstreet-B with TSM Academy versus Core, a very outstanding team from day number 1 of the finals.
Yes. And things honestly looking good. We actually saw Nearest Airport a couple times, maybe twice or once, I believe. Yeah, yesterday. So it was pretty good. We were kind of following Roy's kit and shelter a lot yesterday on the side stream, but you know, don't watch that. I was in a lot of costumes, and it was pretty fun. I wish I wore a costume today, actually. Dang.
Clown costume, question mark?
According to them, I look like I'm going to church, so.
A little bit. That was our guesstimation at it. But Nearest Airport taking on a very odd and I'd say dominant Zero Marksman Black through just about every one of the online events, alongside a few LANs here and there, including Fullerton. Zero Marksman Black were a notable team to come through, and Bjor especially, not just in a fragging role, but playing the controller role most of the time between that Viper and that Omen, something to note later on when you really have to control the pace of the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, Zero Marksman Black, obviously a team that catches you know, your eye every single time they show up in a tournament. You know, they're going to make it pretty far. So obviously they made it here today. Nearest Airport are going to have some trouble, in my opinion. But I do think Nearest Airport can hold their own. They honestly kind of killed it. They ended off, I believe, in the upper bracket. So they're definitely not weak.
They went 4-0 yesterday. They were able to take down Levitate, and then they 2-0'd Roy's Kitten Shelter on Pearl, no less. And speaking of Pearl, I want to have a conversation about map bans, because we've seen the teams, we've seen everybody playing between the various streams. However, I want to have a conversation about what maps we're headed to, because that's the biggest proving ground of not only the players who are bringing us into the fray, but the real estate they'll be doing so on.
Absolutely. Pearl, though, we've actually seen a lot, which is something surprising, because I honestly never in a million years would have thought that I would see Pearl, at least this month in particular, maybe the next month. I'd see it once, but we've seen it every single best of 3 that we've casted so far. I don't necessarily know what's going on the main stage, if they've had this type of issue. Maybe one time, that's what I thought I was going to have. But back onto that Pearl, I feel like I'm becoming a lot more familiar with that map the more we continue. Yeah,
we have about 5 minutes before the game starts, so if you want to have a TLDR on Pearl, go to the VODs of twitch.tv/nerdstreet2, and you can see Gompers and I casted 3 times yesterday. All 3 games of Roy's Kitten Shelter were played, or 3 series of Roy's Kitten Shelter were played on Pearl. Now, it's Nearest Airport who actually played against Roy's Kitten Shelter on Pearl and won fairly well, going into another map of it. I feel like they're going to do a fairly good job here, but going up against Zero Marksman Black is an entirely different beast, one that they really can't expect to deal with.
Yeah, I think so too, but you know, Zero Marksman, I actually, Nearest Airport, they've gone against a lot of really heavy teams before. This isn't something, I would honestly say this is kind of like a little cliff over a big one, you know, because at the end, let's not forget we have Ghost Gaming here, and they're pretty scary themselves. So I feel like, you know, they're definitely confident. They've been practicing. They made it in that upper bracket run, so they're feeling like, okay, we didn't make it to losers. We obviously have a really good run going on, and, you know, of course, I digress. We're going to see Zero Marksman, Boy, Jor, Critical, Foe, and Sci-Fi. Look at those faces. They're happy to be here.
Bjor, again, somebody I'm talking about. Keep an eye on Bjor for later. Sci-Fi, a newer addition to ZMM Black. Keep an eye on them as well. See what they can bring as something new to the fray. Also keep an eye on Boy, mainly on their camera, because their hair looks freaking amazing today. Now, we saw Nearest Airport a whole lot yesterday. Notably, we saw them on the B stream once. Let's take a look at their roster. Anderson, that's the controller role over there. Governor's going to be hopping between the Neon and the Jet, as you'd expect. But Calypso, Leviathan, and Precision, I want to take a look at Leviathan and Precision, especially. With that double initiator they'll bring multiple times over, that's something that you have to keep track of if you're on that Zero Marksman Black side.
Yeah, we talked about Governor a little bit too, talking about how he was a very aggressive duelist on that Neon. And I'm not so sure if they actually played the Neon here on Pearl, which I actually do believe that Governor does.
Yes.
So I feel like obviously we're going to see a pretty tight matchup with that Neon play. I really want to see Governor take it to the fullest extent here. Last time it was a really close game on that Pearl, so we didn't get to see too much. Maybe things will be different, but heading into that Agent Select, yeah, we're going to see the Neon on both Sci-Fi and Governor. Actually, interesting.
Wait a second. Are we going to see a Reyna selection while the Reyna main is casting? No way. No.
Yeah, I know all the metas, all the lineups for Reyna. They're in my brain.
All the lineups for Reyna?
Yeah, the lineups. The no?
Oh yeah, you can line up all your line up all your lineups. No,
yeah,
I don't know.
Those lineups,
I don't
yeah.
cast any games of Reyna. Apparently, production's asking what rank of a Reyna main.
Oh well, I peaked Immortal.
Yeah,
guys.
Relatively good Reyna main. So yeah, we've got respect from production.
Okay,
I'm a dirty controller main with good comms. That's all I've got. Into the conversation about what we're seeing, though. I see a breach, which is something that is viable on Pearl. Really, any flashes are, but it's not double Sentinel on that Zero Marksman Black side. While over on Nearest Airport, Leviathan, instead of bringing that Sova or even the Fade as you'd expect, they're bringing a Cypher. So double Sentinel on that attacking side to open things up.
I'm a big fan of the Cypher on this map. The only thing is that it's such a big map that it kind of gets, really hard to maneuver those types of tripwires. But if you get creative with it, which a lot of people actually do, you can find some really nasty, like weird spots that a lot of people tend to walk into. It is by chance sometimes, but honestly, I think Leviathan's going to do a good job at that.
Odd positions, and I think conventional lineups, but it's double controller up against double sentinel. I want to ask you, what does that indicate on the playstyles? Because we've seen both double controller and double sentinel yesterday. We actually saw double sentinel from Nearest Airport. It was viable, but it's a question of, is it worth it on either side? Because you don't really need that many tripwires. You have two on Cypher, which are useful. You have the trademark over on that chamber, that being Calypso. But I feel the question remains, is it a viable option to maybe take concessions in terms of a duelist? Yeah,
and realistically, actually, I'm surprised we're not seeing a lot of abuse of that breach on the side of Nearest Airport in replacement of that Cypher. And actually carrying off what you said, do we really need that many trips, right? Obviously, you can get some really good stuff in with that util, but I do feel like playing over to that chamber, that's enough utility for that defense, that's enough utility for that informational side over on that attacking side. So I do feel like maybe a breach would have sufficed a lot better, and we're going to be able to see that with ZMM actually having that breach on their lineup.
Yeah, they have the breach. I feel the question is, why not bring a Fade? Neither team bringing a Fade today. We saw Fade on both teams multiple times over on the 3 iterations of Pearl on that B stream. It's a question, and one that I don't think we're going to find an immediate answer to. A lack of information could be costly. No Sova either. An odd pick, considering no initiator that has direct information. That Cypher, you have that in your back pocket. The Astra to play off of possible stuns later on, but not direct information. But here comes an immediate push forward. Back towards screens goes Governor. A decent bit of damage taken because they walk straight through the Snakebite. A nice flick from Leviathan, though, will Dome Boy and drop him with a body shot.
Yeah, really nice entry coming in there. Like you said before, Nearest Airport, that's one of the biggest things that they have, right? Governor with that entry. We saw it before, very aggressive player. They really like overextending through to be able to make sure that things look good, but what's looking good is going to be the aim of ZMM. Already taking out 2 players from Nearest Airport.
Calypso back towards screens. Headhunter finds one. A second across onto Critical. The pistol round looking much better for Nearest Airport than it was just a few seconds ago. The flash unfortunately hits Calypso as they will be forced to rendezvous away. But Anderson repositioning around towards the backside of screens, able to find the head of Bjor. One more looking forward. It's Calypso to steal the Thunder and the 3K as it stands as Nearest Airport on the attacking side open up this map with a pistol.
Yeah, that was a really good clutch up from Nearest Airport. I thought ZMM had that. I mean, they had the higher numbers. They were taking out players left and right. I guess those first 2 shots didn't mean anything. And obviously, that kind of accounts for the discussion of it doesn't matter how many players there are. Respect is respect. And you got to keep that because look at that. I mean, Calypso could come around and really just do that 360.
Calypso almost hit the third headshot, but it was a body shot into the switch to the classic. Still a good round for Nearest Airport, even if it didn't finish with as much style. English is impossible to speak, by the way. Nearest Airport going to bring in their conversion round by, which really just consists of a bunch of Spectres and a single Vandal on Calypso because of those 3 kills. Yeah,
I'm still waiting on that breach util. I really want to see it. I think that's going to be really fun because before we didn't actually even see a breach in the previous Pearl matches that we casted yesterday. It was mostly just that neon that caught our eye, but this breach is going to look really nice on those entries, stopping and really positioning those players back.
They did not clear Bjor on that A mid box. Keep an eye on that maybe for later on in the round. That's a lack of information or information that is incorrect depending on how you look at it. But Nearest Airport don't really care about going towards A, so they will back away. Foe with a Marshal waiting around towards the backside of screens is even stunned out. The fast lane thrown forward. His Governor just wants to send it in. Even with the relay bolt, it'll be Bjor backing away. They understand they cannot take this fight, so rather they'll play as a team for the retake. I love this decision.
Oh, overextension. Once again, I said Governor's really good at doing this and making sure those extremities are completely covered. That's what we're going to see. And look at that, the back off, knowing when these fights, knowing when they need to start digressing. And now everybody's safe, those picks coming out, they look extremely good.
Trying to lose as few rifles or rifle singular and Spectres as possible. The Marshal retrieved, but dropped immediately thereafter. Governor finding a third on the round. They know Boy is sitting up towards heaven. The right clicks land, though. Anderson dropped. Even though only 34 HP was remaining, the flash is thrown forward. Calypso, however, will make sure that nothing continues, and they'll even add a little bit of a facepalm from a Brimstone onto a breach, as Nearest Airport do convert on the conversion round.
Yeah, there's a lot of trust there with Nearest Airport. 2 players were literally mid waiting for the fight to finish, so they were like, "Yeah, you got it, man. We'll just go shopping a little bit here." But that's 2-0. The bonus round coming in to this particular round. You got some Vandals. You got a Vandal from Calypso. Calypso obviously pulling numbers here all the time. So I think that Vandal's going to look really good. 1 shot honestly equals 1 gun. So I mean, it's worthy.
Worth the time. Zero Marksman Black now with a buy of their own, trying to deny the bonus round, but here comes a very quick play from Governor, popping that high kick, and they'll be dropped immediately thereafter. A little bit of over-aggression without too much help. A refrag is there, but Boy with a crossfire able to establish ZMMB control in a 4 versus 3. Anything but viable here for Nearest Airport.
Yeah, but it seems like they're stuck in this position, that B side. Completely clear, and I think they're going to figure it out soon. We do have the mid being watched by the chamber here on ZMM, but there isn't really much concern as they do have that tripwire. The moment that door, is walked through, they might actually be caught out real quick here.
It's playing back. They've gotten a ping on it. They're well aware of the fact that it's back towards that defender side connector. Yeah. Critical playing off that sound cue of it. If they're smart on the attacking side, they may be able to drop dark cover on top of it and maybe gain that control, or just wait. That seems to be the call. You can see the Cypher just waiting towards mid doors, trying to cut off that rotation. Rather than give away the possibility of a Q, they just wait for a rotation and possibly catch him off as the spike goes down.
30 seconds left. Yeah, but that plant comes down. And I feel like this is going to be a lot easier, right? You got that Cypher watching right inside of that mid side, but nobody's going to be coming through there, so they have to try to get that flank around, maybe try to catch them off their guard, and I feel like that's going to be the best thing right now for Nearest Airport. They don't know that Cypher's there.
The problem is they have yet to clear it. Anderson around the backside of screen, swinging around, finding a first, a second on to Critical, who did not have a weapon in hand, and the issue you run into is Leviathan waiting in towards that mid position. They had no idea the Cypher was still waiting towards mid. That was the long play, and Nearest Airport win the bonus, even with a 4 versus 3 post-plant, and the disadvantage, they walk away with a round win.
It's the sneaky plays that get you places, right? And I mean, that was a good play from Nearest Airport, catching players off guard. That they knew, hey, we don't have the number advantage here. So what's the best thing we can do next to that? Okay, well, hey Cypher, you go lurk around. Let's see what you can pull, and we'll be on our edge here. And all we could really win are those angels. So really great play from Nearest Airport. ZMM, they're having a really hard time because that was the bonus, by the way.
That's a round you're supposed to win.
Yeah.
That's a round you need to be able to pick up, and it just didn't happen. Now, Sci-Fi's repositioned around towards the backside of long box. They'll shoot the camera and immediately send themselves forward. The relay bolt, however, slowing down this attack. They look to swing onto Sci-Fi. That's exactly what happens. An early duel one, and a refrag is there, but the neural theft available now will find all the information required here for this attacking side, and Foe, because of that, will be dropped there immediately. A smart aftershock to deny that default plant, but it's really not going to matter. In the grand scheme of things, Critical still left in this 1 versus 3. Another clutch required here from the chamber, and they're being flanked unbeknownst to them. This should be their demise.
Yeah, they're not even aware that the flank's coming on, and that's dangerous. They should know. They don't. Doesn't matter, though. Leviathan, straight from underneath, is actually going to be able to catch that pick out. So we got that 4-0 coming out from nearest airport. Obviously, rightfully so, right? They win that bonus. They lower the economy of ZMMM. ZMMM, yes. And they're able to take that win in. So it kind of makes sense, right? Coming into this, though, they know that the economy's coming back up for ZMM. They need at least 1 point. They can't let that go 5-0.
I want to have a conversation about the aftershock we just saw. That was thrown towards the default position to deny that plant. That can be used later on when they have more viable weapons and maybe a man advantage to slow things down and really force this nearest airport side out of position. That's what we're missing, I think, on the nearest airport side, is lethal utility outside of the chamber. And that's a problem. That can be deadly, or in this case, lack of deadly, I suppose, later on. When you have that viability, it's something that you have to note and something you have to worry about. Now, we saw it 2 rounds prior, but they planted open. Aware of the possibility of the aftershock, that time it slowed down the plant and could have forced them out into awkward positions to be shut down, at least assuming Zero Marksman Black had weapons in their hand. Obviously, as we saw, they didn't. It was a delay tactic.
Yeah.
That's about it.
No, but here, the strats change, things change. Honestly, I feel like majority of the reason why things aren't going right is that they give up the site way too easy, right? Like, it's like 2 seconds in that high fast lane. That fast lane coming through from Governor always helps that entry. Nobody shoots through it. Nobody attempts to put some util down to stop and pause that push through. And I feel like that's one of the issues here. But this is great. Foe is putting down that Viper's pit. Although nobody down on that A site, so it really just isolates the one.
Calypso, Tour de Force out. The Vipers put around towards A, but in all fairness, we haven't seen nearest airport really favor A at all. It's been B as the play. Critical as an operator, not the Tour de Force out of their own, and they'll win the fight as well. Calypso dropped, the chamber diff comes through, and Zero Marksman Black find an all-important opening kill. Bjor looking for another, not going to find it, and Relay Bolt will force them away. But nearest airport staying safe, at least for the time being.
Oh yeah, Precision ready to give some info out, but hiding is actually going to be Governor here coming up. And going to be 2. This is scary too, because Critical having that all. Now Governor and Anderson meeting Jor, and there wasn't a lot to fight for there, because I mean, you got the up watch and the angle and a Nashor that just knows how to shoot their shots.
Sci-Fi popping that fast lane, possibly repositioning or faking the fact they've repositioned towards Ninja. The spray around, it is towards Leviathan, but Leviathan none the wiser will still back away. The aftershock is put towards the default position once more, but this time doesn't land. They didn't even initiate that spike plan, but it really didn't matter. Sci-Fi concludes both of the final 2 lives of Leviathan and Precision. A flawless first round victory there for Zero Marksman Black. One thing they've been missing is winning those fights. That's exactly what happens here.
Yeah, they caught them out on that mid. And as we noticed before, right, they really like that mid for nearest airport. They love pushing that. They love the mid control, and they really tried fighting for it this time. But Jor and having at least 2 players there as a reinforcement is kind of like that middle ground that they needed. I feel like it really helped them take back that point. Now ZMM 1 in 4, and I mean 1 point out of 4, whatever, but that starts that momentum.
And one note is that Zero Marksman Black are favoring mid with players. We'll see nearest airport do that with utility. Now, given the fact they have 2 sentinels, they have 3 tripwires to put around that mid position. They can use that later on, but for some reason, they don't care about mid this time around. They're just sending themselves on towards this B side. They'll use from the shadows to get around towards the back side of screens, and completely unrestrictedly so, they will have full B control for a spike plant, of which there's no aftershock to deny, nor is it really planted in the default position.
Oh, but I like this. Governor real far up down that tunnel. And they're very cautious here. I feel like they're really wary of what's going on down inside of Evan's side. And there comes the, at least, oh gosh, Sci-Fi with the ultimate popping it out. Governor is going to get taken down. The majority of ZMM are struggling to be able to take things back. It's really up to Jor because we know they can handle these types of situations.
The Cosmic Divide up, however, dividing any sound cues or visual cues of the fact that they are playing behind. Smart play off the backside of that camera. They'll find the ping and the kill. Bjor walking straight into the smoke. Would have been able to pop on it, but the spray forward by Leviathan will shut that down, and Nearest Airport find 5. While yes, Zero Marksman Black are able to find a single round, it's immediately turned back the other way. As Nearest Airport understood that mid was a fallacy, they make sure they avoid it.
It was that contact that was actually being played off of that tunnel and tower. Even though we did see Governor get taken down, they couldn't do anything. It's the fact that there was that reinforcement down inside that tower side that was able to actually peek off that. So if that wasn't there, it actually could have gone the other way. There could have been a lot more players there, and it would have been a bigger punishment. So great plays coming out from Nearest Airport. They learned how to kind of counter that dual play that we see coming out from ZMM here. And maybe here, things are going to get a little bit shaky as Governor starts to get that entry in.
Governor just walking straight onto the site with a Judge in hand. However, Vulnerable will die to Foe's headshot. Nice readjustment of the crosshair, however, only one found on that refrag. Means a 4 versus 4, and with the Seekers thrown forward, all the information there for Nearest Airport as the cabbage also goes towards the backside of mid. They're well aware of the fact that somebody is on this flank. They're unaware that it's the Astra, nor that they are around towards A Art.
This is hard too. This positioning a little risky. Everybody is honestly kind of sandwiching these players in one by one. Look at that. It's just a complete, domino effect. Calypso gets one, another gets another. Everybody sandwiching in. They know Boy's the last one live, but Leviathan finding the opportunity. The smoke goes down, it collapses, and Calypso finally finds that one. So 6-1 for Nearest Airport.
You know, I'm going to say my bad, Nearest Airport. Well played on the double Sentinel. I suppose it works.
I suppose.
They're more useful. I suppose you could use the trademark for any flank denial and use the tripwires later on for post-plant. That's the call I think they've put forward. Calypso on a smart flank, getting around towards the backside of sewers, able to walk out and behind that defender spawn side, and around towards flowers, you find a free kill, and ends up finishing off Boy as well. 3K there from the chamber. And I feel like Calypso continues with this aggression, but you have to see Zero Marksman Black find an answer. And their answer is early aggression, but they really aren't finding the real estate for it. Yeah, Sci-Fi can go to the backside of long box as much as they want. If they can't find a kill off the back of it, there's not much they can do.
Ashley, something that I want to talk about too, you said, great double Sentinel, but we're on attacking side. Let's not forget, most of this util hasn't even been triggered yet because we don't really see a lot of those flanks coming through from ZMM. Precision, though, catching that aggression outward through that B side. And he's really fighting to take that one out. He knows he needs to win that fight using as many things in his kit to be able to take this.
The stun. It actually lands on a critical vertical, and he finds the kill. What is that? Is critical cannot readjust. Even with the stun landing, they will fall. The information given over with another neural theft utilized. It's round 8, and Leviathan's used 2 already, both of which to near perfection. They're relatively aware of Bjor's positioning, and that 3-round burst with the Stinger, the 4-round burst with the Stinger, will be unsuccessful in taking them out. The Judge will jump around, and a fair bit of tactical crouching as well with NT placed on top of it. A flawless victory as Nearest Airport complete the Brazil.
Let's... Anyways. Yeah, but Nearest Airport, something that that I honestly find great is that you were talking about flanks. Maybe something that I don't see is those flanks, right? Is those aggressions outward to try to take control early on in the games, because it feels like control is completely being taken over by Nearest Airport. They have a lot of that map control. They control these players to really, take a step back because of Governor being that really heavy force of entry. But now it kind of feels like things are switching up, right? ZMM starting to try to get a heavy push down that B main. And it's something like that can change things because that util kind of slowing them down a bit. Now they feel a little less confident than before. Governor not really feeling comfortable with the entry and critical there with that first-hand shot.
Foe playing around the backside of Pillar, though. The information should be there. Anderson, the swing still dies. Nice readjustment from Foe. Looking up, immediately flicks downwards and drops their opposing controller. At least one of the two, I suppose, considering their current composition. Calypso aggressing around towards A. Only the second time we've really seen them try to take A thus far this map. but they're unsuccessful this third time or second time around. The operator does find a refrag, and in this 2 versus 3, it's certainly possible as Nearest Airport have the utility. However, Calypso is really left alone on this A side as a very slow lurk from Precision is coming through Art. Oh, and he dies through the wall.
Nearest Airport, 1v3. All right, here's where the tension starts to build. Precision having a guiding light, 19 seconds for that second one, but a Trailblazer to use just in case things get rowdy, right? So, I mean, here 3 players kind of surrounding that site. Whether or not Precision's going to be able to catch up the first one, that's the question. Absolutely not. Sci-Fi hiding, peeking, perfect timing. I mean, it goes over towards CMM.
One thing that they were really missing was that aggression. They opt to respond with over-passive play. And I like that call while still being on the site itself. They didn't fully give up this A side. They just gave up the predominant part of it while still playing around the site, not guaranteeing that spike plant and not allowing Nearest Airport to get comfortable. It also helped that Precision was nowhere near the site and was continually holding shift around from that B-long rotate. But it's still a notable conversation, and Nearest Airport do fall because of it. The fault line around towards B long will shut them down for the time being, but they saw the jump across. They're well aware of the fact that Governor's around towards that long box. However, they can't do all that much about it. Apparently they can. Sci-Fi and Critical both finding a kill as Governor and Anderson fall. Zero Marksman Black with 2 openers, and Nearest Airport with not all that much of a response. Ooh, lucky to be alive, though.
Here, losing that controller aspect, losing that neon. So that big entry point, right? We know that Governor really likes opening the space for everybody else because they're not afraid to. So losing that honestly could be a little bit of a detriment, I guess you could say. Now they have to play a little bit more passively here for Nearest Airport since CMM have a lot of that control. So really just seeking out that opportunity to do so. These picks are going to be really important as Calypso gets that first one. That kind of opens up that confidence to be able to go towards this B site.
Calypso slowly walking around. However, they have yet to make a sound cue. Foe swinging around the main pillar. A shot straight through the box, dropping Foe. None the wiser, nor much they could do about it. Boy is there with the Aftershock available. They could throw that through that box once more, but again, they're not planting default. They understand the fallacy and what could cost them. There's that Aftershock, but it's way too late and not on target. Boy will take out Calypso. No utility required on that one. The fast lane misses, though. There's an opening in that. Even with the Vandal out, there is that opening and a susceptibility, but a Rolling Thunder to push them further back. There is a ping on top of that spike. The information's there, but it's being double held from the long position. Smart play to get aggressive to deny that possibility of that spike counter. And Zero Marksman Black put another round on the board.
3 rounds, 2 more to go. If they can make that 5 to 7, they can bring things really close for that second half. And Nearest Airport, I mean, they look very solid on that attacking half. It seems like that Rolling Thunder really got them in a position where they couldn't move, which honestly, once again, Breach, love Breach.
Oh, yeah.
Use more of that Breach. I feel like that's the only util that felt like it was really helpful here. And I feel like more abuses that Breach would actually help out a bit more because you can't always wait for that ultimate to come by. Timing, scheduling, whatever. And actually mid would be great to abuse that.
I think the one note about Breach's utility kit is it's so dynamic. The Aftershock available for lethal immediate damage through walls where otherwise you wouldn't be able to reach. The flashes available through walls as well to really initiate your team into a fight, irregardless of the fault line or the Rolling Thunder, of which both administer a stun utility or a stun effect, and the Rolling Thunder pushes you out of position. We saw Sci-Fi was able to find that first kill in the retake because of the Rolling Thunder.
Absolutely.
It was well-timed and well-positioned in order to push them out of those comfortable positions, and again, that's what the initiators are best at. That's really one thing that I noted about Nearest Airport that they do not have. They don't have anybody to force them out of comfortable positions. The Trailblazer will stun you, yeah, the Seekers detect where you are, but they really don't force you out of comfortable positions like the Aftershock and the Rolling Thunder can.
I actually heavily agree with you, right? The main reason why you use that Aftershock is to make people really either to just get that general damage if you know they're stuck in a position that they can't move in, or really just to reposition, right? So I feel like that needs to be abused because Nearest Airport, they're too comfortable in these positions. The rotation coming through the breach, trying to make their way. They did get that stun out, but it didn't hit perfectly. There it comes, the entry in, and that just allows Precision and Anderson to continue to take these fights. Boy, way too late to the touch, and that's one of the issues we really keep having with this breach, because as a breach initiator, you need to have that impact, but I'm not seeing it.
They also just pushed too far back. That's one problem. Calypso, clean shot with a tour de force, dropping Sci-Fi and putting a slow effect at viewers' feet, slowing them down for the time being. A 1 versus 4 retake.
Yeah.
No Cosmic Divide available, and only, well, utility, no stars on the board. And there's a tripwire between them and the site. Calypso's just going to add a little bit of style on it as they find yet another with the tour de force and a little bit of trash talk across that stage. As Nearest Airport will put an 8th on the board and at least guarantee themselves at minimum a 4-round lead when we swap.
Yeah, but I do have to give maybe just a little bit more leniency with Boy, and you know, all the initiators here, especially with a double controller kind of composition going on. I think it's a lot harder to really come by something on the defense with the fact that there's a lot of Sentinel type of utility coming along. And they don't have that. It's not a very solid hold. It seems more like that rush composition on that attacking side. So maybe the defense was picked to kind of, you know, take as many rounds as they can get, knowing that this rush composition that they have with that double controller would work out well.
They threw a dark cover around towards defender spawn, but the Omen is repositioned up these sewer stairs. None the wiser is the defensive side, and Yor immediately falls because of it. That's half of this B-side defense gone, and the mid side of it completely removed. However, it's all a little bit of a fake. Granted, they did drop that opening pick, so keep that in mind possibly for later, but it is Anderson continuing with this aggression. Calypso around the backside of the Viper's Pit walks straight through and walks straight to their demise. Anderson as well will get that aggression and will find the kill. The reposition though with the Shrouded Step, it's a fake up and over top, but Sci-Fi is waiting for them to swing forward. They will be able to find that kill because of it. The overdrive is shut down as Sci-Fi will remove their doppelganger, and Precision's in a 1v3 once more, but it's the attacking side on the back half of a 1vx scenario, but he finds one to open things up.
Listen, if Precision can live up to their name, this can 100% be a round win. There comes the second one, the third there. But Boy with the peak, regardless of what happens, Boy knew, hey, this is the time. Let him get that recoil in, and I'll be able to get that headshot through.
I like the smart play. Boy decides that they know they were flashed, and that flash effect will still be in effect. However, they also understand that they will not be fully ready for the second swing. You expect Boy to just sit there, wait for that swing to come forward. You can see Boy waiting and immediately swings back the other way. Smart play and well-timed on that refrag to find the final kill required. Again, a valiant effort, as Precision almost was able to bring it through, but it just did not come through. Also, a note that we really haven't brought up, Calypso just casually chilling with a 4.5 KD. 18 kills, 4 deaths.
Calypso is always at the top.
Built
like, is there really any time where Calypso hasn't really impressed the game in general? But I feel like, ooh, great smokes coming along. It's going to be a quick one, though. The dissipation coming in fast, but nobody's able to rotate over with Sci-Fi. The push coming through for Nearest Airport, and they know they need to get aggressive here on that pistol round to be able to get as many picks as they can. And I really like that aggression coming through. They really baited out some of their smokes, and now Jor by themselves. So struggling, hey, what am I going to do now?
It's Anderson with the Shrouded Step behind, and Governor with that fast lane usage in order to get there quickly and really create chaos for that attacking side. There wasn't much they could do. That's exactly what happens here. Bjor has to turn back the other way on 2 different occasions, being swung by Calypso, who would retrieve the Sheriff and finds the kill they require. Nearest Airport find 9 rounds first. They also find the second half pistol, just as they did in the first. A clean start to a second half, of which the map is their own.
Yeah, like, look at this. It's the push up.
Watch this. That's so smart.
That just works out so well. They meet each other. They make a really big group battle, right? It's real difficult to find something with that, especially with all that util kind of being invested to make sure that they couldn't see coming out of that. Let's not forget, right? They used an Astra util to possibly allow them to kind of get forward and assist that Neon, but overall it was that Omen smoke that really obscured some of their vision.
Shout out observers and replay staff for that one.
Absolutely.
Very clean. Thank you very much for illustrating the point. Very well done. Sci-Fi aggression around towards Art has been seen by Calypso, but Calypso doesn't care particularly, as it's a little weird considering Zero Marksman Black are buying up Stingers, and I feel like I saw a Spectre as well on that purchase. An odd decision to say the very least, considering you didn't even find a spike plant, much less multiple kills. I mean, they found, what, 2 kills in that round? Sci-Fi with their own aggression is on the site, but this information's well known. They will find the tag across on towards them, and the Heaven Hold is there, but the Leviathan's given away the fact that their position is up top. They will jump across towards another Cypher Cage, towards that default spot, but the sound cue's there. They will swing around, still find the kill, but more and more damage is done. They'll be finished off by Sci-Fi. Precision caught with the timing, but Governor's there for the assist, looking to find the kill across and Critical, but both of them are somehow still alive. Neither falling in that scenario, and Critical's the one to win the fight. Calypso on the site in a 1 versus 2, but has the assist late coming in from precision.
Yeah, and this kind of feels like what we really wanted to see out of ZMM because of the fact that nearest airport, right, really aggressive team on that attacking side. We can see that out of ZMM because instantly right onto that site. But the thing that we saw a little bit better in terms of nearest airport is that they really tried to stop the push from coming along down that mid side. They tried pushing up to get those early energy picks and things working out that way, but ZMM winning these gunfights and leaves up to precision once again. It's not going to happen with Foe having that Marshall.
That's a thrifty-ish kind of round.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to call that one, because nearest airport didn't really buy as much as we expected them to, and should still be able to purchase a little bit on this defensive side. Now, Calypso's going to bring in the Vandal, which is a little bit of a surprising call, but they should be able to have that tour de force either in the following round, assuming they get 2 or 3 kills, or in the third, following this one, of course, that they would have on the board. That's, of course, a conversation for later. They're still sticking with above a 4.0 KD, which is insane to see, especially this late in the game. But nearest airport are in a decent position. This isn't the end of the world for them. They already have the lead. And losing the conversion round isn't great, especially for a defensive side, but it's one that you can work around.
Ooh, Critical and Calypso. I feel like we see this a lot. The Chamber's just real patient here on this angle. Ramping. I believe that's Club. Yeah, but nothing really happening just yet. It is a lot slower because they don't know anything. They want to read into this team. They want to be able to try to get some of that momentum. Down Sci-Fi right next to you. You're going to miss Governor.
Governor somehow finding that kill, and that's the opener that nearest airport are looking for. Again, they have the Hero Rifle available on Calypso, of whom is still alive. Keep that in mind for later.
Yes.
Foe with a Vandal of their own, really relegating that connector call. They're looking to get arrested, but I don't know if they're going to clear this close left corner. There's no reason for them to assume anybody's there, other than the fact that there was that Neon in position prior. They've also retrieved the Spectre of their fallen comrade. As Critical's locking down the mid doors, they will back away, but keep in mind, Anderson's still waiting in the wings.
30 seconds left.
Oh, and they're guessing wrong.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Preparing for that push. This has to be really strong and out there. I mean, luckily enough for them, they only have one person to kind of go by, and that's going to be Leviathan. Not lucky for Leviathan, though, completely flashed out. Leviathan knows this. Waiting for that push. That tag out comes down. Now he knows they can't pass any further. The moment they try to get past that smoke, he'll be able to hear it. Doesn't matter, sure. Watching on those extremities and making sure that everybody goes down on the side.
4v3 with a weapon disadvantage. Now a 3 versus 2. The dark cover drop towards main to possibly allow at least the touch on towards the spike. They want to tick it up to about halfway before trying to lock it down fully. But Critical, even without that spike being tapped, will still find the kill. And Calypso's on 1 HP. I'm no mathematologist, but in these scenarios, you're not on the advantageous side. Nearest airport will drop it. 0 marksman black give us a nice score line. It's 6-9.
Yeah, I think Leviathan actually did a really good job at...
She just got it.
I think Leviathan did a really good job at actually trying to stall for time there. Unfortunately enough, they peaked, which they knew how many players were surrounding that site. I feel like that peak was a little bit premature, just based off the fact that, okay, there's like 4 people sitting on this site. Let me just peek here, but I think it was more so just the fact that they wanted to clear and make sure things were safe. Although ZMM versus nearest airport. Nearest airport still have that lead, but ZMM taking that round in. Maybe things will change. Calypso seeing that one way, not able to actually utilize it to their best ability.
Calypso will retreat very quickly so. Sci-Fi utilizing the same fast lane we saw prior, but much earlier on. That flashbang around towards the backside of screens will force Calypso back, and they'll look to play a retake. The spray is going to miss. The Viper's Pit utilized, but it's denied. The spike plant is denied. They cannot get that down early on, so they'll have to try a second time around. The relay bolt towards the backside of screens. They're trying to retake, but it's Sci-Fi to drop this time around. Finally, they get that spike down, but Foe's dropped, as will that Viper's Pit. It's a 1 versus 4 now for Bjor. Their best chance is playing around the backside of their stars, and they're well aware of the positioning. Nearest airport, a very clean retake, and well disciplined on that re-engagement. They will find double digits first on the defensive side.
Hold on. I need a tab. I need to see what Calypso looks like right now. Let's look at this.
What does Calypso look like?
They said you're not getting a tab.
No.
23-6. Wow. I mean, impeccable. Look at that. And they're ready. The ultimate is ready too, but they honestly don't need it, right? They have that up in hand. The recoil, not as bad on Calypso, but as it seems, right? 23-6. Let's not forget Calypso being that top frag and obviously an insane chamber.
You want to play? Let's play.
Into another round. Don't mind the weird knocking you heard. I totally didn't whack the mic against the table. You heard nothing. You see nothing. No idea what you're talking about. That this is Ito's doing, by the way, our producer.
Oh, okay.
He's making
He
fun
had
of
your
me. This is so rude. Yeah, I know. He was even showing me on the screen.
Aww.
Well, Zero Marksman Black. Yeah,
Don't
see,
do that.
she can laugh.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
That's not funny.
I think
Take it off.
Scout destroyed.
she's hiding now. She's gone. Hey, at least she didn't hit her mic against the table like some guy.
Oh my gosh.
Zero Marksman Black need this round win. Nearest airport can afford it, at least can afford to give it away. But playing around the top side of that poison cloud is advantageous as Governor can just wait. They do find the opener across on a sci-fi. They pop that overdrive, but down goes the tour de force. Critical dropped early means Governor can play around their own engagements. They find another, this time with that overdrive and 1 HP. All that remains around Bjore's HP pool. Not looking good as Zero Marksman Black. I said they can't afford to lose this round. That's almost certainly what's about to happen with just 4 health and 6 bullets in the chamber.
Hey, I mean, I was gonna say one tap to the head, but it's a Phantom, so sorry, Jor.
You can gamble.
You're gonna struggle there a little bit.
Hold the phone.
Holding the phone.
So we just had an update. Now, while we have a tactical timeout, I'm going to draw this update out
Yes.
because this is something we didn't expect. Now, us casters in the Airbnb yesterday were having a conversation about what we thought was going to happen today.
Okay.
Now, Ghost Gaming coming through the LCQ, they did fairly well. They really dominated yesterday as well. It was clean games. They take on Teal Seam in the first round of day 2. Now, we were looking at Teal Seam. We're saying, hey, they're a good team, but Ghost Gaming coming into this, they have so much prep, they have so much practice. We're looking at Ghost Gaming to take that serious. Well, screw our opinion.
Yeah.
13-2 in map number 1 in favor of Teal Seam as Ghost Gaming drop their first map of the finals weekend.
Dang. We'll see, man. You can't go wrong. That's all I gotta say. I mean, they're a strong team too. Listen, even though it's not like, signed teams are strong, but there's some unsigned teams that can really catch your eye. That's all I'm gonna say. You know, right combination. Yep. Synergy.
I wish I had that synergy. Can you tell my ranked teammates to find synergy? I give all the callouts in the world, and they're like, "What? Where? Huh? Where'd he go?"
Oh, okay. If I speak, I get muted. So, at least you.
That's fair.
I'm
Yeah.
kidding. I'm kidding.
It's unfortunate truth. Valorant players.
Dang. Yeah, but then when I say I'm gompers, they say, "Gompers? I'm gomping so hard right now."
Please don't look up what that adjective means. I feel like we should create an Urban Dictionary page for that one.
Any
Gomping. You can make your own definition. One of the few people that can actually pull that one off.
Yes.
That would be fun. Early aggression from Zero Marksman Black allows Sci-Fi to find the first kill of the round. Precision forced back with that Aftershock, but it's not going to land. And you can see Boy just has to wait. They're trying to jump peek just to try and play their time and will win the fight no less. With a Frenzy up against a Phantom close range. Anderson gets one back the other way. A second almost, but Bjor swings 180 degrees with that Sheriff in hand. Will turn one kill back the other way, but is still low on HP. Calypso fighting around still towards main, but it's a split retake. Governor around towards the backside. Dugout with a slide behind, but there's a fast lane behind them, and Foe will be able to refrag. And Calypso's going to run away.
Oh, it's okay. Maybe next time. He tried throwing it over, but it didn't work. Looking for maybe a spot to say goodbye to. No? Running away with it? Yeah, he's saving that for later. Saving it for later.
Thrifty.
A thrifty round. How exciting. The question is,
Yeah.
hey, you want to hear a terrible joke?
When do I never want to hear a terrible joke? Let's go.
Macklemore, do you want to go thrift shopping?
What does that mean?
You've never heard that song?
I have heard that song, but how is that a
It's a
joke?
thrifty. It's a thrifty round. Please tell me somebody got the joke. I said it was a terrible joke. I didn't say it didn't make sense.
Is there a cringe meter that we have here?
I mean, when I talk, the cringe meter and my voice go up and down at about the same level. It's really cool.
Yeah, up and down, up and down. Up and down is the emotions of ZMM. That's all I got to say right now. 7 to 11. 7-11. Isn't that a store? 7?
It is.
It is a store. I
There's
don't
actually
know why
one within like 3 blocks.
I don't know why that popped up in my head, but it does seem like critical. ZMM.
You are divided.
They're fighting hard to be able to attack here. Calypso with repositioning might actually be able to get something here. The more aggressive they seek it out, there's the stun, and now the headhunter comes down. Calypso great for those touches.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it was just an amazing play. I mean, the push-up was perfect with that Trailblazer.
It was well timed. That's the most important part. The Trailblazer comes forward. It gets the stun. He finds the kill, the stun effect, plus the slow effect on the backside of the fact that you cannot increase your own fire rate while you are stunned. Finding these 2 kills. Again, a Yampi impression. You remember that clip all the way back on Sea of Haven? Yampi playing. This was like 2021. Finds a shot with the Tour de Force. Immediate switch to the Headhunter. Finding both kills. Looked clean, was clean, nearest airport on the map point early against Zero Marksman Black.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. Cypher is moving in by themselves. But, yeah, they're not getting much here. CMM, they know this is the last round, which, you know, is a little bit stressful in terms of, okay, well, whatever, it's first map. But obviously you'd prefer to win the first map so you have that sense of security. Now,
I prefer my games reverse sweeps, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's how I love to play all the best of 3s. Me as a caster man who only plays ranked plays.
Well, yeah, with I mean, you never know what's going to go on in Pro with the popularity of it coming up. Foe doesn't know what exactly is going to be happening as this entry collides. ZMM, I mean, doing a great job at getting the entry precision. You have to hit the shots, man, because in 2 seconds, Sci-Fi is going to be done with that blind. Yeah, and it's difficult. Difficult. I mean, Calypso's just owning.
He shouldn't have gotten that many.
That was too close, man. That was too close.
He should not have gotten that many kills.
Listen, even though they won that, I mean, nearest airport, Calypso just kind of, he said.
Can we get a stat check really quick? Calypso's on 29 kills.
7.
Still above a 4.0 KD. This guy cannot die. He finds 3 exit-ish frags.
And he's like, yeah, I'm done. I did my job.
I feel like in this engagement, though, Calypso overheated. That's the only
Maybe
criticism I
bit.
have, because you find 3 kills off the backside. That's something you don't expect to do. You expect to find the first kill, somebody swings on you, especially if you have an operator in hand. You don't expect to find that second with the headhunter in hand. Yet he does. He finds a third and is like, I'm gonna go. He wanted to send it. That star only had about 8 seconds left of efficacy.
Yeah.
He could have played around the backside or even slowed things down. You overheat a little bit, possibly cost him at least that round. I don't know about the map. They still got 4 chances.
Yeah, I feel like he had a lot of time. I feel like he could have been a little bit less,
he made up for it.
rushed there. Oh, okay. No, he's just like.
Oh, this is a one-way. This is so smart. Watch this. You can see his feet. Ah,
no. The breach util. Let's go. See, that's what you want to see. Is the entry making sure, hey, this is a one-way, guys. I got this. Let's push him back, and Anderson getting pushed back. Great.
Neural theft utilized, though. They're well aware of the fact that all 4 players are around towards the main side. Sci-Fi repositioning alongside this art position. You're there for the assist, but that smoke's going to drop. It does not have an infinite timer off the back of it. Leviathan around towards a main, but Foe with their Viper's Pit playing around this main side. Leviathan's dinged, but will stay alive, at least for the time being. You're inside of the Viper's Pit, though, playing around the fact that everybody's going to be doomed down, and precision, and now a 1 versus 3 with the Viper's Pit still up. Such a difficult play, and they understand it. They will retreat, and understandably so, save the operator and live to fight another round.
Live in a fight. Precision. He's backing off. Yeah, I wouldn't want to clutch this up either, right? 800 credits to your name, and a Vandal that looks beautiful in your fingers. So, yeah, I'd keep it too. Honestly, with this, a little unfortunate. But ZMM, I mean, looking good. They only have a couple more rounds left until they can actually catch up to nearest airport, bring it to this overtime. So that timeout starting in nearest airport, know that this round needs to come in important. And I mean, you can hear that tension in,
Don't choke.
In the team. Don't choke.
Well, Another update from our observer-only stream this time around. This is from twitch.tv/nerdstreetb with Fudgy Waffles, our observer. TSM Academy up 1-0 against Core. They've picked up Fracture as map number 1, 13-9, the score line there. A good start, exactly what they're looking for. And up against Core, who have been really hot coming in through day 1, that's exactly what you can do to cool them down just a little bit.
And TSM Academy are a strong team. they're extremely scary, I wanted to say. But the tactical timeout starting up, and I mean, it's that match point. I feel like the best thing right now is just to save for another one. You got a couple rounds left until things get rowdy.
I have a note from a friend. We've Discord open just to make sure we can keep notes from production up on the desk. And my friend said, he said, "Hey, nice job," and then also said, "This message was sent prior to your Macklemore joke."
Oh.
That's understandable. Hi, Bepic. How you doing?
That Macklemore joke was
That was a heater. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, a heater?
Nah, it wasn't good. It was a heater.
I barely know her. Do you get that one?
That was good.
That was a good one.
That was a dad joke.
Gompin'.
That seems like a joke I would.
That's my cue. Okay, I'll start then. Jor. Okay. There, the shots come through. Jor looking pretty good here, straight through. Knowing Governor's going to try to get themselves in that fast lane. I was going to say high lane. It's not the high lane.
Life in fast lane, trying to make you lose your mind. Yes. That's how I remember it. Okay. Critical, their aggression up B long. Looking to play more aggressive than honestly we'd usually see, but there is Leviathan on the other side with a camera and Ninja waiting for this push to come forward. They'll play off the backside of the information. The Aftershock and a Snake Bite dedicated. They're well aware of the fact that one's playing towards this position. However, they've yet to clear it. That's the most important part. There you go. Leviathan down, and Precision with this toxic screen going down should be cleared out. Around the back side, you can see the operator in Sci-Fi's hands. No, it's a Phantom, and they're still trying to take this very early engagement. They have yet to get this spike down, but they're playing extremely carefully on the zero marks from the black side, and I understand why. It's working out perfectly for them. A 1 versus 5 with only Precision remaining.
Keeping the weapon again. I mean, I assume that this was a part of the plan, right? So looking how things are going. Best case scenario, right? He keeps the weapon the next round. They may just be able to win it out.
Surprising comeback, I have to say, from Zero Marks for Black. After how things looked for them, it's an odd position for them to be in, but nearest airport, I have to say, they're falling off just a little bit. They're not finding as early aggression as usual, where you'd expect for them to find those winning rounds. And it's a flawless round.
Why are you showing this right now? I'm drinking my damn gallon of water, and you're exposing me to the... You know what? I don't care anymore. I'm going to drink it, and you're going to get ASMR, so...
Oh, this is good.
You know what? I was going to press my talkback button. Ito, whoever is producing, when I go back there,
I just got my normal
the gallon of water, straight to the face.
So it's my 50 fluid ounces. I don't know how many liters it is for all of you non-American people. It's
pea
a
water.
quart. Yeah. It's not. It's got the orange flavoring stuff from like Neo or whatever. I don't know. Not sponsored, by the way. Would totally love to be. Hit me up or hit Nerdstreet up.
I literally didn't think that they would show that.
I didn't either. I was like, come on, Ito.
I was on
That's the sacred play.
I was so thirsty. I was like, oh yes, water, and then thank you. Awesome.
Zero Marks in Black now with double digits. 2 rounds away from tying us up, and they have the utility and the ultimates to do so. Cosmic Divide and Rolling Thunder both available, while for Nearest Airport, all that's up for them is that Overdrive.
Yeah.
Not a game-changing ultimate by any means, albeit useful, not game-changing.
Changing the game. We'll see. I mean, 10 to 12 for ZMM. They're picking up the slack, right? So this is scary. But I said, look. I said you get cheeky with your stuff with the Cypher. It'll look awesome. And I really like what Leviathan did with that. They might actually get caught up in it. Leviathan knowing that Sci-Fi might just be there, hearing that
Oh, it's
come
so smart.
out. Oh, yeah, like I said, right? Like, you get cheeky with those types of things. You're going to be able to find some really nasty shots.
Leviathan stunned up. It still has the Spectre in hand. The Aftershock will miss towards the backside of Dugout. They're trying to aggress back towards the Flowers position, but Calypso set up the crossfire and is able to drop critical because of it. Foe trying to play aggressive and needs to, but the overgrowth utilized. Calypso back up near full HP and is able to find a 4K because of it to try and put nearest airport up a map. They're shut down though. The Shorty only finds one. It's precision to shut it down. ADSing with the Bulldog in hand. Nearest airport 13-10 on the Pearl first map victory. They kick things off exactly as they need to with map number 1 in their favor.
All right, Calypso, man. I don't know, that smile on his face, he well deserved. That guy played his heart out. I gotta be honest with you. The whole entire thing, 34-10 with the 5 first bloods. More first bloods. Actually, no, kind of equal to Governor. And even though Governor's down there, honestly, listen, I gotta give the same kudos to him, because without those entries, without that confidence, without that really big firepower that he put down for Calypso and everybody else, honestly, he kind of let this team frag.
I think with Governor playing to their strengths.
Yes.
I think that's the most important part. As a Neon, you are moving around the map at a speed that is not nearly matched by anybody else.
Yes.
So to do so, you're trying to mess up your opponents. Now, everybody's giving fist bumps like it's the end of map 3, but we've yet to finish this series. Calypso, this replay melt, by the way, is going to be a whole lot of Calypso and a whole lot more of Bjor. There's going to be Calypso over-doubled anybody else in the lobby. Over-doubled. The closest 2 players were Bjor and Anderson, with Sci-Fi on 16 as well. Foe and Precision found 15, while Boy Critical 12 and 14 apiece, Governor and Leviathan on 11. But it was Governor playing the Neon role to near perfection, and off the back of it, it was Calypso able to find late round frags and so many multi-kills.
Yes.
In 23 rounds, he finds 34 kills.
I mean, look at the last round, right? He got 4. He got around 4-3 for Calypso. He was like, yeah, so are we done? No.
Yeah, that's...
It was insane. The amount of times that I said his name, honestly, like if there was a counter, it'd be a lot, fill up the whole screen.
Yeah, I think Calypso just needs to watch this back and then play his own drinking game, because that in and of itself would both be correct and entertaining. But if you are looking to play like Calypso or like anybody that you just saw, I have a recommendation for you. If you want to check out Metafy at metafy.gg, gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. You could even possibly convince Calypso to join up, and you can get trained by the best pro players in the world, whether it's Calypso or anybody else. I know a few at this event as well. You can book a live session now and use promo code STREET20 for 20% off all lessons, replay reviews, and training sessions at metafy.gg/nerdstreet. Gompers.
Yes, that is
Final thoughts on Pearl.
Final thoughts. Well, if I thought at all, I would give them. I love how my face like pops up in your screen. Let me move over a little bit. But final thoughts, honestly, I wanna see more of that Calypso chamber. Honestly, I mean, I feel like chamber's just the best one for Calypso, right? The frags and everything. But it was a good game.
Well, Haven's map number 2. When we come back, our second map of this series of a possible 3. It's a requirement as it stands, and one that I'm a little surprised to say for nearest airport to drop. Zero Marksman Black need this victory, and they're looking to pick it up on the only map in the pool with 3 sites. It's Haven when we return.
With Metafy, you learn directly from the best players in the world. They'll review your gameplay, show you new perspectives, and outline the steps you can take to shatter the bones of your enemies, or just raise your skill rating. Book a session or replay review right now on metafy.gg.
When you're treated like the pros, you'll celebrate like the pros. Rothman Orthopedics gets you and your favorite athletes back in the game.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Champs Finals. This is day number 2 of our finals, day 3 of the finals weekend. I'm Time to Late. Joined alongside me is Gompers for Nearest Airport, taking on Zero Marksman Black. A 13-10 victory for Nearest Airport on their own map pick Pearl to open things up. Thoughts as we head into Haven?
Heading into Haven, honestly, I am looking for maybe, to be honest with you, maybe a Nearest Airport win. They played really heavy on, the defense first starting off, and then the attack looked really good. They let it go a couple of times, but I mean, obviously, it's that last moment type of jitter that you normally typically get with teams. But on a map like Haven, I feel like it's going to suit them pretty well with that double Sentinel type of composition. Maybe if they're going to pull that in again.
I feel like it's viable, but on Haven, it's an odd scenario to try and bring in that double Sentinel. Now, double Controller, certainly viable. Double Initiator as well. It's up to preference of teams. I'm not going to bring up statistics because I did a whole lot of that yesterday.
Yeah.
But your normal composition really includes Neon. Now, considering Neon being a little bit more favored with the Overdrive, a little bit more viable, you can bring in Neon instead of a Jet. Now, not a lot of teams are doing so because of comfort picks and a Chamber being really a staple of Haven because of the movement. But I feel like movement utility is really used a whole lot as we head into a lot of these maps, as Haven being our second, considering it has 3 sites, it may even be more prevalent.
Yeah, Calypso's ready to go. I want to see more of that. I think with the Chamber on Haven, obviously that's like really dominant on a map like Haven, so I do think that the Chamber on Calypso, he's going to shine even more. We might even see like a 40 bomb or something. But that's how Zero Marksman Black lets them. It's the first game. Now they feel kind of like warmed in, settled down. They know how Nearest Airport like to play. So I'm thinking that maybe this Haven's going to have some different type of feel to it.
Haven, the second map of not only our day, but this series, one that Zero Marksman Black need to win if they don't want to take on the loser of Oxygen Academy and Native Black. Now, I have an update on that, by the way, because I just walked over and talked to the Oxygen Academy guys. 13-11 on Pearl. They also played Pearl. What is up with y'all playing Pearl this weekend?
Right?
I did not know that it apparently got buffed in everybody's map pool, but that's heading to Breeze as a second map with Oxygen Academy up 1-0.
That was funny, the Pearl. Yeah, but I do think that maybe since Pearl came out, a lot of people have actually taken a liking to it. It's not a bad map at all. I honestly don't think it is. I think it's challenging. I think it allows you to have a little bit more strategies in your pocket, and just because there's a wide variety of places that you can entry through, there's a lot of things that you can do. Regarding util, literally, I feel like anybody is good on that map, so I feel like it's very versatile. So maybe that's just the typical reason as to why, but Haven's coming along, so we're going to be able to see this composition with Precision back on that breach.
Precision bringing the Breach instead of what we saw prior, that being the Sky. Breach is a staple pick of Haven. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing that on the defensive side of Zero Marksman Black, but a Fade there alongside that Sky, that's a decent trade in terms of you still have the flashes and the Trailblazer available. I'm not going to say I complain, but at the same time, I'm also going to say I feel like a Breach would, again, be more viable because it's a much larger map, and notably, Breach is better for those retakes. The Nightfall being available, sure, but I feel like the Rolling Thunder is just a little bit more impactful for either retake scenarios or initial take scenarios on the attacking side.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Rolling Thunder is going to be very heavy on those entries, especially the stuns. I feel like it's just how you play, right? Setting your teammates up for success. Even on that defense, it'll allow you to get those pushes in. So we're going to be able to see what exactly Nearest Airport are going to do with this, starting off on that attacking side, heading over towards that A. So maybe an A-heavy push.
Certainly possible. I was talking about the possibility of the Neon. I was apparently incorrect. Raze is the call for both of these teams, is their primary duelist. A Sova selection from Leviathan. We saw that yesterday in their matchup up against Roy's Kitten Shelter, aka half or just 3/5 of the Dark Zero team. Notable players are Roy and Screwface, who we actually got to talk with a little bit earlier about possible content bits a little bit later on. Keep an eye on our content pieces in between matches and in between maps if you want to take a look at what some of the players are doing around the venue, and if you have some content, at us on Twitter with hashtag NerdStreetChamps and at NerdStreetVal if you want to take a look.
I keep forgetting to use that hashtag, but I will not anymore. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, but a push that is starting off very slowly. I mean, I would assume that they would know exactly what is coming along down this A site, right? This flash comes out, gives you that information. Governor prepared for it because he knows, hey, this is the time. That rotation's going to come in pretty heavy. It's either you go in or you get out, and I mean, getting out's the best chance.
Getting out a quickly so as well. I understand this call and they want to retreat quickly, but the problem is they just used a decent bit of utility. Yeah, you still have those 2 shock bolts and the recon bolt available in the Sova. The headhunter shot's still available, but one note is the fact that you run out of utility much quicker in a pistol round than you normally would in a gun round. Now Leviathan's still waiting around towards long, trying to bait out the fact that they may be favoring a different site that is not A, but the rotation's just not coming through. A seemingly the call for both teams, and Zero Marksman Black are gambling correctly.
Oh, if they waited a little bit longer, there would have been a rotation there if you didn't see it, but it doesn't matter. ZMM, they're taking advantage of the misplacement of time. Nearest airport trying to get themselves onto that site, and I mean, left up to Calypso. We know Calypso can get maybe 3 or 4, but I mean, an ace seems almost impossible, even for a man that knows how to play this game as spectacularly as they can. Sci-Fi coming in full force.
Now a quick note for all of you wondering why the heck are Nearest Airport starting on the attacking side. Wasn't this Zero Marksman Black's map pick? Yes, you would be correct in assuming both of those scenarios are true. This is Zero Marksman's map pick, and Nearest Airport chose their attack. So this should be their favorite side. They want to find an early bit of power in this map itself. I'm a little surprised considering their defenses have been a little bit better between not only today, but yesterday as well. But that's their call. We'll see how it plays out for them. Of course, you can't select your side after map 1's done, so they didn't already have that information.
Absolutely. Okay, but smoke's coming down. Critical hiding within it, being a smoke goblin maybe just a bit. And we're making a lot of noise here towards the C for Nearest Airport. It seems like they just want to create somewhat of that diversion, maybe take some players out of this A side. But once again, ZMN, they're very, very patient players. They don't want to move anywhere that they don't have to. They're going to figure out shortly that they have to start taking these fights. But the team B, why would Anderson try to put themselves in that position? No foes there.
Foe dies in the backline, finally to the paint shells that are put up and over top. Sci-Fi playing close. Critical has already dealt with the possibility of that trademark from earlier, but is still just waiting with their headhunter in hand. They will indeed meet their counterpart and fall. Calypso dies. Again, engagements won by Zero Marksman Black, and this is not something that Nearest Airport can afford. They're trying to play on a little bit of an eco. The headhunter finally takes down Leviathan without actually finding the head. But I don't think it's really going to matter all that much. Precision's going to have to make a sound cue if they want to drop it. They will find the kill first. 30 seconds on the clock in this 1 versus 3. But with both players around that attacker spawn side, watching this spike, Precision is none the wiser and will fall. Because of it, Zero Marksman Black win the conversion and keep a few SMGs alive.
Yeah, unluckily caught out, which is going to look good for ZMM. That 2-0 looking pretty solid. Now the bonus round coming in, and we've seen bonus rounds 1, Sci-Fi, and Critical looking to actually get that Vandal out.
Quick note, everybody, for all of you who haven't been watching twitch.tv/NerdStreetB, our observer-only stream featuring Bedia, or twitch.tv/NerdStreetA, our observer-only stream featuring Bedia, our observer herself. Pittsburgh Knights just won 19-17 over Virtuoso. That's a Counter-Strike score if I've ever heard one. And they are able to bring it out in quadruple OT. Sci-Fi pushing forward. Governor is actually the first one to find a kill, but an immediate refrag as Bjor re-aggresses, and I like this aggression, but it's shut down. A refrag found means Zero Marksman Black are on the man disadvantage in their bonus round.
Yeah, losing a player down when you enter is pretty dangerous, but being able to take 2 is, you know, feels good. It feels amazing. Although now, what's going to happen? Are they going to try to go for that C side again, but here towards Garage, maybe take that different angle? Or are they going to go towards B?
I think B seems to be the call. They don't want to try and split Garage, at least not as of right now. They may keep Calypso around that C side in order for a late flank on a rotation. They'll drop the dark cover. They'll drop that trademark as well, drop in terms of shoot rather than put down themselves. The fault line will land, but Anderson will still be able to get that spike down. The retake established, but you could see A mains being locked down as well. There's no way for them to anticipate Leviathan just waiting alongside the Gardens, but he still finds the kill. Boy able to find that first. Bjor Bjor will tick the defuse on top of that dark cover, but the refrag from behind. Calypso able to find the first. Bjor outside of their own dark cover, able to find yet another. The smoke criminal living up nearly to his name, but it's precision, finding not only Boy inside of the window, but Bjor on the site itself, and Nearest Airport will deny the bonus round victory. However, they lose 4 rifles in the process as Zero Marksman Black do a whole lot of economic damage.
Ooh. All right. There you go. Okay, at least it wasn't like that third round bonus round that we saw come out from Nearest Airport in the last time. So luckily enough for Nearest Airport, but ZMM, doesn't matter. They're going to be able to buy this round, and this is it, right? The factor of will we be able to win this round out and kind of take that third round in.
I just used our talkback feature, and it was like, hey, production, put Gompers on camera, do it, and it did. Thank you very much, Ito. This is funny. We saw Dryad actually do this on day 2,
it's so nice.
It was funny. Anyway, into yet another gun round. Governor, the one to take Boy out first. A 4 versus 5 retake on Zero Marksman Black. And they don't have the utility to do so. The dark cover drop towards main's a decent start for it, but a second thrown forward to deny that easy retake, and the one-way on top of that spike, not allowing them to get directly on it without being seen from main, means so much more damage can be done from this attacking side instead of Zero Marksman Black's retake, and they continue to have to find these kills, but they just are not Gompers.
No, but Anderson coming up from behind. They know this now. They have that sound cue. Anderson hitting the shots. Another one needed. And the headshot there. Beautiful from Anderson.
Clean as well. The flank coming through similar as to what we saw prior from Calypso, but this time it's the Omen finding all 3 kills rather than 1 in a refrag. Zero Marksman Black shut down in the gun round. We thought when they finally picked up the rifles they'd be in a good spot. Anderson finding all 3 here, the first across onto Foe. Bjor none the wiser, and Sci-Fi just cannot do anything about it even after dropping him down to about 5 HP, give or take. Nearest Airport win the round at the back of a clear and clean play on that rotation, and they tie us right back up.
Did you see how cool and collected they look?
I know, right?
I was screaming. Literally screaming. These guys look like, yeah, it's another day in the office. We're used to Calypso doing this all the time. Doesn't matter, my guy. That's kind of how it felt like. And I mean, rightfully so, right? But they're going to get shut down by Jor. Or are they going to be screaming here? It seems like, I mean, cool, completely lost. Calypso left alone. We know Calypso is a clutch demon, but will they be able to do it this time? Because the MM have been putting in a lot of that work. And here it comes, 1 headshot needed to be able to secure the rest. Damage done, but not able to take more.
I just heard, quote, clear your corners from Boy. I'd have to agree. I was about to say, check your corners, kids. It may help you win rounds. That was a thrifty round from Zero Marksman Black off the backside of Bjor just sitting in a corner. You know, I found out a counter to that is if you turn 90 degrees when you walk past a corner, you can clear that angle much easier. They didn't. Bjor finding Leviathan, Governor, and just cleanly so across on the precision as well. Critical from the top of C with that assist. You're looking at a clean round from Zero Marksman Black, of which you keep 3 players alive. The Tour de Force pops here for Calypso. They want C again. This time they will clear out that main corner, but this time it's not Bjor waiting inside of it. Critical not cleared inside of the close left cubby. Calypso does get a refrag, but it's still a 2 versus 4, as Zero Marksman Black once more in early round engagements are able to come out on top with crossfires established.
Hold on, you tell me how I'm going to clear my corners if you don't even let me get near them.
I know, right?
Wait a second. Yeah, the peak. I mean, but the confidence was showing there. ZMM was like, yeah, my shots are hitting real nice. That ghost that I had a second ago, you know. The headshot's actually connected, so we're gonna use a Vandal this time around, and I mean hitting the shots perfectly up to Sci-Fi to eliminate the rest of the competition. 2v4.
Calypso needs to clear the backside, doesn't have that rendezvous available. Leviathan's been seen though. The spray misses, however the information there is more than enough. The satchel around the backside, but the recon bolt has the information. Information's nothing if you can't find the kills, and Sci-Fi doesn't have the info but has both of the kills, and Zero Marksman Black have double the Nearest Airport scoreline as their defensive side showing up when it needs to, especially on their own map pick, unconventionally so, considering they're starting on the defense of their own map selection.
Yeah, 3 ultimates ready if we're going to be looking over towards the MM, because, I mean, they've been performing, so here, these ultimates are going to be able to secure possibly another round, and it seems like maybe so. We're going to be able to see precision here with that rolling thunder, so it'd be a good counter just in case, you know, we see a Seekers come out, or maybe that Fade Util. So anything can happen here.
Recon misses. Critical, not scanned out by it. Will look to re-aggress inside of the sewers position, but it's being held from the back corner of Garden. No, Anderson's vertical on top of this lobby box. I don't know if Critical's going to clear this. There's no clear reason for them to do so. This position hasn't been played, nor has it been cleared. But Critical still looking to play aggressive. They have their rendezvous established around towards B, so their radius actually extends towards the sewer box. I like this call, trying to aggress around towards sewers if they need to, but the Nightfall around towards mid. Leviathan sitting on an Owl drone in the middle of main, lucky to be alive, will back away with their life, but just barely.
Yeah, we see Trailers are coming out through mid. Ooh, that actually got some information. They know exactly where the Leviathan is. They're not going to be pushing up there instead. I mean, they don't necessarily know if that A site's going to be taken or that C, so they're mostly just waiting around. That showstopper coming through. Governor's going to try to take it, but actually only able to really get somewhat of an entry in and a shot. The Rolling Thunder comes through. We knew that was going to happen, but alongside of that Hunter's Fury, really trying to create that pressure to allow them to get onto that site there for nearest airport.
They're playing together on the Zero Marksman Black side. They want to retake as a squad. They've used the overgrowth, getting Critical back up to full HP, no shields available, and he looks like he needs them. He did indeed. Critical dropped. Leviathan finding the kill, and Calypso with another multi-frag. 3 kills on that one. Nearest airport finding 3 rounds as well. Means Zero Marksman Black, their leads diminishing once again.
Oh, I really like this. The Hunter's Fury coming out. And I'm pretty sure it was actually to push them maybe further into the site, take them out of that CT side, and possibly have that Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder come into that combination aspect. So maybe he could get some picks when that Rolling Thunder was expended or something of the sort. But I really like how that worked out for them. Like those ultimates are gone, though.
You.
Yeah, Bo.
That was really cool, but if I was the Breach, I'd be so upset right now. Luckily, I'm not, so I just think it's funny. But that's just a feels bad man moment. One that you really can't change anything off the back of. Bjor dropping Calypso, and another early engagement won by Zero Marksman Black. But Nearest Airport do have that comeback potential. They unfortunately do not have any ultimates, as they just use the Showstopper and that Hunter's Fury. Leviathan will back away, but this is a round of which Zero Marksman Black almost clearly have, and Nearest Airport are going to take a full minute for a tactical timeout as they just chill in spawn. They don't want to fight this.
I got 54 seconds left, and honestly here, waiting for the enemy team to come to you seems like a rather fair idea. They don't know. They think that since they have these numbers that they're not going to want to play this, and maybe are trying to hit late. And I'm surprised that this is actually what we're seeing NA resort to.
I feel like it's a discipline thing, though. There's no reason to give away the fact that you could come back in the following round with these 3 rifles, rather than just take what you have already and slow things down.
Yeah.
So that's what they're going to do. I understand it. It is a little boring. I'm going to take a minute, slow things down ever so slightly, and quite literally a minute, because there was a minute and 2 seconds on the clock when they started this.
10 seconds.
Zero Marksman Black are to find one of the easier rounds they will pick up here in the Nerd Street Champs Finals, as they will take a 5th on the board. Yay!
Yeah, no one goes looking for them. They know they're grouped up. A little bit too dangerous. Oh, dang, you hear that? The trash talk coming out. Oh, it's getting spicy.
I heard something about saving.
Yes.
I don't exactly know what he said.
Trying to pick at the brains of the players.
Hey, it's the mental warfare.
Yes.
You love it. You gotta love it. Anyway, Nearest Airport now with another purchase because they saved over those 3 rifles, including the operator in hand. It'll be back in the back pocket of Calypso, who is probably one of the better operator players that I've seen recently. Critical, aggressing down towards sewers. His counterpart in terms of that chamber once more, trying to play with that aggression, but this time it's just Nearest Airport playing aggressive in towards B. They will find one, but an immediate refrag is good. A second there from Sci-Fi, even with the information given over, with that firebolt from the Owl drone. It's a 3rd now from the Rays from the backside of sight. A 4th just the same. Nothing they can do to shut down Sci-Fi. It's Foe to remove the possibility of the ace, but Zero Marksman Black at minimum guarantee themselves a tied-up half.
By the way they're playing, I feel like they're going to get a lot more than what they think they will. Nearest Airport calling that timeout. They need that here. He said, look at me, look at me. They're looking at you, bud.
I believe that's sci-fi. I'm no expert. Hey, can we bring up the 10 cam really quick? I want to see who that is.
It's so entertaining to hear this.
But it's just sci-fi clean and clear. Even with this recon, watch, the Owl Drone finds him. The swing precision dies. Off the back, Calypso dies. And continually, they will fall. By the way, Foe is the player in the middle, the one screaming that you saw.
Said, "Look at
ironically,
me."
found 1 kill, yet trash talks the most.
I love trash talk.
I feel like Foe is that of MFH.
What does that mean?
MFH, the guy that was running around making a whole lot of noise.
Oh.
You remember MFH?
Wasn't he on Why Do We Suck?
Yes.
That guy. I like
where
that guy.
MFH would mostly play KO. To his own name, he would suck. Hey, MFH. Hi. Hey, I just saw him. But MFH was the one trash talking. He's giving me the shake in the head. He's like, no, not me.
That's sci-fi. Okay. Nice zoom in.
He says he loves the trash talk. From one trash talk to another. How is it? He can't talk anymore. MFH has lost his voice.
No, he can't yell. I wanted to hear it again. He said he wants more people to be louder. It's too quiet. I agree with him. I'll be loud for you. I'll trash talk. No, I can't see that.
I'm too nice.
Too nice. Too nice.
Well, nearest airport. Need this round victory. They cannot give Zero Marksman Black a good start on their own map pick. It already has been a good start. It's going to look even better if they continue to play around their advantages, which just happen to be rifles and crossfires, and happen to be sci-fi also being really good at the game. That helps just a little bit. Leviathan with more aggression in his nearest airport, slowing themselves down. They want to play around one another. The issue that remains is they don't have information to work off of because their Sova only has 1 recon bolt every so often, and they're not able to play directly off of that information because it's just periodical ticks. That's honestly why I favor the Fade on a lot of these maps.
Yeah, guiding light out down that mid. Boy finds some information. And it does seem like, oh, really nice. The paranoia coming through to try to assist Boy in peeking that mid spot. So Leviathan gets down.
Foe aggression around towards the backside of C. No tripwire established around there, so it's free real estate there for the defensive side. Sci-Fi playing Cubby around the backside of the sewer's entrance, looking to find these free kills. It's no weaponry on the other side either. The blast back across just to try and catch precision out there. Trash talking before the round ends, and Sci-Fi will be able to finish things off with a 3K. 7 kills, seemingly in just 3 rounds of play. Zero Marksman Black looking clean and clear. 7 kills in 2 rounds, my apologies. As they look clean and clear,
yeah,
there's nothing that Nearest Airport are doing incorrectly as well. It's just they're getting shut down.
Only 2 rounds, though, needed to be able to take that 7-5. And, I mean, a 7-5 is pretty nice and clear. So, Nearest Airport, we see it all the time, right? You're getting close to the finish line. You're getting close to being able to make that 9-3. Sometimes teams tend to step it up under that pressure. So, maybe Nearest Airport are going to be that team. We can see that Angel coming through to be able to stop any type of a lobby push. Nobody falling into, I mean, the mess that ZMMB want.
Great start for Calypso. Not characteristically the rifler, but has Vandal in hand and is able to drop their counterpart. So the operator, at least for the time being on that defensive side, is dropped early. However, with clean mid control for Foe, A seems to be the call, and they've read it. Sci-Fi here with a Phantom in hand, an unconventional Phantom user, but does die immediately thereafter, taking Governor away from this fight. Bior stunned away, utilizing the fault line. They're even detected with that firebolt. Not too much they can do off the back of it, but Anderson maybe looking to take that spike and going around towards C. Watch, the spike will be dropped towards that Omen, and they'll immediately pop from the shadows around towards that C side. I love this call. Nearest Airport will not go towards what has already been rotated onto. Yeah. Leviathan will take Boy out. It's a guaranteed round either way, as the spike inevitably will be planted over towards C. But A was the fight. A wasn't even where the spike was.
Absolutely no struggle there. They didn't even have to use that ultimate when you think about it from the shadows. They could have saved that for the next round, maybe this one, the last round before that swap. Who has the ultimates is the question. If we're going to be able to maybe see a little bit of a tab there.
Nearest Airport. They do have the Tour de Force out on Calypso into the final round of the half. the Showstopper and From the Shadows available for Zero Marksman Black as well. Should they choose to use them, I see no reason as to why they wouldn't. The Owl Drone to bait out that Operator shot. It misses onto both that Owl Drone and Calypso himself. So Critical stunned and scanned out. The C site has fallen. Zero Marksman Black will need a full 5v5 retake to pull this one back.
Calypso stepping up to the plate, having the off tour de force in hand. The moment that smoke dissipates, I feel like it's going to be easier for Calypso to kind of land these shots, but as of right now, kind of just waiting for those sound cues, waiting to hear maybe something coming along. Calypso prepared, but nobody's going to be able to watch from the side as Critical down with the op. Ooh, down and dirty.
Rolling Thunder built up off the spike flank. Governor be able to find one, but that's all he'll be able to find. Both players around towards this long position. With a dark cover between them and the spike, they have to spray him down, but the one-way smoke on top of the spike itself means Anderson can find that first kill. The shock dart set up and over to try and line things up, but he won't even need to. He just lines up his crosshair with Sci-Fi's body, and Nearest Airport able to bring these final 2 rounds of the half back and finally put themselves in a decent position on the defensive side as Zero Marksman Black finally do find the lead, but Nearest Airport find momentum.
Momentum is all you need to be able to bring that up. I said 7-5 is something possible for Nearest Airport, and maybe now it looks like it works out fine. I mean, 7-5 is I feel like a really good place to stop, and this pistol round is important for Nearest Airport, though, if they want to bring this kind of like that 7-7 type of equal grounds. They want to level out the playing field as much as possible so that they can continue their reign of terror and maybe even win against a team as strong as EMM.
Certainly possible. Zero Marksman Black on their attacking side. These pistol rounds, easier said than done, as Nearest Airport are looking for early engagements. But on the defensive side, you want to play a little bit more passive than we've seen in prior rounds, especially with just pistols in your pocket. You have to play around crossfires as well. You have Calypso set high ground. In goes the blast pack, doubled up as well. And from the high ground, Calypso only does the damage, not the kill, and only has 1 shot remaining in that Headhunter. He finally does finish off who he ticked down earlier. That Sci-Fi dropped. Another onto Bjor. Do they clear the corner? No. Anderson, another Omen inside of a corner, going uncleared. And it seems like ZMMB need to clear their own corners as Nearest Airport find a full house of frags. The Omen over top of that chamber with 5 kills between the 2 of them. And Nearest Airport find another pistol victory.
You said it looks like they need to clear their own corners, so doing the trash talk for them. No, I like that. I loved that. Because now, I mean, that pistol round was gorgeous. Calypso created those opening picks. Anderson hiding in the corner, and sometimes you can do a little cheeky corner sometimes to be able to give yourself that advantage. And look how calm and collected they are. It's like this happens every day. They're like, yeah, we clutch up. It happens. The flawless is kind of like our nickname. So.
Stun onto Bjor. It does expire, but he doesn't care. Calypso dropping him early engagement. You can hear the trash talk already from Calypso screaming across the stage. Only 1 kill found. Re-aggression here from Nearest Airport. They will retreat for the time being, as Zero Marksman Black are looking to play as a squad, and quickly so. A seems to be the call here for the attacking half, but there's 3 players waiting on the site for them with a triangular crossfire established as well. Very fashionable.
Oh, Calypso.
Oh.
Yeah, gets caught out by Critical in a really difficult position. Precision looking good. The precision is there, living up to the expectations of their name. I mean, so is Governor just really showing that they're dominant here. That 7-7 coming in. I said it, fortune teller. Maybe, I guess you could call me. Just
all-knowing.
All-knowing. That is
it
who
the
I am.
glasses?
No, it's the name.
Is that what gomping is, predicting the future?
Yeah,
we finally have a definition.
I gomp your future, and let's move on. I don't know where I'm going with this. I was like, gomping.
Valiant effort on that one. Nearest Airport now onto a bonus round. Zero Marksman Black, this is the round on paper they should pick up, but one that is not a guarantee by any means. Aggression here from Leviathan to try and close the gap, and at least the weapon gap, and will do so quickly. There's no trademark to deny this push, and he's just looking to play aggressive from behind the backside of window. In they will go. 1 found from Leviathan, a second just the same. They will be ticked down by their teammates' paint shells, but apparently it doesn't matter. Calypso with 1 across onto Sci-Fi. A swing from Anderson in through the garage doors, only 1 found. An immediate refrag, but Calypso there for another. Nearest Airport win their bonus round, keep 2 players alive, and are able to build up that economy, as on the defensive side they continue to mount their aggression and their momentum with the first lead of Haven.
Nearest airport. Oh my goodness. It feels a little bit more equal this time. It's not like Calypso's doing anything crazy, but it feels like playing more so as a team, more so like Nearest Airport. Don't need Calypso to frag out as much as, you know, possible, like on Pearl. So I think maybe, you know, Calypso's kind of like that backup, like, hey, man, I'm not feeling too good about this game. But now it feels like everybody on Nearest Airport's playing to the best of their ability. ZMN, though, looking for that very, very aggressive entry as they start to come through. That noise is heard, and you can see a little bit of a rotation coming along on that mini-map there.
Leviathan, lucky that it was shot out by Governor. It wasn't actually Leviathan to shoot out that Roomba. Your eyes did not deceive you. Yeah. Governor, the aggression there. The fault line around has done both Bjor and Sci-Fi, but it doesn't matter. No. It's Bjor to help alongside Sci-Fi, both of them finding a kill. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Zero Marksman Black side means Nearest Airport in a 3 versus 4 needless retake, and even with the weapon advantage, they're falling on this A side.
Calypso ready, trying to see if anybody's going to make the mistake of peeking, but I don't think they will. It seems like they're just trying to play off that contact. The moment they peek that doorway, Sci-Fi is going to be there to make sure things go their way. The paint shell coming out back in. These players from Nearest Airport out. It's just really hard. Up to Precision to be able to take this 1v2, and maybe they will. Things work out perfectly. It's going to be hard, though. This cross is being held, trying to really gain some ground here. It's Sci-Fi with the wide swing.
Sci-Fi didn't get stunned. The fault line wasn't directly on that long angle. It whiffed around that backside. Zero Marksman Black are able to play around their close range engagements, and Nearest Airport give them too much real estate early on in the round. That's what Zero Marksman Black are so good at, is taking what they're given and earning even more. And Nearest Airport gave them too much leeway and fall because of it. Now that's a round that isn't the worst thing in the world here for the Nearest Airport side. They will still be able to purchase up, and it looks like Calypso is going to look for an ultimate. No, is actually bought an operator, as Nearest Airport want to play aggressive on this one.
I would too. You have enough. You got a chamber. You may as well try to get those entry picks, but it seems like that A site's going to be left alone with Leviathan. Leviathan getting that punishment. I don't know if that push-up was the best. They were by themselves. They're not a chamber. They can't take that TP out, so I feel like it's a little bit more forgiving for agents like those.
Oh, cross them early, and again, a retake required onto the A site once more. All of the A site now occupied by Zero Marksman Black. Even Sewers is theirs in terms of real estate gain, and Nearest Airport have no ultimates built up to deal with this whatsoever, and honestly a save would be responsible, and I think that's going to be the call. You can see 2 in defender spawn. I wouldn't blame them for backing away with the rifles they already have. Play for another round, and I understand why. It's an odd scenario for them to be in, saving in a 4v5, but with no initiation utility, and having to already take concessions in terms of rifle play. Back away, save him for another round. And it's odd, but it's going to have to work. We've actually seen this before.
I mean, it's a good play overall. And making sure that they have enough to... Why it's like whenever I'm like itching my eye or...
Update for you.
Yes.
Ghost Gaming, even though they lost map number 1 of Fracture, 13-2, they're able to bring it right back and take Breeze, map number 2, 13-5. They are heading to a map 3 on the B stream, twitch.tv/nerdstreet2, if you'd like to take a look over there. Our observer-only streams are twitch.tv/nerdstreet A and B, if you'd like to take a look there. Or if you happen to like Zero Marksman Black or Nearest Airport, here is the play for you, because we like them. Did you happen to show Gompers just chilling down there? I really hope they did. So, there you go.
This is how short I am. Is this?
Oh yeah.
Just can't reach
Small
the
Gompers.
Real one. Anderson finds the opening pick to get themselves a little bit more leeway here. And they take themselves out of the situation, out of the equation, so that they're not stuck in the middle there, which is, I mean, great for them. It seems like the A site is still trying to be pursued by the Fade util here.
Prowler not finding any information. Calypso still able to hold that long angle as well. I mean, Zero Marksman Black, with a lack of info, want to retreat. The Haunt's not up for another 5 seconds or so they'll have to play off the lack of information in towards B. That's the call. The unfortunate position is they just got smoked off. Unless they, as a full team, want to walk through that, certainly not an advantageous play whatsoever. Critical, going to shoot the trademark, or try to do so, finally will, and will immediately back away because they do not want to be shot through the aforementioned smoke.
Where are you?
It's interesting because they wasted a lot of that Fade util over towards that A site, so I feel like you have to know that they're going to try to commit here. Yeah, nearest airport fully aware of what might happen
Oh
next.
my.
Calypso gets taken out down inside of the smoke. They weren't even really shooting, so I mean, I guess it's just more so at that portion where you know that they're possibly going to be hiding. They're a 4v4. We got the Rays out in the chamber, but Anderson's really trying to make their way here for nearest airport. It's just this back and forth that keeps coming along. Okay, 1 second ZMM, we're down, and the next it's going to be NA.
You're holding it from all the way down towards sewers, watching up towards heaven. Critical just the same, looking for Precision's head. It's Bjor to find his body, and just like that, Leviathan's going to save. A single point of health left over on the Sova. They will retreat, and understandably so. Zero Marksman Black find double digits, the first team to do so thus far on Haven, and nearest airport once more. They're running for a save. I feel like this could also be a drinking game.
This is looking like a third map, to be honest with you, because this round coming in, they don't have a lot of economy here for nearest airport, so they're going to have to save. This leaves this 11-8 possibility that could come through. And in all honesty, I mean, a scoring like that's pretty hard to come by. It's not impossible for a team like NA, but looking at the scoreboard, right, 3 rounds in a row that we saw ZMM take it.
That's gross, by the way, from Critical. Just able to spray straight through, expecting the fact that somebody's waiting, and knowing it's Calypso on the chamber with an operator is just so deadly for the possibility of a retake. There wasn't that operator established on the angle for a possible late retake, so they just had to back away. Zero Marksman Black now with double digits. I'd expect if they win this next round, nearest airport will call a timeout. The fault line throw towards a main won't find anything. However, Governor already up that long position. That's early real estate here for the defensive side that a lot of times they just haven't had, and you're very lucky to be alive, and they're just going to walk straight through the smoke. They should be able to find Leviathan. They do, and with the reload of the operator, Calypso, actually, no, it's Calypso with the tour de force. Who has that operator? What?
The op?
Is it Anderson? It's Anderson.
It's Anderson.
Okay, controller op. Not Xbox controller type controller.
No. Oh, no. Oh, and the quick scope doesn't happen. Critical. Whiffing a little bit, so I give Anderson some time and maybe some hope, but
He may
at
actually
the
be
end.
controller operating.
Yeah, he's just going to... Are you still on that?
No, the controller, he just... Missed, that's why. Rolling Thunder utilized, and they will go. It does miss the back corner. They have yet to clear that. Bjor now stunned up, but they don't push off the back of it. The aftershock straight into the paint shells, though. Near perfect combination of utility, and long as the call. They do pick up the tour de force, but Critical, the last one, in order to shut it down, is unsuccessful in doing so. Nearest airport, a clean retake off the back of multiple sets of abilities. That's exactly what they've been looking for and what they've been missing because they've had to save.
To be honest with you, I don't know if the tour de force was something that they needed at that point in time. I feel like saving it would have been a better bet considering the fact that we are at that 10 to 9 score line, right? So it could have been used a little bit more heavily on the eco rounds just in case things went wrong, but I feel like things are honestly looking up. A tactical timeout. They're trying to find their footing here for nearest airport and alongside the other enemy team here for ZMM, but yeah, I mean, looking at this attack pause, I feel like, I don't know, ZMM, they're both playing equally well. There's just something missing.
At this point, you're looking at Zero Marksman Black to play aggressive, but to back away when that aggression is, I feel, what's the adjective I'm looking for? Re-aggressed on? Because nearest airport have continued to answer what Zero Marksman Black have put in front of them, and that was notable over on Pearl. That hasn't really been the case thus far, but I feel like in a lot of the rounds that nearest airport have been able to pick up, it's an early engagement or an early fight that goes the way of nearest airport. That's the reason they're able to expand on it and pick up with a round victory.
Excited to see how nearest airport actually keep this, but Leviathan is Odin, by the way, so I feel like that's how they're going to keep
their... Is
their...
this a scent? Did I miss a memo? Hold, he's going to spray.
No, this is disgusting because there's a lot of players surrounding themselves down in mid here. Oh, no, but no damage done. They're just hiding. They know exactly what's happening. Maybe something's going to be able to come through, but Governor right beside. It doesn't matter if you have the Odin. It's just the headshots that are the most important.
Zero Marksman Black's attack shut down early, and nearest airport win the early fights. I feel that was something I was just talking about. When that aggression is met, back away. don't take an unnecessary gunfight that you're almost certainly going to lose with multiple players looking in that general direction. It was Governor and Leviathan watching it. Now it's Leviathan long range with Governor on the crossfire around towards a link. With the help established, the firebolt looking to land. It misses. Leviathan known, but they can't really do anything about it. The Seas whiffs as well. Governor looking to reestablish themselves on towards the B site. Gong is occupied, but Zero Marksman Black with only 2 players alive, not much they can do.
I like this, the 2 levels of ground, actually 3, because Calypso's hiding right around the corner with the there comes the shot on Boy. Foe gonna get taken down as well. Too many players. It's very overwhelming at this point, but we're at that 10-10. ZMM, they had the lead prior, and you can hear it. What are you guys doing? Nearest Airport says as they, take it back.
What's the call now for Zero Marksman Black? Not much is working. They will have one last purchase before they're forced onto half an eco or so. Here's Governor's line of sight, by the way. Doubled up, 2 dinks, 2 kills. And Leviathan there with the assist. It was clean once more. Calypso with that backline pressure. Governor, 3K. What do you do in response to that? Zero Marksman Black don't have the utility to force them off the angles. They aren't playing around their abilities. Anderson had a faux pas in terms of that dark cover. They're faking the fact that they're playing aggressive, or they're faking the fact they're playing passive and actually playing aggressive. I like this call, but is it snuffed out? That's the question.
I think this is going to be difficult because Sci-Fi has that showstopper to be able to get themselves onto the site, not to mention that Calypso having the operators looking in the wrong direction, right? You got a lot of players surrounding themselves down that garage side and mid. So, it really is up to Leviathan to stop this.
Spray from Leviathan, unfortunately missing. The showstopper now popped. They'll try to get around the trademark and it lands. Second attempt onto Governor. Bjor drops. Again, it's Governor finding early engagements in their favor, really living up to this duelist role they've been put onto relatively recently. The Seas misses once more, and Foe, a direct 180-degree crossfire established. Sci-Fi in a 1 versus 5 to remove nearest Airport from nearly certain match and series point because Zero Marksman Black do not have money.
Sounds a lot like me. I'm really sad, to be honest with you. I can relate, guys. Don't worry about it. But if you if you save, it might work out. No, Precision. He's just going to take Sci-Fi out. Maybe pay for dinner? Probably.
Take him out, pay for dinner.
Take him out for dinner? Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Well, Zero Marksman Black understand that they are on the back foot, not only in terms of the fact that they are drastically losing a lot of these rounds, at least, but they're only losing by 1 round. They have to figure out what's going wrong. They want to have a conversation. What can they change? However, that also gives nearest Airport a chance to talk to their coach. What's going right? What is positive in their favor? And I want to note a couple things. The #1 best scenario for them is those early engagements. They've been playing aggressive in these last few rounds, and it's worked for them. They tried to play a little bit too passive earlier on in this half, and it didn't go in their favor. As soon as they not only got rifles, but got aggressive and in the faces of Zero Marksman Black, it worked for them. And I feel that's something that hasn't been answered by Zero Marksman Black. They just still want to play aggressive, and that's not how you play up against another aggressive set, especially with a very aggressive defensive side. I'm going to say aggressive one more time.
No, and that's definitely one of the things, too, when you think about it, is the fact that, okay, well, we're taking this tech pause. They also want to figure out what they're going to do to be able to secure this round. Because if we don't forget, right, we're at this 10-11 type of lead. Match point is coming up pretty close. So they want to do the best strategy that they can to ensure that it doesn't go this 11-11, that they don't extend it out past that overtime, because that's where Risk starts to really take a gamble.
Risking never easy. Critical nowhere near their tour de force, but only with a secondary in their back pocket. Or I suppose a tertiary, considering we had this conversation yesterday. Do we consider the headhunter the secondary or the tertiary? I believe the yeah, there you go. Headhunter in hand. We'll move on from that conversation. In towards C, Zero Marksman Black are looking to go. But the Roomba finding the information, that may be all they need. In goes the double blast pack. The showstopper misses, though. Governor still in the back line, takes out Sci-Fi, even while marked on the back side. They could still avoid all the information given over. Finally, they will fall, but enough damage and time taken off the clock. Bjor isn't checked, though. Anderson, the lack of information costs them.
That ultimate was perfect from Governor. I feel like he had a little bit more time, but I guess the pressure kind of hit. There it is. Yeah, Calypso gets taken down, so now it's going to be a 1v4. Will Precision be able to live up? I mean, to the trust that their team has in them. I mean, Rolling Thunder there too, but not really the time to use it. Seeming like, I mean, a 1v3 is pretty hard to win. Yeah, Critical closing that out pretty quick.
There was 2 fights with Zero Marksman Black that they really shouldn't have had a shot in, yet won both of them around the backside of triple boxes. One I'm a little surprised about, but they come out on top anyway. Both teams, again, will have a bye. This will be another full gun round. And I feel, looking at both teams' economy, if either team lose this, regardless of who wins or loses, both will be able to purchase in the next. So it looks like 2 gun rounds are going to decide whether we go to OT or a team wins this.
Oh. I really feel like it could have been that turning point with that showstopper, but coming in, I digress. We're going to see that 0-second mark hit. The barrier start to come up. ZMM and NA at that 11-11 mark. Equal playing field. So this is the time to really take it forward. 2 rounds in a row to be able to win this out. 1-on-1 to be able to take to OT. What will happen exactly? That's the question. Critical starts to go in with that aggressive push. Leviathan looking for some of those shock darts to get that damage in to maybe assist for the future types of time, but then again, yeah, not much going on. Just the entry in.
Decent shock dart, well aligned. Dropping foe to about half HP, just above at this. Bjor, dart cover around towards defender spawn as well, as Leviathan's looking to re-aggress. Finally has reloaded that Odin, but Bjor waiting around the corner. Not much they can do about it, and it will fall because of it. 1-for-1 trade, but Sci-Fi there with the assist. Another on top of Precision, and Calypso, while yes, they find a kill, they will have to back away, and Zero Marksman Black will find map point.
Yeah, something so exciting about this. Unfortunate for Calypso, as just kind of sitting here and in a dire position, everybody trying to push up and find as to where they might be residing. But this operator is going to be pretty easy for them to win these types of fights, depending on the position. It seems like everybody's looking for them down that spawn side.
Ooh.
Match point.
Another update for you. Core have won map number 2 against TSM Academy. That's going to a 3rd. If you want to take a look at that, twitch.tv/NerdStreetB, if you're a TSM Academy fan or a Core fan, they will head to a 3rd map in a few minutes. Go take a look over there. But first, watch the end of this one, because we are still in regulation, and we may still go to a 3rd map of play.
Are we really, though? I don't know what's going to go on.
Certainly possible.
Yeah.
I feel like both teams can win this round, though. The ultimates available, though, I feel favor Nearest Airport. With that Rolling Thunder available, they can use that either just to hold down the site or to retake it should they require.
No, but ZMM, they have the lead, right? They have the win condition. They have the confidence. Prowler comes out. This is it, Anderson. If Anderson can really secure that first-hand pick, this is where things are going to get rowdy now. Governor and Anderson really seeking these out. Lots of util being invested here for ZMM and the rotation coming through. So maybe this was a good thing. Maybe all that util being expended onto the site is something that they needed here for Nearest Airport, or maybe even ZMM to be able to distract or possibly get that repositioning in.
A surprising retreat, though. I feel like this is one where they'll back away for just a few seconds, reinvest with more utility, and then send it. That haunt seems to be the case. No, it's a seize around towards the sewer's entrance. It misses, though. And Anderson's going to reposition, even after being stunned, behind their dart cover. They will give away the fact that the information is incorrect. Another found, but the Rolling Thunder, in order to turn things back the other way, it'll land on the Sci-Fi. The Aftershock into the back corner of Long may just turn them out and into the open. Nearest Airport looking to send us to OT, but they're rotating. It's Zero Marksman Black to fall away, and understandably so, but be the call for them. Can they get a spike down and initiate that post-plant scenario?
Well, in that breach, Ucho was great. The reposition out, they knew that they could at least use their util to be able to take a lot of players, I mean, out of these corners, maybe stall for some time, take some damage in. Calypso knows that these players are here, but do they know Calypso's there as well with the operator? If they peek any of these angles, it might just be game over. ZMM, they know they have to be quiet, silent, patient. That's all they need. But there comes the first Calypso running around. There comes Boy. And that first shot, now it's 2v2, a 2v1. ZMM, they're ready to go to that 3rd map. But will it happen? Because the Odin's strong enough, but check your corners! Because it is going to be the win that could have been avoided. I mean, that was close. If he had just checked, that Odin would have run right by him.
And the question is, why not play from both sides? The anticipation was the fact Calypso was coming from that C side, rotated around towards defender spawn, but didn't get towards A before they rotated away. So rotated around towards the C side, had the C link control established, and could have established that pincer maneuver, the dual dimension on that retake just did not come through. And I cannot figure out why. They all tried to play from the exact same angle. It was able to be held from 2 different angles as the crossfire was established. And there wasn't much they could do to snuff it out. Bjor and Sci-Fi both fragging out this time around. 20 kills apiece as Bjor, I was talking about it, the controller player, also able to play duelist should they need to do so. But here's how the game went. A whole lot of early round engagements for Nearest Airport early on in the game and the middle part of the second half, but then they decided, oh, let's try and play passive, and it just probably cost them the map.
Yeah, actually, you know, I feel like the turning point of that was that I really like the way that they were playing, right? That breach util looked really good that last second coming out from, of course, Precision. But it was the problem that, once again, check your corners. That is such a predominant spot for hiding. I am really surprised that they didn't care about it.
So I think Gong was predominantly cleared early on by Calypso, but the problem was there was so much time from Calypso and Boy dying between them and the reswing. It was just again, a misclear. You can see right here, they tried to clear it with that operator, but with Boy playing so close, Precision dying, they were able to reposition in those few seconds. And Leviathan does find the first, assumes that Gong is clear because it was cleared earlier, but assumes incorrectly and dies because of it. That's the round gone. That's the map gone. We now head to Ascent.
Ascent's going to be pretty exciting to see. Oh, wow, 3rd map. We haven't seen Ascent at all.
We haven't.
I remember we were talking about, like, yeah, no, we don't want to see Ascent because it's a map that everybody sees way too much, plays way too much, but I actually think I'm going to like seeing it this time since we've been seeing Pearl.
Well, Ascent, the 3rd map. The Great Equalizer befalls us. A 3rd required in this duel of a series. 13-11 on Haven to send us there. We'll see which team can send themselves to the winner's decider of this Group A when we come back from the break.
And here we are on the stage once more, the last time tonight, and who would believe it? It's with none other than Tom from Nightblood Gaming, the comeback of a century. First and foremost, I gotta get, how are you? Obviously you're excited, but what are you feeling right now? A rematch against DNA Dip. It goes all the way to the distance, and you guys get it done. What are the emotions like?
I mean, I know everyone's adrenaline is just pumping through the roof. Like, we were exhausted after yesterday, and we came in today just, you know, shooting for the best, and it worked out in the end.
It worked out in the end. You got the best. What was the mood coming into this, right? You're coming down into a lower decider. You guys obviously had a difficult series against this team standing across from you today. You come back into it for the rematch. What are the thoughts with the guys? What are those conversations like when you're going into a rematch like this?
Well, we were all crashing off like caffeine and adrenaline from the last series. We lost, we were 2-1, and we went to OT 15-13. I was looking at my teammates that we were all like pretty dead, but
yeah,
my bad.
You're good.
We were pretty dead, and we came in. We lost Fracture 3-13. A little bit of an improvement because we lost them 1-13 last time. So, you know, I think we're even a little more down after that. But we knew Haven's our map, and we knew if we got to bind that we, you know, have a good shot at the series. So, yeah, I think we're all just feeling pretty good right now.
So. I guess, what were the thoughts coming into this one, right? Like you said, Fracture, a little difficult. Haven, you guys let that one get away from you. You come right into this series with the same pick ban, right? Your vetoes look exactly the same. Was it just kind of flip the script? Haven is like, we know what we did wrong. What was kind of the idea going into the vetoes for this?
Well, I think we knew we lost Fracture going in. I'm not going to lie. Like, we don't have any practice. We switched our comp last minute. I don't have any strats. You know, Haven, we actually have strats on. We're comfortable with the comp. Everyone's comfortable on their agents. And then we, like, bind. I'm very, very comfortable calling on bind. And, yeah.
Yeah, comfortable calling, comfortable playing. Now, you guys qualify for tomorrow, so congratulations for that. It looks like you guys' opponent is looking to be Cosmic Divide. I'm sure you're familiar. How are you feeling with that matchup? Do you guys have any? Are you going to take this time to go home and prep for that, or were you expecting to to see them on day 2?
I mean, we're definitely going to be VOD reviewing that whole series, you know, going through our mistakes, probably touching up on our Fracture, because we're probably going to end up playing it tomorrow. But yeah, we're not gonna take it lightly. We're gonna work hard. You know, come in with the right attitude, and you know, just get well rested.
I appreciate you keeping it PG for the moms and dads that might be out in the crowd watching from home. Right, I'm going to give you this time right here, Tom. You got all of it in the world. Where can the people find you? Do you have any shout-outs you want to give? I know you guys got some fans in the audience.
At Dom_Val on Twitch. Shout out to Plaza. He's our main roster. We had YOLO filling. He did an amazing job. And, you know, just happy to be here.
Just happy to be here. Well, Tom, I appreciate you. Thank you for the interview. And as for the Nerd Street Champs, today was just day one. Unfortunately, it does come to a close here at the end of the day. But the action continues tomorrow. And make sure, again, if you have that fear of missing out, guys, please hashtag Nerd Street Champs on Twitter to make sure you can get your time on the big screen and join us there.
Oh, one more shout out.
Oh, yeah, one more shout out. Let's get it. Go here right at the end.
Clapped, Nomad, and Aurora, the owners and the manager of Nightblood. They're doing an amazing job. You know, they got us out here. Just thank you.
Shout out everybody supporting Nightblood right now. I know you guys got some new fans in the crowd. Everybody giving it up for Nightblood. You hear them there. Again, guys, the action, it starts tomorrow, 12 Eastern. I'm from Pacific Standard Time. I almost said Pacific. 12 Eastern, 9 Pacific. You can expect it right here. The competition only gets tougher, and we'll see you guys then.
A third map is a requisite here in the Nerd Street Champs Finals.
Yes.
Day number 2 here between Nearest Airport and Zero Marksman Black. A surprising third map, I have to say. Not the map itself, but the fact we're heading there.
We are. We're heading to Ascent. My favorite map of all. I love Ascent. I love the different angles, too. Thank you so much. This feels like I'm in a movie. Oh, my gosh.
Quick switches. This is an action movie. We go from that camera to that camera to that camera. It's magic, yeah. See?
Okay.
Even production keep up with me. Well done, Ito.
Right? Awesome. That's what I'm saying. But basically, we're going, I hate seeing myself in your camera. Basically, we're going over to the map of Ascent. And honestly, things are getting really heated up. It's been very, very close games.
Mm-hmm. And I feel like the note is that neither of these teams are making massive mistakes. It's minor mistakes that are being capitalized off of. And I feel like it's also massive gunplay differences where you see different players step up at different times. Notably, Sci-Fi on multiple different occasions. Boy, even that. And Bjor, time and time again, even coming into the fray on the Omen, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, and you know, we talked a lot about Calypso carrying on that storyline. It's Calypso that performed really well regardless. I mean, like, look at that. It was an 18, I believe, like an 18-15, right? So
Wow.
look at all
Looks
those
like we're ready to go.
players.
Ito, our producer in our ears, just said, "Yo, check out these player cams," and not a single player is sitting down.
I think that's like, you know, crazy. Look at that.
They're making a TikTok, checking Twitter, figuring out their strats on their phone rather than computers.
Wait, actually, they're messaging me right now. They said, "Hey, Gompers, you want to sub?" You know, because I'm Immortal Reyna.
Oh yeah, because they need a Reyna going into Ascent.
They said I need a W keyer, and I'm like, yeah, I can do that for you. So they really want the win, I guess.
Understandably so. I'd like to win, but I don't play Reyna, so I think that's my main issue. Here's Nearest Airport, by the way, for all of you just joining us. Nearest Airport is stage left, a.k.a. your right, and Zero Marksman Black is stage right, a.k.a. your left. This is Zero Marksman Black. Boy is the one with the hair. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
that's Boy.
which one? I wonder.
No, so it's really difficult. The hair is relatively vague, but I believe
we
you
know
can
what you mean.
discern in your own way. Nah, there's no way that's
There's a moment of silence for a second.
Boy's hair.
God, I wish that were me.
Oh, jeez.
I wonder what he told his barber in order to get like a nice like thing like that.
What would you say? Serious conversation. What would you say if you wanted hair like that? Would you say fade around the sides, keep it long on the top, and just allow me to put as much gel as humanly possible? I mean, I have no cosmetology degree, but I feel like that would be a little bit difficult. My hair just goes like this.
Well, I think you have more of a chance to do that with your hair than I do, because your hair already kind of looks like it. I feel like. Well, that just. It's hair, I guess. I guess I could do it. I look like Dumbledore or something like that. I look like one of the Oompa Loompas from like when I do that. So I don't like showing my forehead. Sorry, guys.
Well, we've told you to use hashtag NerdStreetChamps on Twitter. I'm going to continue to tell you to use that, whether you want to join the conversation. Here we have some interesting posts, apparently, from the crowd of all, whether you're on LAN or online. Let's take a look at some of those, because they're funny, apparently. I've been told.
I'd assume they are. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, my gosh. That is so funny. I love that quote. You see that one on the screen right there? That one is hilarious. Yeah.
Almost grabbed it. We're being told that there's a bug with the production software. Give us a few seconds. Apologies for the technical issues.
Ito's probably like, gosh, Gomper's just shut
Gomper's just continuing with the bit, by the way.
Yeah, I am. Realistically.
I just saw Bjor.
Please.
Time to Gomp. Oh yeah, that was for me. Go retweet that. Twitter.com/TTLcasts. Yeah, go retweet that, because time to Gomp. Hashtag NerdStreetChamps. That's where we're casting. That's her face. Twice over. I took that picture from my iPad.
Wait, are you like moving it with me?
I took it with this iPad. This is from Nerd Street.
Oh, stage 2 of our. Oh, this is from Nerd Street.
Yeah.
So are you guys just tweeting?
Yeah. Well,
your own hashtag?
Nobody else is using the hashtag. Somebody else used the hashtag.
Wait here. What if I put a hashtag right now?
Nerd Street
what if I put a hashtag right now? Hashtag Nerd Street Champs, right? And I did that, and then I tweeted it.
No, you're supposed to put something with the tweet so it adds comedic value.
Can I please get tweeted? Hashtag Nerd Street Champs.
Please, we need content. Hashtag Nerd Street Champs. Thank you very much.
Okay, I put hashtag Nerd Street Champs, so can I get on there now that I did that? That's my question.
So now, the issue is you're supposed to add something to the content. Literally, all you said was hashtag Nerd Street Champs. Gompers, this is why we can't have nice things.
What if I say gomping and then hashtag that's a banger?
But you have to include the dictionary definition of gomping. I'd even like production to try and give us a dictionary definition
My
of
question
gomping.
is why do we say banger and not bang him? We should use it depending on The pronouns.
You know,
of the
this is the point of which I walk away from the broadcast again, but we're on the main desk, so I'm not allowed to do that like I did yesterday.
Wow, that was a banging. Do you understand what I mean? Because
I hardly know him.
I'm so silly. He's so quirky. He's so funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I wish I had my clown costume on because I feel like I get a lot of content out of that, and I feel a lot more comfortable in front of the crowd when I'm dressed in my family outfit. Yeah.
Your natural form.
My natural form. So I'm a little bit according to them church Darlene lady. So we
You gotta add that southern twang. It's Darlene.
Darlene. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to do something else, but.
I think we're finally getting into the game. Apologies for the delay. The players decided that they didn't want to play when we wanted to play, so we're finally popping into agent selection. KO seems to be the notable agent of choice. I see Bjor on an Astra.
Governor.
Is that locked in?
Yeah,
can we get confirmation?
That is locked in.
All right, hold on. I'm bringing up my stats again
That
because
is
I am a
locked
stat head.
in.
Phoenix's pick rate, 7.25% of the time you will see a Phoenix played. Astra isn't even in the top 4 compositions of play here, but 35.3% of pick rates include Astra. A Cypher is a selection. I feel like this is the least utilized Sentinel, yet the most played apparently for Zero Marks and Black. Foe picking up that Cypher. This is an odd one to say the very least.
You know what else is odd? Number one, a big thanks to Rav, Mr. the Ravishing Ravish for.
Yeah, you just got us Frappuccinos.
Give me that.
Yeah. Oh.
Why are you taking mine?
Us Frappuccinos. What is this mine? I don't, yeah, that's Rav. He just got us Fraps. Yeah. Say hi.
Hey.
He didn't know he was on camera.
Oh, he's awesome.
That's our host
/
/ MC.
Smile. Like, how can't you love that smile?
We
Come
love Rav.
on.
He got us Fraps for the day.
He's awesome.
Super cool dude. It's a chilled coffee drink. I have never had cold coffee.
Wait, you've never had this before?
No, I've not. This is a new one. You're gonna experience this with me.
I was so mean to you just because I wanted.
Hey, I don't blame you. If you want to experience this with me, if you want to come to the 2 bucks, this is how my first experience of a Starbucks Frappuccino will go.
Really?
You ready for the? Oh no, apparently it's not gonna be on camera, but I'm still gonna try it. We'll see how it goes.
Sounds
You'll
good.
get the ASMR as well.
ASMR. Energy.
It's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Chocolatey, as you'd expect.
It's good.
Not bad. Yeah.
It's good, right?
Worth it.
I used to drink these like every day, nonstop.
It's not sponsored.
I used to literally
Starbucks sponsor
down
us.
these. I would buy a pack of 6 and they'd be gone in probably 2 days. So 3. At breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I didn't eat anything. Like, this is all I ate. So, yeah. Have you ever had coffee beans raw?
I've not.
Disgusting.
No.
Don't do
I
that.
am not a heathen. Indoor pistol round, map number 3 of this series. Nice shot on towards the 0 point.
Yes.
Denied Sci-Fi with their 3rd agent of the day. Now onto the Jet. A fake smoke, well played. However, the fake costs them as Leviathan, the first one to fall in the round. It means Zero Marksman Black on the defensive side again on the start will find a pistol round opener. Oh.
Oh, okay, everybody. Can we get through market right now on the defense side? So they get taken out. 4 players left standing, only 1 really just kind of down that main courtyard. It's going to be the Sova, so a lot of that information will base you till. I feel like right now KO is going to have to be that main type of charge, unless Anderson can really secure this, but I wonder if they're even going to check that corner, because corner checking seems like to be a problem with these teams. And that second one for Anderson comes through. It seems like nearest airport, their chances are growing and growing and growing when it comes to winning at least his first round.
They have to clear Calypso. Coming out of market, precision inside of the boathouse. Will fall to 1 body shot, but Calypso dropping Bjor with the headshot required from the stairs position, no less. Will give nearest airport the pistol round victory, and their attacking side looking extremely strong here as they kick things off with the victory they've been looking for. The good little caster, has hidden my coffee. They showed yours on the stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just showed the backside of it.
Oopsie. My bad. Do you guys like coffee? I do too. You know what else I like more? Valorant. Let's get back into it. Okay. Starting it off. Seems like really trying to get some suppressions through. Didn't necessarily happen as this workup comes along. Nobody gets tagged out. So there isn't any information coming along. The only thing that they can say is maybe there's a couple down inside of tiles, but 2 waiting down that tree side for ZMM to be able to get that first pick.
Calypso swing around, finding a first. They clear the second though. Around, it's Bjor who will fall. A double there with the Vandal in hand, not risking the loss of that rifle as well. Smart and strong play as a set squad, allowing Anderson to keep that mid control and not allowing ZMM to retake this control early, especially with that possibility of picking up the Vandal. It doesn't happen. And now Nearest Airport want to go B, but they understand that there's at least 2 players there based off of sound cues. They will head for the hills, and by the hills I mean the A site.
Yeah, the hills being the A site, of course. That's okay though. We wait for what could happen. The A site completely clear, which actually, you know, is something that I feel to be pretty interesting.
30 seconds left.
It's the patience that we're seeing out of Calypso, though. Calypso's really aggressive. They know they can lurk and get these picks, so they're going to be able to take the 4, looking for the ace here. Will the team give it to them? Nearest Airport really not trying to take Sci-Fi out, maybe doing some damage here. They know that there they are. The flash, nope, not coming through. Calypso looking for the ace, and oh, they're not giving it to him. Laughing at his face.
So I feel with Nearest Airport's aggression and how they've wanted to play quickly, the Phoenix, while at face value doesn't seem normal, it could be useful later on in the round. Now, Calypso winning this fight probably guaranteed them the round, especially in a 5v3 when they had weapons, even dropped the Vandal across to guarantee that it would be kept over, and didn't take damage for the rest of it. Almost picked up. The ace was denied, so unfortunately feels bad. Man, however, Nearest Airport now have a full bonus round considering the fact that it was a flawless, almost ace, and will now have an opportunity to guarantee themselves at least momentum into the rest of the map.
Scanning ahead.
Lots of mid control. It seems like that Nearest Airport really like fighting for. This is, I believe, the 3rd time that I've actually seen them surrounding this mid courtyard type of area. Lucky spray throughs from Critical as they're able to take 2. That was a nasty collateral coming in with that. The first 2 coming down, of course, it being a bonus round, but something like that could really change the tide of the game. ZMM. All right, 2 players down. That's going to be the Astra and the Phoenix. So you got those smokes not able to be used, at least here.
Sci-Fi needs to get cleared. He just won't. Playing an off angle, back corner of Market. Not a conventional place to play. It's an off angle for a dang reason. Bjor as well, behind the corner box, will be able to find a kill of their own. Precision's going to wait for this recon bolt to tick away, but this is a round that they're supposed to lose. It's a full buy for Zero Marksman Black. Nearest Airport only walking into this one with a single rifle. Certainly not an advantageous round, but one where they're looking to do economic damage, and the plain and simple reason is they don't, so they'll have to move on.
Ooh, the shock. The shock of seeing that flash. Critical takes the 3K, and we're going to see a flawless. So Nearest Airport still taking 2-1, having the lead though. So I mean, at this point, if they're able to win this round, it would be looking pretty good. They got full shields. They got the Phantoms and the Vandals coming down full force. So now is the time to kind of realize, okay, we need to do something different. This mid control isn't working. They tend to, you know, I can't even say the word, adapt to types of things like these. So it seems like they are going to go for maybe somewhat of a mid again in terms of looking and checking.
Aggression once more here for Nearest Airport. This is a full gun round between the 2 squads. Zero Marksman Black, a flawless victory in and of their own right. So both of these teams with a decent economy heading into these next 2 rounds. It should be a purchase both ways, but Nearest Airport need to be able to pick up this victory. Well, that's a good way to start it. Sci-Fi dropped early, looking for another, unable to pick it up, and the fragment just to make sure they're able to back away safely. Run it back, popped early in this round, in towards mid, can ground around towards B. Will be able to pick up that ground, but maybe not a kill. They're just walking straight through the smoke, and they will fall. Information's all they will pick off the back of it.
Yeah, Boy gets a flash out, but isn't going to actually peek off that. I feel like that was a little bit of a flash wasted. Could have saved that through the later rounds. Maybe was just trying to stall off that push, but Nearest Airport ready for the entry in. Critical prepared to stop it, but not going to be able to as Leviathan comes around the back. And we're seeing that site completely cleared out by a play like that one. A good one, because they got a lot of ground there.
Governor waiting towards the market stairs. Doesn't look like Zero Marksman Black are going to try and retake this, and with that kill, they certainly will not even attempt to do so. Calypso's even waiting around the backside of tree on the catwalk. Foe does actually clear it and gets the kill. Decent kill back the other way. Governor would have liked that flash that you were talking about, by the way, considering, well, they cannot use it to get in either position outside of mid. And now if you're nearest airport, you do have the round victory. Do you go hunting with your economy? I don't think so.
Yeah, Foe. Yeah, 2 players of ZMM. And they're pretty much scattered, right? On the opposite sides of the site. They're just looking for individual picks at this point, seeing as to whether or not they're going to, you know, maybe take something home, exit frags, whatever. Seems like they're exiting from the other side and nobody coming towards that mid. So no picks there for ZMM. They're going to have to struggle with nothing. And that's going to be unfortunate because nearest airport, they take that 1-3, a pretty predominant lead.
And again, it's a gun round. I was talking about the ability of Zero Marksman Black to purchase up. They did save over 2 rifles, which really helps their case to do so. Keep it out on critical, by the way. Yeah. They have that Odin out, so a possible recon bolt around towards that B side, of which we've seen them play a few times, with an Odin off the back of it, utilizing the fact that the walls are about as thin as cardboard. Unfortunately, where their cursor's currently established, I don't think that's going to land. It will not, and they should be perfectly fine on the attacking side. They will indeed. I say that, but they actually almost hit the second attempt.
Preparation for the site taking. It seems like nearest airport are really just trying to make some noise here on the other side of the B site to try to lure out a certain, in particular, rotation. We see majority of the players surrounding this A side and the spike down near B. So it really is up to decision making. What is going on? What util can we hear, see, or whatever the case may be.
Unconventional setup here for the defensive side. 1B, 1 towards defender spawn of B, and you can see backside of pizzas being held down as well. While A has a little bit more of a conventional setup. You can see the Cypher with the camera up. They have the camera established and the backside of triple held down. But the Cosmic Divide will allow a free entry in towards B, with defender spawn shut out as well. Governor's flash, but can still find the kill across onto Sci-Fi. And with the information gained as to the whereabouts of that Sova, they should be able to push forward. Boy, with an attempted refrag, does find one, but will still be removed from contention. Shock Dart actually almost kills Precision. It's Bjor to do so.
Yeah, up on this A site seems...
They're on A? Did I miss a memo?
Yeah, it seems like someone missed the memo too. Leviathan is... Spike. Of course, I believe that's Leviathan by themselves. Yeah, trying to catch these players on the rotation. And actually a good strat, right? Like, you create some of that distraction, you go over towards the opposite site, Calypso, you better stay inside of that tour de force. You can at least take these picks in. Yeah, nobody paying attention. Foe is unfortunately going to drop down and get their life taken away.
They played juggling the rifles, and it works out perfectly. They put it around towards Calypso, who's able to pick that up. The reason Calypso didn't have a rifle, by the way, is because they had the Tour de Force in their back pocket. You can't save that over between rounds, no matter how many shots are left over. Unfortunate, but a situation that nearest airport are now endearing. They lose the only round that you're really supposed to lose here on the attacking side of Ascent, that being the bonus round. And Zero Marksman Black thus far do not have all that much of an answer. Their defensive side falling flat thus far. They haven't used an ultimate just yet. They do have that Cosmic Divide built up, of which was just used by nearest airport, but the null command is still available for them. And Leviathan, how are you alive that long, and how do you not react? Both questions that apparently don't need to be answered. Anderson flashed in. Perfect flash, by the way. Well done, Precision.
Yeah, it seems like nearest airport honestly thrive on this map. They've been getting really nice and nasty early picks. It's already 1 minute, 16 seconds left, and we already have 2 players down. So, of course, Leviathan unfortunately gets downed as well, so they don't have that entry until maybe the KO flash. That could work out. Precision getting the spray through. And it seems like nothing going down just yet for nearest airport. The peeking, perfect. The aim, perfect. The precision, amazing. Critical work in the ring on the back, but we already know what's going on. Calypso does, in fact, know where these players are hiding, and they're kind of used to the gameplay now.
I have to give it to Zero Marksman Black. It was a valiant effort on the refrag with that flash around towards main. The issue is, if you flash into multiple players, you're almost certainly giving up that kill. So Boy flashes themselves in, they take the fight, they find 1 kill, but the immediate refrag is there because so many players are there, you have almost certainty in spray downs of that angle. That's why Boy falls. While yes, it was a good try, you don't find as much as you probably could have should you have played a little bit further back. Notably, Zero Marksman Black have all 5 ultimates available. Nearest Airport don't have a dang one.
Yeah.
We'll see how this plays out for them, considering they want to play quickly. So down goes the Hunter's Fury. It actually does drop Governor. The third attempt, it does miss. So 150 damage done with a fairly decent ultimate does come through. They actually used 3 ults in about 4 seconds with a null commanded Blade Storm popped as well.
Dude, that thing has got to hurt. You got a Hunter's Fury, you're trying your best to try to maneuver your way around it, and then it just shoots you down. You can't help your team anymore, you gotta be a bystander and stuff like that. You know, that's pretty heavy on the heart, but ZMM, I mean, a great pick. It's gonna be the Phoenix down with tons of util to use under the circumstance that they do want to actually get into the site, the B site, completely clear. Lots of players residing around that market space. Although Nearest Airport, I mean, they don't want to find out.
What's the call for Nearest Airport here? You have a very split attacking side. You're slowing things down. There's 45 seconds left. Gompers, I want 200 IQ Immortal Reign ideas here.
All right, for me personally, I would honestly rotate here. I don't think it's worth it. The B site, there was lots of noise being created. You don't want to test your opposing side's, I would say, reliability, right? So I feel like here, the best case scenario is to rotate over towards the other side. Even though, you know, the Cypher may be there, I feel like, you know, a full force of people with tons of util is a lot better than one. So coming in, you're going to find lots of players try to expend themselves over towards that garage side. Anderson lucky enough to be able to get the 3K, but it completely gets shut down. Now with 8 seconds left, will it be enough for Leviathan to be able to have this Odin down? But they're going to be hiding. And once again, this is the situation that I didn't want to see.
Foe runs away, understands the fact that there's just not enough time. I don't think Leviathan's going to save over this Odin either. Foe's going to take this fight. They will swing the corner, but Foe will still win it. Zero Marksman Black not only win the round, keep a rifle alive, but they also make sure that Nearest Airport don't save a dang thing into this 8th round of play, taking away Nearest Airport's established economy and really starting to tear that down bit by bit. Now, it's not all gone, obviously. Yeah. They still have 4,000 credits, 3,000 credits per person, but it's still something to note. Where Zero Marksman Black not only still have 2 ultimates, but an economy of their own.
All right. Yeah, Nearest Airport. I feel like right there is a little unfortunate. The rotation would have worked out perfectly. I feel like a lot of people give too much respect to Cypher util sometimes. You shoot it down, you get enough, I guess, information. Maybe they should have been playing a little bit more around that KO util to figure out what site they wanted to push. I feel like I didn't see a lot of that information coming out. Maybe it was because the Sova was down, or maybe the Phoenix, but entry is not too hard with that many people. There it is, Leviathan looking for some shock darts. Okay, nobody there though, and utilizing that drone to be able to see who's on that B site, but a lot of chaos coming around that mid.
Zero Marksman Black, a little bit more aggression towards the A side. Again, you see a lurk from Sci-Fi. This in through mid. The same Cosmic Divide we've seen of prior, around towards B to really segment off that defensive side. And Sci-Fi's been red in towards the bottom side of mid. Foe on the site is left alone, flashed off the angle and immediately falls. But the re-aggression in through the Cosmic Divide will find 2 back the other way. Leviathan there with the Odin for the trade. And Anderson waiting in mid, aware of Sci-Fi's positioning. Just too much sound given over, and now the option for Nearest Airport is where do you play from? The answer seemingly in unconventional positions, given the fact that the spray is coming through, so they're going to slow themselves down just a little bit and play for very exact post plan.
3v2 as well. We got the KO on the Sova, lots of suppression that could come through depending on how much util they have, and I mean a recon dart that could honestly assist in that information. Calypso peeking at the perfect timing. Boy doesn't have the reaction time to be able to really, I mean, catch that one out, which is unfortunate, but down in garage will Critical be able to find this one, the Odin there, and that's going to be a lot of firepower to beat through, but check the corners! Time and time again, it's just the corners that catch them out.
It's doubling up. That's the best part of it Nearest Airport. They are employing the buddy system. While yes, they leave Calypso alone on the site, they put not only Anderson in terms of that attacking Astra, but they couple that with their Sova inside of B main, of which you barely expect one player to be sometimes, much less 2. You take out the first, you never expect the second. That's that duodenum that you need, and one that I feel has been missing a whole lot for Nearest Airport. I feel the main reason they lost back on Haven was they did not employ that buddy system. They tried to play for picks, they played solo, and it almost certainly cost them a lot of those rounds and gunfights. They can now work off of that with this tactical timeout. One that they are calling, as a matter of fact, on the nearest airport side, even though they just won that and have won 6 of 8 rounds.
They got to think about what they're going to want to do next and to satisfy their needs and their hunger of wanting to get these points through. Yeah, but the Odin, I like the Odin pick on a map like this one, but it feels like it's not being used too heavily down on that B side. Or maybe we'll see something come out, a new strategy, which it seems like it might. I think the lack of the chamber is maybe changing things up, because playing as the Jet, you'd expect maybe a little bit more aggression over on that defensive side, and it kind of feels like I'm not seeing that due to fear. In terms of the chamber and the Jet, obviously the chamber a little bit better with that TP.
Update from the B stream. Ghost Gaming has won map number 3 up against Teal Team, even after losing that first, but Governor isn't losing a dang thing. Pops to run it back and does push forward. Finds one. Bjor was playing inside of their own smoke past the door, which has been closed. However, the door to the site, not so much. In comes this aggression once more from Governor, but it is all a fake. It is all a fallacy. They are incorrect in assuming that Governor is indeed the play. However, they're rotating perfectly so. Calypso now initiating finally so on towards this B side, and all of the defensive side has regressed. Unfortunately, it is all for naught. Only 1 kill found, that being across onto the aforementioned Sova. But nearest airport still able to find 7 off the back of a well-timed fake and clean re-aggression.
Dude, and it's just a matter of seconds until like they literally take points and points. It's a couple seconds in, Governor having to run it back, and the run it back actually really strong. I feel like not a lot of people give enough credit to Phoenix with that run it back. You literally get a second chance. It's like having a resurrection when you think about it. So it's very convenient. You're able to get that entry in without fearing for your life and having to be very cautious about everything. You get free information as well while you're at it. So everything working out good for nearest airport. That 7-2 looking real solid. If they continue this, I mean, they could take that 10-2 lead.
Counter aggression again. They will throw the wall up and just play forward. The gravity will slow them down for a few seconds, but nothing that is permanent. In precision, free and clear onto the site. This is a full gun round, I will remind you, of which Zero Marksman Black need to play a 5 versus 5 retake. An immediate trade as the Jet will fall. Governor's aggression red on the defensive side as they're well aware of the Phoenix that wants to jump up, but will they play together? That's the real question. The answer seems to be yes, but they drop away just for the time being.
Oh yeah, Cosmic Divide coming up.
Precision, dropping it forward, but will have to play behind the aforementioned Cosmic Divide. Calypso wants to play in front of it, but wants to play aggressive. The issue is they cannot without the information. They will play forward, they will play around the backside of it, and without the information, they can still find the kill. The timing going in their favor, and Foe from the 4 versus 3 to now the 1 versus 3 is dropped by Calypso's operator. 8 rounds now for nearest airport. Zero Marksman Black with seemingly no answer whatsoever. The Cosmic Divide even there for the retake, yet it works not at all.
Right. Okay. Well, Calypso with the operator. I think we've heard about this many times, so nothing too new, right? Just dominating time and time again. That 13-3, by the way, for 2 players, so they've only died 3 times. Oh, what a surprise it is, it seems like. Not necessarily, but okay, 8-2. Right, we're looking at this lead coming in, but there's 2 more rounds left of the game. If they can get some damage down, it will look huge, but already so much coming around. Governor and Leviathan finding this opening, finding these entry frags. And it's just harder and harder every time. The confidence booming, the momentum coming in, it's just too fast.
I feel like if I got $1 every time that nearest airport found multiple openers into a round, I would be able to retire before the end of next week. And it's clean from them every single time we see it. Null command popped here for nearest airport just to guarantee themselves the fact that they will have this site control. It's available for Zero Marksman Black, but not until the null command dissipates. There just will not be enough time for it to be useful. Now, granted, this is a relative save here for nearest air for Zero Marksman Black, so the fact that they're losing a lot of these fights isn't the worst thing in the world. But Sci-Fi doing a decent bit of economic damage in the final few rounds of the half is a decent way to come back. I just do not think it's going to be enough. They will pop onto the spike and pick up a rifle, but it's all for naught. Governor with a 4K, nearest airport with 9 in the half already.
Last round. Wow. That's kind of insane. We got that 9-2. 1 more, by the way. So honestly, my only hope for them ZMM to be able to even take it is if they win this round. If they don't, I'm going to be honest with you, everything, just throw that off the table. I don't think they're going to win.
You don't think they're going to win if this goes...
this round, yeah.
Okay.
10-2. I think that's pretty valid. I think that's pretty
A valid Gompers note.
Valid Gompers.
Nearest Airport have played fairly well on their defensive side as well. That's the scary part about it. Governor, none the wiser of the fact that they will play aggressive. Decent refrag there for precision, but it's still a 3 versus 3. You blink and you miss it. Anderson with the re-aggression will drop Boy, hold the phone. Zero Marksman Black had such an advantage, is immediately turned back the other way with just 2 kills found, and there's nothing that Zero Marksman Black can do about it. The neural theft is nowhere near a dead body. Nearest Airport have the tour de force available, and unless they find such a great timing with critical as all 3 players look to aggress, there's not much they can do about it.
But it's still possible to win this. I'm going to be honest with you, this is not something that I think is a game over, right? ZMM, they've clutched time and time again. Is this going to be the time where they do it? Really careful critical, because you're about to be in really deep waters. You lose your life, it's game over.
He's playing the clipping. I like this call. Critical's playing passive. Down to 75 HP. Yellow Drone finding the information, but right behind there comes that chamber. A fallacy, however, in terms of that information. They will all jump on top of him. Tactical crouching alongside, making sure his body's done twitching. As Nearest Airport will get the spike plant. The neural theft available, but you need to find a dead body in order for that to be useful. And that has to die in the previous 14 seconds or less in order for it to be a viability. Foe in a 1v3 on this retake.
Just run in, you're not. Oh, okay. Nice on Calypso, 11 health, and that's going to be unfortunate for them. But of course, 2 more players left alive. There comes the headshot, but the swing comes down, and it's Anderson taking it 10-2.
Wild to see as well. An update as we've reached the half from our other streams. If you've missed them, twitch.tv/NerdStreet, NerdStreet2, NerdStreet A, and NerdStreet B, if you'd like to take a look at any of our other matches. On the NerdStreet A channel, Pittsburgh Knights have 2-1 Virtuoso. It was a 13-3 to close out that series. And I believe NerdStreet B also has an update, but my iPad disagrees with me. I'm trying to click on that Discord channel. Give me 2 seconds on that one.
iPad diff, you know.
Yeah, it's the iPad diff. They are still going as it stands. However, Teal Seam has beaten Ghost. Or no, Ghost has beaten Teal Seam in that 3rd map of play. So Ghost will now take on Cosmic Divide. That'll be on the B stream. And if you are just joining us from the B stream, hi, stick around. Ghost will play Teal Seam in just a few minutes.
Yeah. Wow, incredible. I mean, things are coming along. Storylines are starting to be put together. Will Nearest Airport make their own? ZMM, I mean, really, really far down. And this is a little unbelievable, to be honest with you, seeing how far this game is going, regardless of the other ones, right? So from 13-11 constantly to 10-2, which is a little bit unbelievable. Governor getting ready to end the spray downs. Anderson gets taken down by Jor, and maybe this is what they needed, is momentum.
Finally
really
a kill back.
Yeah.
That's the issue. They don't have that convincing frag found. Governor, the re-aggression in with a frenzy. A flashbang to be the catalyst to their aggression as well. Leaves Sci-Fi in a 1v2. They're aware of Precision's position inside of that tree, which will come even further forward. The spike is not particularly planted for them. That's one of the main challenges. With the re-aggression as well from the chamber inside of Heaven, they have to make sure they back away with ample time in order to take these fights. The spike now fully in their vision, as is Calypso, who will fall early. The dash now built up. They will pop on the spike to open things up. He looks to peek onto him, and it's Sci-Fi with a triple. Precision will fall. Zero Marksman Black find an all-important pistol round victory to set themselves up for success.
Yeah, great job for Sci-Fi. That's what they needed. At least now, you know, the pressure isn't on. So, Spectres, Vandals. I feel like investing in Vandals would actually be the best thing here right now, because, you know, it's way too close, cutting the edge. You need something that's going to be able to secure, make sure things are coming along great. Will, though, the question be, will NA force here? Not too sure.
The question is, will Nearest Airport be the second one to the airport of these two teams? I feel like that's certainly a possibility. Here comes the aggression. Boy, flash around there, looking to peek off the back of it. Does just that, but a strong fake. Unfortunately, not going to be a reasoning for their victory. Though, with the Vandal in hand, even better here for the attacking side. Just making sure that stays alive around towards the back side of main. They should be perfectly fine, and now that Zero Marksman Black is just sending it onto the A site, of which they are 100% sure is clean and clear. this is almost a guaranteed round for Zero Marksman Black.
Spike planted.
Spike being planted. Calypso, come on, give him a break, man. It's a 2v4. Let them breathe just a little bit. Leviathan gets taken down. Calypso's looking to maybe get some revenge off of that. He's saying, hey, don't knock my homie down. He's got a life to live, but it seems like neither does Calypso. So, all right, 10-4, CMM slowly but surely bringing it back up. They could bring in at least 5 more rounds in if they get this one down, but it's a bonus. The bonuses are the most dangerous. They did invest in these Vandals and these Phantoms, so there is a little bit more of that chance, but I'm honestly scared for them here.
It's certainly not a promising position for them to be in. I feel the one challenge for Zero Marksman Black is that they cannot give this round away for free. If they do a whole lot of damage and still lose, I feel like that's a reasonable assumption for them to come back because of the economy they've built up, but because they only have Sci-Fi on that Phantom, after purchasing it up no less, that's one thing you have to worry about a little later on. Early flashbang, by the way, into a Sonar, of which Leviathan will play off the back of. That's what Nearest Airport have been looking for, is early round engagements that go in their favor, and Governor's going to get aggressive. I love this with the curveball.
I would be worried if I were any of these players. Seems like, yeah, Governor's like doing a little shuffle, getting sturdy. Seeing us too, yeah, they're flashing themselves a little bit unfortunate, but there comes the pop flash once more. The smoke coming down, and perfect timing, the 2, and now there's more needed. Gonna try to at least close these players off so they can't rush him back, but he's gonna get taken down regardless. A little bit unfortunate, but honestly, those 2 frags in general honestly might have just won Nearest Airport that round.
4 versus 2, certainly comebackable. I believe that's a word.
It
if
is a
not,
word.
I came up with it, but Leviathan, their spray, I don't think that's well bagable. That's one issue you're going to run into. Critical, however, suppressed in a 1 versus 4. Their information there as well. They'll be sprayed straight to the wall. Leviathan playing once more off the back of their information.
Yeah.
Leviathan finds 2 kills in that round, of which both were straight through a wall off the back of a Recon Bolt or Firebolt. Sova playing off their information. Name a more iconic duo.
The more iconic duo, I'm thinking, Tens and Kaide.
They are getting married. If you didn't see the bit about marriage advice for Tens and Kaide.
Been engaged for 8 months.
Are they really?
Yeah, I think they've been dating as long as me and my boyfriend, so I think that's a sign if you're watching this.
Hey,
no, it's okay. Best of luck to them, but Nearest Airport. Back to the duos that we were talking about here. Nearest Airport and ZMM. Looking good. The 11-4 match point coming in real close. It's only 1 more round left. It's not looking easy.
Camera shot. The attacking side certainly not on the front foot. Nearest Airport able to play off their back foot. That's the most important part. That 0 point should land onto 3. It does just that. The fragment lands as well, forcing Sci-Fi away from the rest of their squad. And they popped run it back before Sci-Fi found that kill. So it's still a 5 versus 4, even though we saw the Phoenix die in the kill feed. It was only a temporary fallacy. Nearest Airport with 11 on the board and threatening to push themselves in a match and series point.
They lost the 1. I mean, luckily enough, not downplaying Jet, but being a Jet, you know, you chill. He's not as good as the rest, but Calypso, goodness gracious me, don't peek him. I'm gonna get shot down real quick. Okay, shock darts coming in. Damage, where is it? Not gonna come through. Critical looking for more, not gonna hit the shots, and that's dangerous. Because here it is, it's 1 more. ZMM really looking for the pick. Spo gets taken down. That match point comes in. And Nearest Airport. Wow, okay, match point. They're going crazy.
Zero Marksman Black now facing match and series point 8 times over.
Yes.
8 straight rounds required here for the Zero Marksman Black side. And to kick it off, they will have a whopping Guardian Spectre, Sheriff Stinger, and another Guardian. This is looking so good for Zero Marksman Black.
This is buff. This is the Guardian Spectre Sheriff buff. If you've never heard of that, it's true. Look at these guys are going to start killing people left and right, taking them down. So wait a second. All right, this is it. Right, the flash comes through. There comes the Guardian. Nobody's going to peek because you know they're doing the strat, the meta.
Just hold for the time being. Leviathan walking straight through that Cyphercade. Lucky to be alive, both of them are. The shock dart may kill him, it does indeed. An immediate trade though. Foe will fall, but they get the kill directly before that does indeed occur. Precision around the backside of this smoke is forced away with a fragment that ironically has nearly the exact same diameter as that smoke itself. Precision on the backside of it. They want to push through this. They're going to use an Aldro to do so. He's going to just wait and he'll have to back away.
Yeah, that smoke's going to dissipate real soon. Lucky for Precision. The shots come down. A really nice jiggle peek to be able to secure that one. But time is ticking. Time is of the Evans. That 46 seconds left if they're going to be able to even fight for the site. Calypso taking the one. So boy, no longer able to try for those suppressions, but a 2v1. And that Bladestorm playing a really big role into this round. Precision feeling that pressure. If they're able to get one more pick, that Null Command can come out and he can completely wipe the board of that Bladestorm.
1 versus 2. They will be able to have that Null Command, but again, they have to find that kill as you mentioned. Nearest airport, just have Precision. I suppose it all rests on his shoulders, but they still have 7 more chances, assuming they lose this. They'll look to play a little bit more passive. There's 0 points available, so keep that in mind as well. That will take away the Bladestorm just the same as the Null Command would do so. But I don't think Precision's going to go for this. They're continually just waiting back and forth, slowing things down. You can even see in the PIP that they're slowing, and they're just having a fun conversation. Precision's just going to wait. They don't want to over-aggress here.
It's a little surprising. They have a lot of economy here.
How rude.
Maybe they're just, they know the eco is bad for both of these players. So I think the whole plan here was to just make it even worse and make it 100% like, yeah, we're going to win the next round. You guys can't even afford weapons, so.
They couldn't afford weapons that round.
Yeah.
Hey, they won it. See how it goes for them.
Hey, I said it. It's the buff. It's the Guardian Sheriff Spectre buff.
Guardian Sheriff Spectre Stinger.
Stinger. It's literally like just inscripted.
Hey, well, they can buy. The issue is Critical and Boy do not have shields, and Bjor only has half shields. 12 kills, by the way, for Bjor, the top fragger here on Zero Marksman Black through 17 rounds of play. Yeah. Anderson, a new top fragger here in our series, 18 kills on the nearest airport side after their 17 rounds of play, and 12-round victories. Leviathan trying a similar recon bolt off the backside of a pop flash. This time not going to be the case. Calypso, their aggression. They will hit the first shot and will immediately back away right off the backside of that Null Command. That's exactly what they needed to open things up, but Bjor, with a kill back towards mid, will allow nearest airport to merely be forced back, but Bjor dies. Why?
Oh, no. Yeah, this is a dangerous game that Team M are playing. Left on the side. They have Hunter Fury to use. Okay, so an ultimate there. They're going to try to expend that, make sure anybody down within Market's going to get tagged out. That 31 health, hit it. That's the one you need, Critical. Lower those numbers as much as you can possible. There's a little bit more, though. Governor really try to close it out. And I mean, that's exactly what happens. This is done. This is completely it.
Done and dusted. Nearest airport, 13-5 here on Ascent. You can hear the spike finally diffused, and nearest airport close out this series. They had so many opportunities back on Haven, but just could not keep count of them, and finally finish things off here on Ascent. The great equalizer really showed that nearest airport was the better team this time around. Zero Marksman Black, again a valiant effort they offered up, but one that was unsuccessful in the end. They couldn't surmount the nearest airport attack, or in this case, defense just the same.
Yeah, overall, honestly, Governor, I loved Governor on the Phoenix. I think Governor was amazing with those run it backs. And I want to see more of Phoenix, to be honest with you, coming up because, of course, of the buffs that Phoenix got recently. Maybe needing a little bit more, of course. But, hey, I mean, I got to be honest here. But I do like the Phoenix. I think the Phoenix is great with Calypso. I think it was awesome for those entries when the run it back came through, just because, right, thinking about the old Torbs and how many points you need for something like that, you get second chances a lot with Phoenix. So I think it's kind of like that insurance, making sure, like, yeah, I'm just going to run it down, guys. Don't worry about it. But I'll run it down for free, me personally. You guys don't need it.
Well, a victory, and I have to say a little bit of a surprising one as to how convincing it was later on in this series. Yeah. While, yes, they lose Haven, they make sure they keep track of their advantages and close out Ascent when they needed to. Now, we told you all to use #NerdStreetChamps, and you have listened ever so graciously. So after this replay melt, of which you can see Governor close things out with the L in the air, we'll see what they have to say to close that.
All right, here we go. What's the tweets looking like, guys? What's the spice? I need something good to make me giggle. If you make me laugh, I won't do anything. I'm lying.
It's broken again. We're told it's broken again.
Yes.
Give us a second. Apologies for that one. But a victory there. And
Yes.
the question remains, what can they change heading into their next series? So they will go to the lower bracket. They will face up against Native Black, who just lost to Oxygen Academy.
Wow.
What do you do if you are Zero Marksman Black to make sure you can at least get to that lower decider?
If you're Zero Marksman, they're going to the lower bracket. So, to be honest with you, I think it was mostly just the situation they were in. I think Nearest Airport's just a really strong team overall, especially on the map of Ascent. I think avoid Ascent at all times if you're playing against against Nearest Airport one more time, unless you kind of, you know, talk with your coach and fix what's wrong. Because I feel like that's what a lot of teams do after games like these. Hey, they were too aggressive. You guys should have done this and this and this, and then teams start to improve a little bit more. But overall, I really have. I think ZMM's really strong. I think it was just the unfortunate pick of the last map being not in their favor.
And Pearl and Haven were really close as well. Pearl especially, one that really could have gone in Zero Marksman Black's favor, but in the end it just didn't. And they went into Haven with that back foot already ahead of them. I suppose their back foot, that's not how feet work, but you get the general idea. And the question for Zero Marksman Black is, can you make up for that into that following series? Now, on the other side of that coin, Oxygen Academy takes on Nearest Airport and the winner's decider of this series. And I want to ask, as a cursory glance, what do you make of that?
What do I make of that? I have no thoughts, to be honest with you.
No thoughts about Oxygen Academy?
Not really. I think they're strong, like anybody else. These teams are mainstream, okay? Like we all know these teams. We all think they're strong. I think it's just a general point of overall. I never know who's gonna win. I just make my pick-ems because I like meddling into people's business. But I personally think every team is strong here and they have their own type of quirk. Although those quirks will not fit well with other teams. So I will only ever know when I see it myself. What are you doing?
I'm just doing the bit. I'm sorry. I gomp, you gomp, we gomp. That's Yeti, our observer. Thank you very much, Yeti.
Am I allowed to curse?
I'm not.
Let's freaking gomp! Oh my gosh. Pity tweet. Hashtag Nerd Street Champs. Colt, thank you so much. You are amazing. Nerd Street Champ, let's go. Core. Core Creator.
Yeah, it's from Core Creator. Well, I suppose, unfortunate for Core, they lost, as a matter of fact.
Thank you so much.
They dropped. Gompers is the most adorable person ever. I feel like they have a really good opinion.
Yeah, I am adorable. I would have been a Philly, but a tree fell on my car. Put this on the broadcast hours. I do remember that tweet. I remember that tweet about how the tree fell on the car. But I'm so sorry about your car. It's a past of the verb.
Gomped? I feel like the first one, G-O-M-P-T,
no, listen,
gomped.
The past of the verb of my name is actually, believe it or not, gomped. Gomped. I think it's gomped.
Which one? Gomped the first one or gomped the second one?
Gomped, because gompin is gomping, you know?
I suppose. Going to use this as a platform to announce that I am single and looking to mingle at 902
mingle.
Creed. I don't know if you or what you identify as, considering anime profile picture, and this is Valorant. So you're going to have to elaborate and come back into the next series with another tweet. So 3 raccoons and a I'll hit him up, I suppose.
Okay, yeah, you should do
So, final question as we head into our following series, because we actually know who's playing on stream. Oh, hold up. My life is made at Pinecone said I was cool. Yeah, Pinecone is cool.
Pine, can you say I'm cool?
Okay, before we send it to our interview, can we send it to our multi-stream graphic just to make sure that we illustrate who's playing when? We actually just saw Zero Marksman Black play up against Nearest Airport. That was the wrong graphic. We're going to fix that in just a second because a new one was just put in our Discord.
You always know. Like, you're always so aware of these things.
I have it sitting in front of me, so I'll tell you. TSM Academy taking on Soar on the mainstream. That's with me and Marks in just a few seconds. Cosmic Divide take on Ghost Gaming on the B stream. That's with Tanner and Dryad at twitch.tv/nerdstreet2. Sonics take on Knights Academy, who were able to pick up that victory. These are all winners deciders matches. And finally, Oxygen Academy take on Nearest Airport, as you just saw the victors on our final stream of Nerd Street B. But an interview's ready here with the victors of Nearest Airport. They move on to the winners decider and into an interview with the most ravishing man on the internet, Ravish. Take it away.
Hey, yo, what's good, homies? I'm here with my man from NA. We got that sweet ass stuff. Go ahead, introduce yourself and your ad, G.
Thank you, guys. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good, man. How you doing? Yo, I'm gonna say, yo, firstly, go ahead, plug yourself. Let all your fans know where they can find you and your ad, brother.
I mean, you guys already know Calypso or Abdo up to you guys, or the bald guy in the community. But now there's two, so I don't know.
That's crazy. Yo, real quick, yo, my man, I got to know. Who you think got a shine in your head between me and you, man? I don't know, bro.
Nah, I'm going to have to take that one, honestly.
Yeah, you right.
Especially because I just sweated to win that BO3, you know what I'm saying?
Y'all was doing your thing out there, bro. Yo, because I got to imagine, bro, that BO3, that was rough, bro. Y'all got ran ragged right now. I got to know, how you keeping yourself fresh and clean doing all that?
I mean, honestly, at the beginning, it wasn't really hard. I was just kind of farming them. Then the second map, we kind of let it go ourselves. We did some mistakes, but, we kept our head in the game, and that's what's important,
Yeah.
Third map, just closed it out like how we were supposed to,
That's right.
That's just made it easy on ourselves.
That's right. That's what we like to hear. No. I know you, man, and your coach Rossi and Apex, too. Like, I know they're coming to help you out. Yo, if Apex was not here, what would you say about him?
I can't even imagine. He actually helps us out a lot, way more than people think. Nah. Big respects, honestly.
Damn, that's crazy. You're not gonna say nothing about him, huh?
Nah, I can't.
That's okay. He knows because he's watching if the cameras was off.
I mean, yeah. No, but honestly, he's super, super cool, dude. That's the first time I meet him, but we've been talking for the past 2 months. He's been helping out a lot with everything, so he's a cool dude, obviously.
All right, that's what's up. But to go ahead and talk you up a little bit, though, G. Now, I know why should people be paying attention to Calypso, G, because I know you nice with it, but let people know how much you're nice with it.
I mean, listen, let me just say something.
What's up?
In life, you just go through hard phases.
Uh-huh.
And then at the end, as long as you come up with a winner,
you
just got to win your thing.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. Just focus up, keep your mental straight,
and
don't get mad, bro. It's not worth it.
Look at that, man. Mental straight, map up, and shave your head. That's all you got to do.
Shave your head. You do got to shave your head. That's facts.
That's it. I appreciate you talking to me, brother. Hey. That was amazing, man.
Thank you, guys.
That's all going to be it. We got more matches coming up for y'all all day. We still got 2 more BO3s. Y'all stay locked in to NSG.
When you're treated like the pros, you'll celebrate like the pros. Rothman Orthopedics gets you and your favorite athletes back in the game.
Video games were definitely a source of tension in my family. They weren't really happy that I'm kind of starting to steer away from education and steer away from school.
I had a grind. I came here from nothing. I was never in the spotlight. In fact, it's something that's very new to me.
Esports isn't for now. Esports is for 100 years from now. Just like the NFL 100 years ago when the NFL was starting up, what is this? People hitting each other for fun? And look at it now.
Anything worth doing in life is always going to be hard. So I knew that this was going to be difficult. I just didn't know to what extent. 27 seconds to go. This round is
I was dealing with all these things, and I had to keep a facade of everything is fine. And there came a point where the facade just cracked.
Quitting esports was the easiest option.
That year was probably like the worst year in like a very long time. There was like a huge falling out with like gaming in general.
Everything was going great, and one day I had gotten a call from my sister, and she was crying, and she was just saying, "Mom can't walk. Like, get over here. Like, Mom's not walking. Like, she can't walk." I'm sorry.
And then my dad asked me, he says, "So what are you gonna do about it? Why do you gotta tell me that? Why can't you just tell me to give up?" But he didn't, so I didn't.
Through all like the lows, to knowing like this is something I've always wanted since I was young, and I've been a gamer my whole life. I've been in esports since I was like 15, and knowing that everything I do now is like culminating to like this person that I've kind of always wanted to become, it makes everything worth it.
Esports.
Esports is home. It's everything I've ever known.
Y'all know what it is? It's Ravish Ravish. It's real simple, real easy. What we're going to do, I'm trying to grab some of the biggest minds right here at the Philly LAN and ask them, yo, if your players weren't here, what would you say about them? And I want that honest opinion. I'm here with my man Apex, but go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Apex, also known as Austin, previously TSM's coach, and over helping out the nearest airport guys with Frost. So.
Now, as you know, Apex man is smart, but here's the thing, I need to know, how does he feel about his own players compared to himself too? So why don't you go ahead, list your players and say, yo, if my man was not here, what would you say about him?
So let's start off with the bald guy, Calypso. I would say he loves to hear the sound of his voice. I tell him that all the time. He loves it. I mean, listen, his voice is good, all right? But he just talks so much. So that's some shit I tell him, but at the same time, I don't go into detail. So that's what I'll let everybody else know. He loves to hear the sound of his voice.
Okay.
So let's go Andy next. He's gorgeous. Ladies, he is gorgeous. Just gonna say that now. I haven't told him that, all right? Let's go Aleko. So that's Leviathan AG. You guys might know him as Aleko. Played with me on TSM. My player, I've been with him for 2 years now.
Long time.
Yes. He loves himself a little bit too much, but it's all good. Let's go next. Who am I missing? Oh, here we go, Peter.
My man forgot his own players.
Bro, Peter. So Peter's, you guys will know him as Governor. Bro, this guy is so hyper-focused. Like, he is dead on a mouse, something that's on the ground. I just think, like, he's got great focus, and I haven't told him that, so there you go, there's something. And then Precision, 2.5 years together, the silent killer. I would say, like, I have a love for him that nobody else knows about, and what would I say about him? Fuck. I just think he's got to look up a little bit and absorb, good people and good energy. So, yeah, that's it.
Damn, that was way more beautiful than I was expecting. Damn. Yo, y'all hear that? Love yourself. Look up. Hold your mouse correct. And whatever else you said.
Yo, I love it, bro. This guy right here, man, he's the best. I love you, Madison.
No, I appreciate you, G. Thank you for talking to me, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. All right. That's what's up.
Back at again here in the pit to keep you guys updated with all the action that you haven't been able to catch on stream. If you haven't been checking them all out, we've got 4 of them going, but fortunately, we've got our eyes on the ground here. We got Lil Josie once more. Hit us with it, bro. What's going on?
So obviously, you guys were keeping track of what was going on the stage nearest airport. 2-1 close match with Zero Marksman Black. If you take a look right over here, we actually have Cosmic Divide playing. Just started their upper bracket decider, so that should be a good one. They are playing that current game against Ghost Gaming, which we'll see in the pit. So that's a tough game. A little NSG weekly rivalry. They're always playing, always winning. Good to see Ghost Gaming playing. So we're gonna keep moving through the pit. We have Knights Academy just about to start their match right over here. We can check out Knights Academy. We have Virtuoso over here. They just started round 1, and that's in their lower bracket match, actually, versus Lenny Time. So we have Mocking himself in the venue. If you don't follow him on Twitter, he's a great follow.
Yeah, a great follow. Mocking is mocking. What more can you say? Lenny Time is Lenny Time. Mocking is mocking.
Exactly. And we have Core right behind them. So Core's over here getting ready for their match. As we walk through the pit, we can part the Red Sea, Tanner. And we can work our way back. We actually have the Sonics back here, the Susquehanna Sonics, and Zero Marksman Black off the stage getting ready for their next matchup. As we peruse over, we can see Ghost Gaming. And we have Nightblood as well in the middle of the pit. We have Roy's Kitten Shelter in the middle of the pit, so we have some matches right in front of the stage actually getting started right now. So we have Ghost Gaming up 1-0 in their first match against Cosmic Divide, upper bracket decider. So he's going to be the top seed of that group.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, this is for top seed to move on tomorrow. If you guys don't already know, you guys are here. You found your way into day 2. We're running through groups once more. Tomorrow is where the money is. Top 8 teams place in that money, but first place is for the $20,000. So obviously the best seed you can get is, well, the best you can quite possibly get.
Exactly. Everyone's fighting for the biggest lion's share of that prize pot, but $50,000 up for brags. We also have a tournament coming out on Sunday. Anyone who's in the venue, eliminated teams, spectators, captains, managers, coaches, the Big L. It's winner-take-all tournament, $100 per team. Anyone can sign up now. If you guys are going to be in the venue on Sunday, make sure you sign up. Check-ins at 9 a.m. Match started at 10.
Cool. And you know what? I love that you picked up the lion's share. All the casters say it. Now we got Josie in the pit saying it, guys. But fortunately,
Work in progress.
our matchup on stage is ready for you, so we're going to toss it on over our casters to get that one going.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Nerd Street Champs Finals. Our second day of play continues with our second match of play. TSM Academy taking on the XSOR squad. I'm Time to Late. Joined with me now is Marks, and you'll notice we're sitting down, Marks. Would you like to tell them about what we're sitting down in?
Oh, absolutely. And they just happen to be Mavix gaming chairs now with the LMAX competitive advantage you've been waiting on. Featuring cooling, heat, and massage, the LMAX will keep your gaming sessions going even longer with body temperature regulation and increased focus. The future of gaming is here. Shop now at Mavix.com and use code NSG to save $55 off of your Mavix gaming chair. But Time to Light. Like you said, we've got a pretty interesting game here. We're going to have the TSM Academy going up against the XSOR squad. And you know what? I'm extremely excited to see how this one goes.
Extremely, not
XSOR.
XSOR.
See what I did there?
Yeah, I thought you were going with that one. Well, XSOR coming into this, both off of victory. TSM Academy actually went to a third map in their series. But I have to assume coming into this map, you want to see both teams look to match up quickly so. I feel early aggression may be a quick catalyst for both of these squads, but for TSM Academy especially, where they are looking to match up against an XSOR squad who you weren't expecting, I'd say, to make it at this point, but to win in the first round is something that I think we all saw coming.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the SOAR gaming. Sorry, XSOR now, but...
Wow.
Quite frankly, okay, come on, man. But this is a team that is extremely well-rehearsed, and they play together extremely well. But I mean, at the same time, you can say the exact same thing about TSM Academy. I still remember that it was the very first game that Harmful got added to the squad. I had the pleasure of actually seeing that one. And, well, they've done a really good job at starting to build this team together. And when you have people like Harmful, ZK, and Venture on the squad, then you know that they're coming in and they're ready to play and they're ready to win.
Well, they're looking for a quick victory. Let's take a look at our rosters and everybody sitting on camera. If you are just joining us and haven't taken a look at VLR RIB, you can see these rosters. TSM Academy having Harmful, as you mentioned, ZK, Rebo, Venture, and Sim, with XSOR with a relatively similar roster to what we saw in a lot of the online events with Epathy, Bic, Bones, Physic, and Scuba.
You know what? I'm a big Scuba fan, by the way. And not just because I like going for a dip in the ocean every now and then, but honestly, I think Scuba is a fantastic player, and I'm expecting to see some pretty inventive plays coming out from that specific one from the XSOR squad.
Well, Scuba, unfortunately, didn't spell Scuba correctly.
I mean, it depends on what context you're talking about,
Well,
right?
yeah, but like the direct abbreviation is SCUBA. That's why I'm a nitpicky caster. But you can see this. I don't even know who this is. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's a pretty cool keyboard, though.
This is the XSOR side. So XSOR is on the right side of your screen, and who you can see in front of you, while on the other side of that, TSM Academy are on the left. I couldn't really discern whose uniform that was. Apparently it's just not a uniform because XSOR no longer rostered. Feels bad.
Well, regardless, you can tell they're all ready to go. They're getting their warm-ups in. And actually, same thing on the TSM Academy side. Maybe one player not in his seat just quite yet, but that's all good. We've got the map picks and bans coming through now. And interested to see where these teams do want to go.
Well, they haven't finished just yet, so they're still coming through. They're still going forward. It's an editable thing. Shout out our admins, by the way, some of which you've seen on camera. I know we showed Helen, a.k.a. Backwards, Josie on camera, who just did your pit update. But there are a lot of admins not on site directly. One Green Tea and Reno really helping things in the background, and they are the unsung heroes, just as is our production staff. You actually could see Josie at the top left of your screen for about 4 seconds. I don't know if he can hear me. Hi, Josie. I don't know. No, you're a little bit. It's the middle camera, but it's looking to that side. So if you run to the back side, there he is. That's Josie. He's
beautiful
just
thumbs
hiding.
up. Thanks for the wave. Now we'll get the zoom in on him too. It's fantastic.
It's Cam 6. It's directly above you. Love you, bud. Anyway, this matchup. One note I want to bring up is the fact that XSOR coming into this off a 2-0, which was a little surprising to say, but the 2-0 wasn't too surprising given their opponents. I have to point out that TSM Academy had a little bit more of a excuse me, a rougher road to get here.
Okay, that's an interesting way of putting that. I mean, obviously, it really does depend on who you are going up against. And on top of that, too, because this is the finals, we're seeing a lot of teams come in here who are very well practiced. There's a reason why a lot of the series today have gone those 3 maps and actually hit overtime a couple of times and across the board. Not just necessarily what's on the main broadcast or the side broadcast, but generally speaking, overall, the level of talent and the level of skill that are coming in from all these teams now is going to be a lot more competitive. And so I think that a lot of these games are going to become a lot more interesting just because we're getting into the upper echelon of play. This is where we get to see the top players of this tournament start to really clash against one another. And you know what? They're all playing to get that lion's share of the 50K, as Josie said earlier.
Exactly, and Soar played up against Roy's Kitten Shelter, for all of you who are or were wondering. It was a 2-0. TSM Academy taking on Core. I was surprised that Core brought it to a 3rd map, but I was more surprised as to how they brought it rather than that they brought it to a 3rd map, because it was such an odd series. I watched a little bit during our breaks on our side stream, and it wasn't something that you were looking at TSM Academy and saying, hey, they are doing okay, but it's Core really capitalizing. I feel like it was Core really pushing for that 3rd. Unfortunately, they just couldn't pull out the win.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, you know, like, this is the first game of the day. It's day number 2 here for the Nerd Street Champs tournament. We've got one more day. And, yeah, it's still in the group stages, so technically none of these teams are necessarily, like, out yet. We're starting to get close to where we actually figure out which teams are going to be able to make it into the playoff brackets and to advance forwards. But there's still a little bit of wiggle room. And it looks like our players are starting to get into position. Get to see the lovely faces of both TSM Academy as well as X-Soar. You know, I noticed something about all these webcams, by the way. Really zoomed in on the forehead sometimes.
A lot of players play much closer to their monitor than others, and it's a notable thing in first-person shooters where Valorant and CSGO players will play with, like, the monitor. If we could come to cameras really quick, because I want to illustrate how alarming this is for a lot of people's retinas. People will play with their monitor like this in front of their face, and they'll just play with their mouse behind the monitor, the keyboard closed and, like, perpendicular to their face.
Yeah, well, at that point, it's all muscle memory, and plus, you know, this way, when the monitor is, like, up in your face like this, you know, you can engage the peripheral vision. You're not just looking straight. You got everything going on around there. So you like
at that point you have to use your peripheral vision. If you sit back from your monitor like a normal human being from your house may do, at that point you have everything in your core vision rather than needing to employ peripheral vision. At that point, it's not something that you have to look out to see. It's something that's already in front of you if your monitor's, I don't know, further from your forehead.
Yeah, but then, you know, the peripherals. It's another part of your nervous system activating there, so, you know, you're using more of your brain. You know, they say you only
play with your monitor 4.5 inches in front of your face?
Listen, you don't have to come after me like that.
That's what I thought. Okay. I usually play with my monitor like it's a comfortable foot from my face. It's very comfortable. Here are our maps, by the way. Apologies for the delay. They decided to take a few seconds. It is TSM to ban out Breeze. They also picked Bind, but Icebox will make its first appearance on a game I have casted thus far this weekend, while Pearl makes its 5th appearance in 5 series.
Funny. That Pearl is the one that you've seen a ton of. I mean, obviously, you know, when we talk about these different map picks and bans, especially taking a look at map number 1, which is going to be Icebox, you know what? It's tied and true. Everybody kind of has an idea on what they want to do with Icebox. We can see a Viper. A lot of teams actually not opting to bring in a duelist these days. Just try and play a little bit more utility. That got brought back into the meta. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised as well. I don't think Icebox has been played as much as, say, a map like Fracture. I feel like a lot of teams actually are preferring Fracture, and that might just be because teams are at that point where they're like, we've cracked the code, we've figured it out. Whereas Icebox, you know exactly what's going to be happening here, and so as a result, some teams will just decide to stay away. And quite frankly, you know, maybe if we see a little bit of variation, could be a little bit fun. But otherwise, I'm expecting very standard stuff to come out from both of these teams.
Well, you're talking about Fracture, actually. TSM Academy played Core on Fracture and won 13-9. That was over on Fudgy Waffle's stream, which currently has completely different games. While we have a second, actually, let's bring that up. If you were looking for other games to watch that don't happen to be TSM Academy versus Soar, you can take a look at twitch.tv/nerdstreet2, A or B, of which, in chronological order, carry Cosmic Divide versus Ghost Gaming. That's being casted by Tanner Metro and Dan Dryad. Sonics take on
Ravish
Knights
and
Academy.
Dryad,
Oh, no, you're
yes.
right. Tanner has a break for a minute. Sonics taking on Knights Academy. Betty, the observer there on twitch.tv/nerdstreet A, as you can see. And then Oxygen Academy taking on the previous staged game, Nearest Airport. Twitch.tv/nerdstreet B with Fudgy Waffles observing. Fudgy Waffles was also the one to observe the TSM Academy game, of which they just won in 3 maps.
And actually, I think that Oxygen Academy versus Nearest Airport game is going to be a little bit spicy because Oxygen Academy, great team. We just saw Nearest Airport on the stage as well. They were looking pretty darn good as well. So good stuff coming out from both those teams. But yeah, we got a lot of games being broadcasted. We wanted to make sure that we're giving you as many storylines to follow as possible. Like we said, there's so many different games happening all at the same time, and so then that's why we've set up all these streams just to make sure, you know, if you want to follow one of the teams, you got a couple of players that, you know, you're just like, oh, these are cool players. You want to follow along? Well, we're giving you more options to do so. So hopefully that helps out.
Yeah, I like the fact that a lot of these games have been streamed because over the night, it's also given us the opportunity to see what's happened and what can be a commonality in a lot of these games. Now, see, at TSM Academy, obviously, making their debut today alongside XSOR because neither of them had to play in day one. They were the top 8 of the 16 teams that got auto-qualification into this finals bracket. Of course, the other 8 played yesterday up against the 8 that came through from the last chance qualifiers. It's been a whole ordeal of games, but it's really boiling down to a total of about 12 more matches today, alongside, if I do my math correctly, 7 matches tomorrow. We have 19 games left in the Nerd Street Champs Summer Series. Wow, that's it. That's all we've got.
You say that's all we've got, but at the same time, that's quite a few games.
And all of them are best of 3s.
Yeah, and they're all best of 3s as well. Once again, as we get closer and closer towards the end, things are going to get more interesting. You know, we started out yesterday, maybe there are a couple of sweeps here and there, but as we progress forward, that's when things are going to get a little bit more spicy. That's when these storylines, that's when the passion is going to come out from the players, and it's going to be so interesting to me to see who comes out on top. Why are you laughing at me?
Well, we saw that there was so much passion in the last chance qualifiers with MFH.
Oh, of course. Yeah, Mr. Funhaver. Yeah.
Love that guy. I am apparently a famous mathematician now. I have been one for numbers this weekend, so I suppose technically correct.
Daniel, when we literally casted together, you were like, I love numbers. Let me talk about numbers real fast. And you said that 3 more times after the first time. I'm not going to let you just walk away and pretend like you aren't going to be the numbers guy after you're going to paint yourself like that.
That's fair. What you can see right now is just an Excel spreadsheet of a bunch of numbers, basically.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Hey, remember when you doubted Yoru?
I did, and Yoru was actually played again yesterday as well.
Yoru Gaming, everybody.
Fade at a 63%. I don't even know what map this is for. Hold up. Can we go to the bottom of the screen? I don't know what map this is. It's for Ascent. So this is numbers for Ascent.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Look at you. You're so organized,
I
dude.
know, right? Hold up.
Honestly, that's
for all of you
cool.
wondering, what's our first map? It was Icebox. So here's our Icebox stats. If you want to take a look at those, I'll ever so kindly prop those up while we have a few seconds.
Yeah.
And we have some tweets to go alongside my ever-present statistics.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at some tweets using hashtag NerdStreetChamps. If you want to join in on the conversation, why is this venue so hot?
I have an answer for this. If you actually walk over to the side windows...
It's because I'm on camera.
Okay, come on, buddy. Get in here. But if you walk over to the windows, you can feel the heat radiating into the room. It's because it's so hot outside. And on top of that, too, when you think about it, there's so many PCs set up just with those fans going with the hot air. So it makes sense why it's going to be so hot in here.
Well, Native Gaming, a.k.a. Native GG, you're saying they're ready for another to come up. Creed was talking about glad to be here. But here's locked-in lower bracket elimination match set. Native will be taking on Zero Marksman Black, actually Zero Marksman Silver, in a winner-go-home matchup here at the Nerd Street Champs in Philadelphia. And Creed's just glad to be here. Understandably so. You love to see it. Well, into Icebox we go. Map number 1 of this series. Agent selection befalls us. I was talking about some statistics. TLDR, Viper and Sova are played a heck of a lot. Chambers played almost 100% of the time. And wow, wouldn't you believe it, people living up to statistical norms.
Yeah, what is kind of interesting, though, is we're actually going to be seeing Epithy come in on Jet. You know,
No, I have that down as a normal one too. Sorry.
I mean, okay, that's fair. But basically, like I said, a lot of teams have started to move away from bringing a duelist into their composition just because they prefer to play off of more utility. You know, you bring them some extra flashes, some extra smokes. It's going to ensure that you have a little bit easier time to get in on some of these tried and true strategies. But I'm not going to lie to you. Call me old-fashioned. I actually like bringing a Jet in onto this map. I think that being able to get in, get out really fast, especially, too, for some of those opening picks, is so important. Like I said, everyone has more or less a very similar strategy. You get a Jet into the mix, take someone out early, suddenly things wide open.
So a fun fact based off of numbers, since I am the famous mathematician, is every single agent that is played in the top 4 played compositions since the patch 5.0 came out is on our agent selection other than Killjoy. That is the only agent not played of the top 4 compositions. We have Viper, Sova, KO, Sage, Chamber, Jet, and Sage again.
Yep.
Or Chamber, Jet. There we go. Chamber again. That's what I was
And
saying.
let me quickly just comment on this Sage pick here, because some teams have decided, you know what,
Battle
maybe we
Sage.
don't necessarily need a Sage to play. Yeah, you know, you can talk about the Battle Sage as well, but I really want to highlight the Barrier Orb as well as the Slow Orbs. Specifically on Icebox makes such a huge difference. Obviously, we do have the Viper Wall. The screen just goes up. It allows you to just move through. But the fact of the matter is having the Barrier Orb online as well makes sure that you can either get a clean plant or a clean defuse. Bullets have to fly into that wall before it disappears, whereas the Viper one, you can shoot right through that, and I have seen a lot of people die to random sprays through Viper walls on this map.
I think the one issue with the Sage Wall, though, compared to that toxic screen, is the fact that the Barrier Orb is a single use and can be immediately nullified should it be placed in front of people who are aware of it. On the other side of that toxic screen, you can use that as many times as you want for a limited amount of time per usage, obviously. But the toxic screen itself is something that you employ in so many different scenarios and for such a long period of time that it basically goes across the map and can still be used. That's the most important part about it, I have to say. But into the game we go. XOR will start on the defensive side. TSM Academy on the attack here on Icebox. Also, very clean movement from our free cam observer. Very consistent with the track below them. Well done.
Yep. Something of beauty. But teams are going to get set up once again. TSM Academy going to be starting us out on our attack. Immediately, we're going to be seeing a very standard Viper wall get tossed down for both of these teams. You can see that just on the minimap. But now, the gates are going to drop. Let's see how TSM want to play this offense. They are not bringing a duelist into this composition, so they're going a little bit more with meta. And right off the bat, XOR opened it up with 2.
Defensive side open things up. Apparently you do need a duelist, and that was around towards the mid side as well. There is the split coming forward. Keep an eye on that, but it may not matter. Soar now with 3 opening kills. A dink even there on ZK, but it's really not going to matter all that much. The headshot landing onto Scuba, but it's Sim in a 1 versus 5. Turn 4 not going to happen here, Marks. XOR open things up with a pistol round victory.
Yeah, that was done in 30 seconds.
Yeah. It was
not a great way to start off the map if you are TSM Academy, but a couple, honestly, I think unlucky picks just right off the bat made it so much more difficult for TSM Academy to do anything. You know, the Viper wall went up, and as they were just kind of walking through it, it was just a couple of bullets that flew through, found a couple of heads, found a lot of damage, and the rest was kind of history for that squad. So even though they tried and had a good idea to move in there, things just didn't quite work out the way that they wanted, just due to a bit of, you know, Valorant precise gunplay.
Precise gunplay.
Absolutely. It's always precise. It's always gunplay, that's for sure.
That is for dang sure. Tech pause on the board, by the way. Apologies for the technical issues. Pistol round is usually where we find out if there are tech issues. I believe Bob was hiding out behind there. I think he moved around towards the coach's station. He's directly below this camera, just hiding out in that corner of the XOR camp. But Tech for XOR. Even after that pistol round victory, this is still looking good for them. I'd say if you were on the XOR side, continue to play as you just did. Nothing really wrong with how they were established. They played a little bit more aggressive towards B and mid than you usually see from the defensive side, but I like it. It worked out early, and they were able to back away with their lives and push off of that with the man advantage. By the way, that's Bob, another admin here around Mid Street. I don't know if Bob can hear me, but if you can, wave hi, Bob. No, Bob can't hear
nothing.
me.
That's okay. But, okay, you bring up an interesting point there, because you said that there's nothing wrong with the SOAR defense. I would actually argue that there's nothing wrong with the TSM offense either. Once again, It's really hard to say anything really about how these strategies are going to roll out, specifically just because it is going to be pistol rounds. Honestly, that could have gone either way, but once again, it was just those first opening picks that really just made that round swing into X-Soar's favor. Now, we are going to be seeing them start to buy things up. Epathy going to be bringing in a Marshall, whereas Vic, I'm assuming, just going to be oh, never mind, just going to use the Ghost. Doesn't buy any bullets for the Headhunter. Now, that is confidence if I've ever seen it. Let's see how this goes. It looks like TSM Academy a little bit upset with how things went last time. Going to be trying something a little bit similar as they start to walk through into B.
They're walking straight to Scuba, who's holding the long angle with the Bulldog in hand. The Poison Cloud creating that one way as well, allowing them to see to the backside of main. And Vic there with the Crossfire. They will find the first, and Vic immediately playing off the backside of that contact, looking for another. Unable to find it early on, but Scuba will look to retreat, as will Vic with their life no less. And this is looking clean once more for the X-Soar side. Yeah. Not all that much that you can do if you're TSM Academy, especially with the weapon disadvantage. Vic will find another here for the X-Soar squad, and with the Sheriff in hand, a flawless victory there for X-Soar. It'll be a true bonus round into the following.
Yeah. Absolutely. They kind of just threw their car into the next gear and just drove right over the rest of TSM Academy. You know, you saw TSM try to push in a little bit more, but yeah, just the weapon difference just completely shut that down. Potentially, if Harmful was able to find something on A, that could have given them a little bit more options, but Epathy was so fast to shut him down with the Marshall. Of course, because that was just another save, one Marshall shot in the body should be more than enough to take out your opponent. But still, this is going to be the round. TSM Academy have to start pulling things back together. And we see they're going to be moving up already, but Vic has an Operator in his hand already, and it's round 3.
The issue is Vic just used their Rendezvous after the round started, so they will not be able to use it to get the heck out of dodge should they need to do so, but they'll find the opening onto Sim regardless and be able to retreat. The Sage Wall to allow them to play a headshot angle as well. Really good coordination between that Sentinel combo on this A side. However, it's left that B side a little susceptible because the Vipers dropped off and they've lost just a little bit of mid control.
Yeah, now we actually see the spike starting to ferry over onto that B side. They're going to have to deal with the Viper on B. A lot of utility might just be able to slow it down, allow for enough timing for the rotations to start to come through. But still, TSM Academy really just taking their time. They've given Rebo the spike. A lot of utility going to be tossed down. This entry isn't going to be as clean as they wanted it to be.
Scuba playing on the backside of their own toxic screen as a Viper's Pit or a Snake Bite available, but Harmful in mid will drop Bones, immediately dropping down that Sage. Exactly the kill you needed. However, they're not allowing that spike to go down. The fact that they dropped that Sage Wall early means the time is going to continue to tick off the clock.
Yeah, Spike's still not down. TSM Academy having a couple of problems. The Scuba is going in, might be able to find someone just on the other side.
Just waiting. I love this play. Vic getting the kill inside of that kitchen position, but Rebo dropping Scuba means the Spike can go down for free. They drop the wall, and unfortunately they immediately drop that Viper. Vic dies as well, and Venture with a triple in the round gives TSM Academy the round again on paper they're supposed to win as the bonus is denied.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. They were able to keep most of their squad alive, but more importantly, were able to pick up the Operator from the other team. The fact that an Operator was bought in from X-Soar means that the economy going to feel a little bit funky going into this next one. And actually, that's exactly what we're seeing. Vic, not enough money anymore to buy anything. So potentially, we'll just have that Headhunter there, as the rest of the squad will have appropriate weapons. But TSM Academy, great round from them. Let's see if they can continue to use this momentum to swing things forward. This time, it looks like they wanted to go for A, but right away just double back towards B. It is a barrier orb, though, that will slow down this push. As Recon Bolt gets committed onto site, they don't really know that anybody is there, but it's going to be 4 onto B. And, of course, you got Harmful in the back, just making sure they don't get flanked.
Early opener. Bones plays off the back of that contact once more. The coordination here from the defensive side. Bones with yet another. X-Soar with 3 opening kills, all unresponded on. And Bones just waiting. There's no reason for them to back away. With this Tour de Force available now for Vic, they're holding the long angle, dropping Harmful, who did have that Operator out, and now had it torn from their grasp. ZK has that wall drop in front of them, but does take out Bones. An immediate refrag, though, is Vic with that Tour de Force is able to find yet another. And 3 now on the board for X-Soar. They pick up the first gun round here on their defense.
Yeah, and my apologies. I thought that, Vic was just going to have to rely on that Headhunter to make something happen, but the fact that Exor also walked out to pick up that ultimate orb, get that tour de force online, was such a big difference maker.
It was not only that, but it was the kill.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Got a quick kill. Boom. You're ready to go.
It was the ultimate orb plus the kill, 2 ult points, quick tour de force. Was able to find 2 more kills because of it. Smart play.
And that just made things so much easier for them. I don't think necessarily that TSM Academy were expecting that to come out so early. So far this B site has not been friendly for TSM at all. Physic with one, Vic with yet another. Oh no, the Cape got spotted out by Epathy. Knows exactly where they are, not able to find anything, but finally finds the flick.
Nice shot across the venture. The information there, a little unfortunate, clipping issues being what they are, allowing that line of sight. And now Rebo in this 1 versus 5 will go up to heaven, find the first, nothing past that. Epathy will clean him out. A near flawless round victory there for Exor as they continue on their reign of terror. TSM Academy don't really have an answer either.
No, and this is the thing too. Right now, Exor has been so consistent at finding the initial frags at the start of the round. But the thing is too, as soon as they realize where TSM Academy are going, we're starting to see some of the defending members encroach into their territory. They're not afraid to start setting up these flanks, and it just really throws TSM Academy off because they're not even sure how they are going to be entering in onto site, and suddenly have to start watching their backs as well. It's such a hard, pressured situation for them that they're not able to find anything. And I just want to point out that this barrier orb at the start of the round has been so consistent at least slowing down the push and making TSM have to use a lot more utility, allowing Exor to set up the positions that they want and hold the crossfires that they do.
Epathy, operator long range, and the issue is they don't have anything to clear this out. Finding this opener is so important here for this Jet. The pop flash misses and the angle still being held down. Now Exor have all of B in their favor. The long-range angle being held still by Epathy was yet to be challenged, and there's nothing that TSM Academy can do about it.
See how this goes. TSM Academy, they're forced to play slow. And I think that's exactly what Exor want to do to them. We're going to be getting the Viper Spit deployed on A as just a countermeasure, just in case TSM do go onto A side, but TSM are going to have themselves forced, and once again, Bones opens it up. Vic with yet another. Epathy just taking them all down. They can't even peek any single corner because they're already all dead.
Did somebody say op crutch? No, I'm kidding. Nice shots. Exor. Bones dropping Sim. There is a rifle finding a kill, but it's really long-range engagements being taken, and it's Exor, notably enough, whether you have that conversation about, oh, they can only use the op or not, it's the fact that there's nothing that TSM Academy are doing about it. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's nothing wrong with what they're doing as of right now. You can see the shots continually landing on both sides. Vic hits that one, Epathy dropping Rebo, and then right back to Vic, where he can take out Harmful immediately thereafter. Sim does find 1 kill, but that really only in the end drops a single rifle as they retrieve the operator as attack timeouts called. They want to figure out what they are doing wrong because, well, they've got a coach. Why not use him?
I mean, that's kind of what a coach is for, isn't it?
I suppose.
But I think right now what TSM have to start to focus in on is they need to be able to respect those operators a lot more. I need to see a couple of flashes being invested a little bit early. I know it's so tempting to bring those further into the round, but consistently they are being out-opt, taken out from the long-range sight lines. Unfortunately, with how their squad is built, the only smoking agent on the team is that Viper, and usually Viper's smokes are going to be very static, especially with the Viper screen getting set up. They aren't doing enough to try and play that counter-op, and as a result, they're just getting taken out. They're dry peeking some of these corners and just completely getting demolished doing so. Obviously, you don't expect some of these operators to be as far forwards as they are, but regardless, you still got to start giving them a little bit more respect. A null command going to be online for them in addition to that Hunter's Fury. That could be the opening that TSM need to start to take a round.
One note is that they both also have that resurrection available should they choose to get a little bit more aggressive than I think is normal. Sim does die early, but again, the resurrection can be used, and with the immediate retreat of Epathy, they will use that. Physic also picks up. This should be back to a 5v5 if you really look at how they're playing. Why is Rebo not going for that resurrection? Are they on an eco? Am I just not paying attention?
They are on an eco.
Okay, that makes
that
sense.
is true. Yeah. But once again, just based off of how TSM are reading this right now, they've got all their investment in onto this A site. But once again, they have to be careful. Epathy holding such close angles with this operator, knows exactly where they're going to be peeking out there. And it's a very dangerous endeavor. The snake bite might give them a little bit of information here, but doesn't matter. Right through and Venture's down.
Almost another as well across onto Rebo, who does end up dying to their counterpart Sage. Bones with the double up top. ZK can't do all that much about it. They do utilize that resurrection, but it's a little bit of an economic thing to do. You just save over an extra weapon and make sure you can keep yourself well and truly in control here on this defensive side. The knives available, the Blade Storm for Exor, the only ultimate currently on the board. They will have the Hunter's Fury given one more ult point, but on the other side of that, TSM Academy, every single ultimate available.
They got to make something happen here. They will have rifles this round, and sure, you know, you can talk about ult cycling and making sure that things are going to be good, but at the same time, it's a 6-1 scoreline. It's going to be the Tour de Force coming out first. Epathy just going to pop the Blade Storm and get so aggressive moving up. This is so aggressive coming in from this defense from Soar,
that's so
and they get rewarded with it.
They bait out Rebo with a double updraft of Epathy, so the Sage has to turn their attention. Now, granted, that Jet does die. It's not the end of the world, again, here for the defensive side. They still have 4 rifles available, and now the Hunter's Fury because they were able to retrieve that ult orb. Now, with that being said, A has nearly fallen. Scuba, the only line of defense, and that's outside of the Heaven's Stairway. Venture already sitting on the site. They have the Spike making its way forward as well. A sound cue should be given over, but it'll be a little bit too little too late for this quick rotation. So with that sound cue, they should be able to play off the back of it. But look at that. The Sage and ZK playing back-to-back with one another, but Bones checks the tube.
Yeah, the spike is down now, though, so TSM Academy at least have that going for them. Only one ultimate used. Harmful gets dove upon, and Scuba finds that pick.
Sim drops away. The flash forward and through the toxic screen, immediately dying. Vic not affected by that flashbang. They will hop on that spike, but the double shock dart should not do all that much, especially with so much time remaining. Physic drops Venture. Their counterpart will fall, as will the spike. It will be diffused. And Soar finds 7 of 8 rounds, and thus far, the only one they've lost is the bonus.
Yeah. And I'm going to be honest, I think I know why Exor wanted to pick Icebox for their very first map to start us out today. This is looking so clean from them. They're making TSM Academy look scattered. Consistently, just able to walk in there, find something, and just make it happen. Exor are playing this perfectly to a T, and they're putting TSM Academy into such an uncomfortable situation. I think that this is the first time in this round that TSM Academy have been able to get that spike down, besides the one round that they did win.
Yeah, and the issue there is they weren't even in a good position off the back of that spike plant. They needed to re-aggress with a man disadvantage to try and make up for that lost man and the loss advantage that they had prior. That just wasn't the case this time around. Soar, or Exor, I suppose, have all of the control in the world. TSM Academy, even with 4 ultimates available, aren't using them. While on the other side of that, Exor, every time they get an ultimate, they're seemingly using it almost immediately. And with the cherry on top, it's in a good position nearly every time.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I think we need to also highlight as well is the amount of ultimates that are online for TSM Academy. You might be thinking to yourself, why not just press X to win? Doesn't quite work like that. You have to make sure that you're in the right position, the team is on the same page in order to use those ultimates and get some value out of them. Unfortunately, though, Exor has been doing a great job to make it near impossible for TSM Academy to be in a good spot to use some of these ultimates. Finally, they will be able to start to move in on B. We're going to be seeing the null command come online, but they're already going to be stopped by a little bit of a barrier orb.
Barrier orb goes up. It's immediately taken down, though. Sim, more aggression here with the null command pop. They have that increased fire rate, but there goes the Hunter's Fury, allowing them to try and re-aggress. However, they do not drop that Viper's Pit, which is now well and truly available here for the attacking side. Scuba dropped on that flank as well. A true 3v4 retake from a single point, just the same. Sim with that second 0 point used will only get the Sage. The healing orb not available. Rebo barely seeing that Sage on the backside of it, but they drop inside of that Viper's Pit. It's Rebo with a good position, though. That should be the round. It is indeed. Sim off the back of it with a 3K in the null command usage, building up 2 more ult points and a round victory for TSM Academy. Yes, they use 2 ults, but they do so correctly and win the round.
Yeah, I mean, you use the null command to engage, make sure that no utility can kind of stop you, just especially too because XOR have been pretty good at setting things up to just make it so uncomfortable. Then Sim just kind of goes on a tear, able to just walk through the wall, find a couple of picks, and then they set themselves up with the Viper Spit, make it nice and easy, shut down those operators. It's so hard to shoot that rifle when all you see is green. And TSM Academy able to sneak away around. Will they be able to replicate that success? We can see XOR starting to get a little bit more aggressive. They're feeling nice and confident about their defense and are making it known. TSM Academy, though, going it a little bit faster. Hunter's Fury to start us out from Venture.
The issue is you play off of this with no information. Yeah, you find the Hunter's Fury, you know that there's nobody there, but that's all you have the information on. Vic, re-aggressing in through screens, has the info that the Sage has now walked up those little boxes, but no, Physic with a double from that same screen position. Venture does get a refrag, but the question is it a little, too late? Physic's already dropped 2 players alongside the fact, well, the Sova's already low.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a great stall coming in from XOR. They were able to use their utility, slow down TSM Academy, and then suddenly the Viper's wall could not sustain itself, just completely opening it up, allowing for that double kill to happen. And on top of that, too, you can't be doing that because then it's just the spike can't go down. They're finally able to get it down now. Zeke going to be the one planting it, but already XOR ready to go in. Venture with 1, Venture with 2.
A 3K for both of the Sovas, but it's Scuba to drop Venture. A 1v2 now for Harmful to try and make it a full house of frags. That dash found all the information. A multi-dimensional push, but on 2 vertical positions. They're both dropped off the face of the earth. Doesn't matter how high you are, you will fall just the same. TSM Academy find 3 off the back of a masterful clutch from Harmful.
All right, we got 2 rounds left in this half. TSM Academy, this is the performance we were kind of expecting coming out of this team. You're going to get a nice little replay of that. Look at that spray transfer. That's why you bring a Phantom into the gameplay, and not just because they got a bunch of cool skins that just
yeah, of course.
Well, that too, but that's a little bit of a side reason.
It's a multi-dimensional play, just as it was a multi-dimensional retake.
Exactly.
Skins equal wins.
Yeah.
And the sprays equal something that rhymes with sprays that is positive.
There you go. Let's see the aggressive defense from XOR once again. Oh, that's not good, though. Gets spotted out, and also the slow orb makes it impossible for Scuba to do anything except die. Now, TSM Academy, they're looking to go in, but Apathy is going to be holding it nice and close.
Well, TSM Academy lost those opening few rounds. They were able to immediately bring those back. Speaking of bringing them back, Physic finding the first. I don't know if they'll be able to. No, they won't. Harmful actually fell off the heaven position, so their corpse was down below. A wild little bit of intricacy inside of the game.
Yeah, might have been Physic, but physics was what saved Harmful. Yeah. Thanks.
Out of charges.
I'll give you that one.
Okay, so TSM Academy, they're still thinking about this A-side hit. They have the numbers advantage here. No more ultimates online for either of these squads. But they do have the advantage that they still have a barrier orb. And look at this, XOR kind of took the bait. They've completely abandoned A-site. Just having Apathy in the very back. Physic is going to be moving in order to help this out. As soon as that 0 point comes out, though, they know this is going to be the site that they get hit.
The Recon finds 1, and only 1. That's the most important part. They don't know who was starting to push forward. They did know it was the KO. Nothing past that. The KO now fallen. Nothing you can push on out. As of that information, a 1-for-1 trade, though, as Vic can pick it up.
Does Vic have the kicks? Well, he's got the operator shots. That's what's important here. Never mind. It's the cleanup in the back 1v1 scenario.
Rebo, 1 versus 1. Vic, long range, finds the timing though. I believe Vic has seen Rebo's position and has seen them reposition around towards the Hell side, around the backside of that Sage wall. They will reposition around the left, which has not been seen. Vic will play off the backside of it to near perfection. 2 chambers in 2 rounds, find 2 vastly different clutches, yet XOR the one to come out of the second.
Yeah, and that round started off with XOR being able to pick up a kill. But yeah, that resurrection just allowed it to kind of trade back. A really good job from TSM Academy adapting themselves, understanding that XOR are feeling that level of confidence. Yeah, look at this. This is so smart. Use the slow orbs, just make sure that you can't run away. And then you just clean up after with the operator. Harmful doing a lot of work. gets killed twice that round, but still, it's these excellent crossfires from XOR that have left something to be, it makes it so difficult for TSM Academy to go through. Sorry, I was laughing at the fact you can see the laser beams. Yeah. If that was a cat, they'd be all over the screen right there, that's for sure.
Unfortunate finish, though, as it will still be an XOR round victory. They, of course, head onto the attacking side, and this is not their map pick, so you'd expect TSM Academy to have something in their back pocket heading onto their own defense. Vic will fall off of that yellow box unintentionally, so the information played off of that owl drone will drop Sim early, but an immediate trade because Harmful dropped that trademark inside a kitchen. They didn't play off of that information. They are able to get that resurrection inside of the backside of screens, but Harmful still sitting inside a kitchen is yet to go cleared. They have to clear out this Viper who's just waiting behind the box, and if you could see that outline, you'd be able to clear them out, but I don't know if Harmful's aware. They're not. They can't see him.
Oh, but might be able to catch Epathy off guard. Never mind, Epathy wins those every day and every night. Now, we're going to be getting that spike down. Venture making sure that Vic can't do anything about it, but it's Scuba up top. It's able to collect a kill through a wall.
And that's it. Epathy closing Rebo out of this one. I feel like that was a clean retake of real estate that they dropped away early, and the issue that you ran into if you're TSM Academy is the fact that you did not have multiple players in multiple different scenarios. So immediately there, you did not have the refrag for the chamber, nor a cross for the Sova, who immediately fell directly thereafter. Not that much you could have done if you are TSM Academy, because of course they lost the early round engagements with Sim dying to that Hunter's Fury, but it's something possibly to work on in further attacking scenarios. Speaking of attacking scenarios, XOR with a 9-3 lead now on their attacking half.
Yep, and now that they are going to be on the attacking half, maybe we can see how this duelist is going to be infiltrating into this composition, because the way that TSM Academy have set up things, they have a lot of utility that they can use to slow down the enemy team, specifically make it hard for Epathy to get away with a lot. Let's see if they're able to do that, though, because I think that Epathy on that jet was really throwing a wrench into TSM's attacking plans. We saw Epathy being all up in their faces or hanging out in the back of the site with an operator, making it near impossible to move in onto that A site. This time around, XOR, they're taking their time moving through here. The Viper wall from TSM Academy is set up to completely cut that A site down, make it so much more difficult to enter. But they're going to get some information before they decide which site to commit on. This could be a huge round for XOR to get them to double digits on this pistol.
I think the one note is that TSM Academy are playing double Sentinel and double Initiator, which indicates they want to play both defensive and aggressive in two different scenarios. This will massively help them on the defensive side because they can stay on sites for longer because of the double Sentinel and allow themselves to retake sites easier because of the double Initiator. We'll see how that plays out, of course, later on in a lot of these rounds when they actually start to pick up rifles and real weapons. But if they can't pick up these pistol round victories and maybe closer rounds where you don't have as close of victory percentages, then you start to see TSM Academy start to create chaos.
Yeah, chaos will be made. The Viper's wall is going to be deployed here, but it actually might be a fake. Spike swings back into mid. Add a little bit of pressure here as Vic finds Venture on that B site. And look at this. As everybody just running over to B now, Vic finds yet another.
But it's a double fake as well. Vic with a third as he stands inside of the mid position, looking for a fourth. The dig found alongside the 4K. ZK dropped. Bones will take away the possibility of the ace. You can hear Vic yelling at his teammate as Bones is a little worse for wear, but XOR still pick up the pistol round victory. And the attacking side now with double digits. They have lost a total of 3 rounds thus far. Ooh. I'm not going to give you the numbers because I don't know what 10 divided by 13 is, but that's a very high win percentage.
10 divided by 13. Yeah, that's a little bit of a hard one. It'd be easier if it was 13 divided by 10.
It's 1.3.
Okay.
I'm going to go with like 0.78.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to tell you that off the top of my head. Well, while he gets his calculator out, let's take a look at what is happening this time. TSM Academy, they're going aggressive, and already Sim finds Physic, completely change it up, and just have Sim find some heads, and suddenly the rest is going to be easy. Bones trading it back, though. It's now 3v3, but already TSM Academy are off to a decent start for this eco round.
The one note is the fact they may be able to actually pick up those SMGs on the flank out and behind. They have dropped the A site, and because that TSM Academy think they're on a little bit of a timer that really does not exist, at least not just yet. Finally, the spike will start to go down, but the retake in through screens only has pistols.
Yeah, and this is the thing. If TSM Academy can at least pick up a couple of heads, That's going to be good, especially considering that Vic does have a Vandal. Obviously, with that 4K performance, that's what you want. Epathy going to hit the floor here. Vic finds Venture, looking for another. Sees him just on the other side there, but it is going to be Bones for the cleanup on ZK. XOR keep 2 of their members alive, but they've also got 11 on the board now. Just 2 more rounds before they completely shut out TSM Academy on the very first map of this set.
I was really close. It's 0.769.
Well, there you go.
I said 0.78. Look at me. It's actually 11 divided by 14 now, so it's probably about 0.78 at this point. Anywho, mathematology aside, because that's not a word, it's a SpongeBob reference, and the fact that XOR has been able to win a lot of these rounds off the board, the one note is the fact that XOR is buying into this.
Yeah, they're confident. The fact that they are buying into it means that they're expecting to win this round, catch TSM Academy off guard. They're expecting them to just go for that bonus, you know, just keep it alive. But no, XOR, they want those Vandals, they want those Phantoms. More importantly, they want those kills. Very interesting lurk being set up actually from Sim on that A side.
However, from behind, you can see the Viper walking through the backside of a main. I don't know if they've seen no, Sim dies because of it. And they know that the A site has mostly fallen because of that over-aggression. You understand the fact that they may play too far forward in a lot of these scenarios. And now that XOR have not only 2 rounds away from winning this map, but a lot of the A site of control, they'll look to pressure that side while also establishing this lurk around the backside of Epathy, who's looking to find that kill but dies.
This is looking okay for TSM Academy. It's a 2v2 scenario. The spike is down, but Vic is going to pick that one right up and get that spike down. 2v2. Also, tour de force online for Vic. Going to be looking to take him out nice and easy as a lurk gets set up on mid from the other remaining member of SOAR.
It looks like they're trying to pincer this, but the issue is it could be a little too late. The tour de force misses the opening shot. They aren't trying to push off of that directly, though. Rebo wants to find that first kill, but all this is just baiting in Physic, who will find the first. A 1 versus 1, but it's planted on top of that tube. Keep that in mind for later, because they can be seen. The headshot not coming through, the shock dart maybe to close it out, but they need to land both. The first one, not so much the second, but the swing around will close it out. XOR will go on to map point early on. Round 16 will be their earliest possible win point.
Yeah, and keep in mind, both of these teams bought up on that last round. The economy going to be looking a little bit shaky. We are going to get a timeout from TSM Academy. They got to play this flawlessly now, but that's 9 rounds in a row if they want to force overtime. This has not been an ideal scenario for this squad, but XOR have looked so darn good on this map. So much value from this team, and on top of that too, at first, I think if they didn't buy up those rifles for this round, it would have been easily TSM Academy, but this is XOR making a statement on map number 1.
This is scary as well for TSM Academy. This is something they cannot afford to give away early. You can see they're getting drilled into as, well, we can see their coach on screen, but I think the note is the fact that they don't have an answer.
No,
nor
they really
have they thus far this series. One thing I really want to note off the back of that is the fact that they have not won a lot of those gunfights. I feel Venture has done a decent job in doing so, but past that, a lot of that retake ability, as we just saw in that previous round, has really been on the shoulders of one person per round, per squad, and Venture, or honestly anybody, can't be that sole provider of kills here for the TSM side, because look, Venture's top fragging as a Sova. Now, granted, they aren't running a duelist, so I feel that's somewhat conventional, but Harmful needs to be able to find those kills, and it's just not happening.
But when you look on the other side, Vic has over 20 kills.
Yeah, Vic's just a gooder player.
Like, that's such a massive difference. You shouldn't be seeing this in Epathy right off the bat. Harmful into the grave. Not a great start for the round for TSM Academy. They're going to be a hit onto the A site. Already some flanks, though, from TSM Academy are getting set up here. If Sim can catch a couple people off guard, this might be enough for TSM Academy to come back and at least steal away one more round.
The note is the fact that Scuba's playing outside of the line of sight of any of B main without walking straight through that trademark. They're playing well around their environment. They understand how they've established their defense while still playing on this attacking half. Keep that in mind for later, because TSM Academy, even if they want to flank, they won't find anybody before they establish it.
And now, they're going to be moving in here. Physic has that Owl drone in hand. This is going to signal that there is an attack here. The barrier orb is already set up, going to make it a little bit harder as ZK finds one but gets traded back.
They also get the resurrection as well. They built up that res off the back of that kill. They take away the trademark, but it gives away the sound cue and the information as to the whereabouts of that flank. 1 kill found only by Rebo, a 1 versus 4 now for Venture to keep TSM alive in this first map. Not going to happen. 13-3 for the XOR squad on their own map pick as they convincingly, to say the very least, take Icebox in their own favor.
Convincingly is a really good word. I would also use that there. This is making a statement. 13-3 against TSM Academy. Are you kidding me?
That's nuts.
Yeah, this XOR squad definitely looked practiced, and once again, this was their first map pick. And hey, there's their coach. Handsome-looking fellow, but of course, XOR, they look so good. They look so good.
I think the note is they did it as a team. TSM Academy, they didn't find the kills where they needed to, while on the other side of that, you saw XOR continue to find frag after frag after frag. Vic, 23-6, his closest rival, Bones at 15-7, but the rest of the team was all in that general vicinity where it wasn't mistakes costing them kills, it was just the fact that everybody else was taking the kills away from their teammates. So you could look at Scuba, who went 9-8, and say, hey, you didn't find as many kills, but you can also say, hey, you didn't have as many engagements.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, a player like Scuba, you're more focused on getting that Viper wall up at the right time, put the smokes down, use that utility, so it's not necessarily reflected all into the kills. But yeah, great stuff coming out from this XOR squad. Regardless, though, map number 2 is Bind, and this is TSM Academy's pick. So if you're TSM Academy, you just gotta forget about Icebox. We never played that one. It never happened. Let's go into Bind, reset our mental, and get our heads back into things in order to make sure that you can get that map 3 out there and potentially turn this series around.
Well, this is about the point where I would say, hey, if you're looking at this, if you're TSM Academy and you're looking for some coaching, go take a look at Metafy. But TSM Academy already have coaching, so I'm just going to tell you to look at Metafy. If you want to take a look at any level of coaching, whether it's for personal reasons or for your team, if you're at the amateur level, semi-pro, or even professional, and you're looking for a coach at any level of the game, check this out, because gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. You can get trained by the best pro players around the world, and you can book a live session now if you go to metafy.gg/nerdstreet and use code STREET20 for 20% off whatever coaching session you choose to pick up. But that's map 1 done and dusted. Icebox the pick, and unsurprisingly so, if XOR goes in their favor. 13-3 the scoreline there. TSM Academy choose Bind. That's what's up next. We'll see you then.
Hey, Metafy here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at metafy.gg. Oh, you were waiting for the video to end. That's very polite.
Spacey shit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Champs. My name is Mark Skessing alongside Time Delay, or Daniel. And we have TSM Academy going up against XSOR. We just finished up map number 1. XSOR making a statement on Icebox. 13-3. Tell me about it, Daniel.
Icebox was dominant. There's no beating around the bush on that one. Icebox was about as clean as it could have gotten there for XSOR. They lost the bonus round and 2 more in the first half. Their second half was clean and clear. They won the pistol on both sides, no less. And they played exactly as they needed to. They needed to shut down TSM Academy's aggression, which there was on their defensive side, yet it just did not come forward. And that's the issue that TSM Academy ran into. They could not find an opening pick to push off of time and time again. That's the problem. They continue to push, and they continue to die.
Yeah, and that was the thing, too. We saw XSOR being so aggressive, moving things forwards up into TSM Academy's faces and being able to win it out. Now we're back onto the player cams once again. See TSM once again. You got to get that mental reset. We're coming into map number 2 now, which is going to be Bind, TSM Academy's pick. You have to just clear the mental, pretend that that last map didn't happen. No 13-3. Win this one out, force out that potential map 3, Pearl.
Again. Pearl again. Now,
Pearl again for you, not Pearl again for me.
Pearl again for me. Now, you've seen our stream, you've seen Icebox just played. Let's take a look at the other streams just to check in who's playing where. Now, in order of what I have results on, Sonics are playing up against Knights Academy on Nerd Street A. Sonics have just won map 1 13-8 on that stream. Ghost taking on Cosmic Divide on twitch.tv/nerdstreet2, 13-2 on that one. Oxygen Academy and Nearest Airport, the final game of the first game of that is still on Nerd Street B, yet they have yet to finish map numero 1.
Yeah, and hey, same mouse. Look at that. That's fancy, but we are going to be loading now into a Bind, and I am seeing a lot of what I would expect here on Bind. We're going to be having some Raze, some Omen, and of course, some Fade. Gotta say, I love the combination of utility that Fade and Raze can bring in. You tether him in, hit him with the grenade, you're gonna have a great time, unless you're the enemy team or the person who gets stuck into it, then you're just gonna have a terrible time.
I feel like ever since the 5th patch came out, patch 5.0, we saw a whole lot more Omen because notably in composition, since 4.0 it was Brimstone always favored here on Bind, yet that's no longer the case, and I feel like with the Omen, it's a really good shout because of those Omen changes.
Yeah, and also, too, you bring up Brimstone. Of course, we all remember, for a very brief window of time, Brimmy with the Stimmy was at his peak. You could just kind of run through the map like Sonic the Hedgehog with how fast you could go. But of course, once that got reverted, I would agree with you as well. We're seeing Omen come back into play. And I'm going to be honest with you, I am a big fan of the Omen pick. You're able to set up your smokes necessarily, but more importantly, the paranoia. It goes through walls, and especially too on some of these closer quarter areas like lamps, like hookah, you can just get so much value and potentially catch people off guard with it, allowing for easier swings, and your team can just move in, capitalize on those kills.
Well, into Bind we will go. I have to emphasize the fact that Bind is a chaotic position for them to be in. Now, if you are on this TSM Academy side, and you are starting on the attacking side, obviously, so what is your #1 priority here on Bind as, you know, the 200 IQ marks that you are?
Maybe more like a 50 IQ marks here, but the thing is I really like teams that do go for a little bit more B-long pressure. Depending on how you can play things out, if you get that space on hookah, then you can commit to it. Get that B side down. But of course, if you can't, then you can back out of the teleporter and use it to its effectiveness to relocate yourself quickly. But already, B-long has been smoked out and is being held. So many members of XOR are hanging out on this site.
Bones is lucky to be alive. Paint shells will miss. They don't go through walls as much as bullets do. The C's around towards long, though, locking in this XOR defense, of which had to vacate the premises. And TSM immediately walking on towards this B side, finding an early engagement, 3 of them, in fact, winning all of them, and taking the site and putting that spike down.
Yeah, and you know what? This is the momentum we want to see from TSM Academy. It's their map pick, and they're making it known. Such a quick, efficient attack coming in from them. It'll just clear out the site, clear out all of those corners, and now there's only 2 members of XOR left.
Harmful just saw him. I don't know if he's aware of it. He should re-peek and does indeed. This is looking like a clean finish, though. Epathy finds a single kill. That is all they find. By the way, Epathy was the one to switch from the Jet to the Raze. Understandable switch, and from that same role as well. You like to see that consistency through and through. I was talking about Ghost winning map 1, by the way. They are about as consistent as things get. They won 13-2, 13-2. Congratulations, Ghost Gaming. Moving on to day 3. The first team to do so.
Who could have seen that coming?
Yeah, you make a fair point.
All right, well, back to XOR versus TSM here. Let's see how TSM Academy are going to do this one. Very confident Sim actually has a Vandal. Sim, now being the Raze player, the duelist for the squad immediately, does get flashed out by that guiding light. But they aren't sure whether or not they are going to be poking down B. They're at least forcing out a lot of utility, only using the reusable stuff like the 0 point to make it seem like that B is where they want to go. Still have the options open, but it looks like they are going to be moving B.
I don't like the fact that they use the paint shells, though. You understand the fact that you've gained that ground already. Nothing you can do is going to gain any more outside of that door unless you immediately push it. Now, keep in mind the fact that Bones is actually waiting there with a shorty in hand, no less. Now they've backed up around towards the elbow spot just to gain that little bit of extra info, but they're still waiting with a shorty. And they want to take these close-range engagements that finds 3 around towards the Garden's position.
Yeah, it catches 3 of them there, so then they just kind of get stuck, but nobody from XOR willing to peek it out. That's going to be a good guiding light to come in here. Physic able to trade 1 out, but Harmful drops that Phantom down. Regardless, the Haunt is in. This is TSM moving in.
They don't have any kills off the back of it. Finally, they take Vic out of that hookah position. A second kill there for Physic, but I believe that's all they're going to find. It is indeed, as ZK will shut them down.
So easy.
Epathy dies inside of the hookah spot, and a team ace found for TSM Academy. They will also keep their rifles plural on the board as XOR are shut down once more.
Yeah, and we saw the likes of Ghost Gaming. Usually on that second round, they went for the Bulldogs, you know, get a little bit more variety in there. But of course, TSM Academy so confident after that very first round on that win, they just decided to go for rifles. And as a result, you know, they're going to have all rifles coming into this next one. They're just going to go for it. And XOR might not be expecting this. We saw this happen on the first map, but it was the opposite way around. It was XOR who did buy up their rifles, but now TSM Academy up 2-0, looking to extend their lead even further.
So is this the point where we just go into Pearl now because we know TSM Academy is going to win 13-3?
Don't say anything. You're going to jinx some stuff. You're cursing. Use power here.
I wouldn't be wrong. That would be really funny. This is a map or a round that XOR is supposed to pick up. However, Sim, with their saved over Vandal, will find a kill back the other way. The spike being planted leaves XOR in this retake scenario. With TSM Academy vastly separating themselves from one another, it leaves this XOR defense in an odd scenario.
The spike is down, 3v3 here. Nightfall was committed, but Harmful doesn't care, doesn't need to hear anything to find Bones' head.
Haunt thrown forward. It's just a distraction. It works out perfectly, but Physic now in a 1 versus 2. 78 HP with 6 shields remaining and 2 vastly different positions to walk straight into. You can see it's ZK waiting around towards the box with Venture around towards the U-Haul spot. The headshot lands, but that's all they will find. 13 HP and about as many seconds to defuse that spike. It's not going to happen. Spike will go off, and TSM Academy win the bonus. This is better than XOR did back on Icebox.
Yeah, and well, they keep one person alive. Of course, you know, we could see how this one plays out now because obviously TSM Academy, their economy is actually doing fine. Oh, never mind. Turns out it was actually XOR who aren't going to be doing fine because they didn't win that one. They will have one Phantom in their hands, but yeah, the rest of the squad probably just bringing in those Sheriffs. Look for a couple of cheeky picks here or there, a couple of headshots.
He's walling. He's walling.
But TSM is doing a fantastic job thus far. It's going to be an early paranoia to catch people out on B short.
Actually catch both as well. Well placed at that. Physic takes out that Roomba and will be able to back away with their life and without any damage nor too much information taken in that scenario. ZK with a return paranoia. This one will whiff perfectly. Go straight through Hookah, of which nobody resides. They will throw every single bit of utility that they can seemingly in there and find absolutely nothing while Harmful will die to Physics, just dry peek.
Yeah, and I actually think that that's a smart move coming out from TSM. Okay, now we're going to have the Nightfall on the line. They get the information. 2 people in the back there. One of them already down.
Apathy dropped. Vic from the elbow, though. It's a double kill with Sheriffs across the board. They will take the teleporter, though. A seems to be the call for the 2 remaining players. They do not have that Viper's Pit available. Actually, no, they do. They could have gotten that down with the spike, but instead they decide to pick up the ultimate orb and put it down before initiating that spike plant, allowing themselves to play around lack of information as XOR can play quickly so.
Yeah, in a great position from ZK up top, looking for it, able to find Scuba out.
They apparently knew he was there. Luckily, he backs away, but only for the time being. Bones on that flank in through a mid should be able and does find that kill on the backside of the Viper's Pit around towards bench. Rebo playing a timing. Tasmanian Tiger finds absolutely nothing as the Trailblazer goes errantly so. Rebo, they seemingly aware, but Vic dies anyway. Huge. A 1 versus 1. They tap the spike. The spray is not there, though. 16 bullets as they swing around. It's Bones from the side to catch outside of the line of sight of Rebo, who tries to turn but is unsuccessful in finding that flick. And TSM Academy finally are shut down and off the back of a thrifty round, no less.
And, you know, you mentioned earlier about the use of utility from TSM at the beginning of the round, not finding any value, but I still think that it is necessary for them to be able to do that. And the reason why is specifically because of how Icebox went. XOR just looking in positions that you wouldn't expect them to, can catch them off guard. You want to use your utility to clear all of those out before you give up any unnecessary picks. I also like the idea of going in and using the Viper's Pit to make sure that this was going to be a lot closer, but a huge eco coming in from XOR as they get their first point on the board in this map.
Apathy playing around the backside of that toxic screen. A well-timed paint shell, but it's the Haunt to shut them down. A double as well here for TSM Academy. Physic playing Ring Around the Rosie with that toxic screen, but the decay effect setting in. It's Physic with the spray straight through it before it even falls, finding Harmful as XOR on this retake are already establishing themselves and have Physic there for the pincer.
And the smokes are already on there. Someone needs to go in and get that spike down, but how TSM Academy are, they don't even want to peek out. The wall is going to go up, allow for a little bit of repositioning, and now they should be able to get it down.
Oh, Physic dies, though, even with the overgrowth, healing them up to near full HP. Sim shut them down, a full relay of frags, but it's Venture with that Sheriff to shut it down. TSM Academy off the backside of a thrifty victory from XOR. They'd pick it up and put it right back down. 4-1 the lead now for the Academy squad. As XOR, they had an answer. It's been immediately turned back on.
Yeah, that was so chaotic on this site. TSM Academy looking to play around their utility, but instead, it was just a little bit of frags left, right, and center. XOR decided this is going to be our moment. We're going to go in there, catch them a little bit surprised, and then we can capitalize on it. Unfortunately, not able to do so. Only found their heads taken off with bullets. So another round for TSM Academy on the board. They will have the null command in addition to the showstopper to enter into this next one. But the economy for TSM Academy is starting to wear a little bit thin, despite the fact that they have won this last round. Unfortunately, quite a few members of theirs have died, and so they're not going to be able to fully bring in rifles. But honestly, that's okay because XOR in an even worse economic situation. Regardless, though, XOR have looked honestly really good on their eco rounds thus far. Once again, I imagine that they're going to have to find another round before they can start to turn things around.
We'll have a few seconds with this tech pause while it's still underway. I have some more updates from the pit itself, not on-stream matches. These are direct elimination matches. Virtuoso 1-0 up against Lenny Time V19. Teal Seam took map 1 up against Nightblood Gaming, and Core was able to take Roy's Kitten Shelter's map pick and go up 1-0. Native Gaming and Zero Marksman Black still in map 1.
All right, here we go. TSM Academy. Like I said, only one of them has a sheriff. The rest will have rifles. Dueling Viper walls as well. Early smokes being tossed in. Sell that this is a B-side hit, but really good discipline from XOR. They've kept their feet planted onto this A site. As a result, they might be able to find a couple, but it's Showers control.
They threw the toxic screen up as well. They fake the fact that it's mid as the play. The Roomba will find one, and that's all. They're already on the backside of this A site. Finally, the sound cue's given away, but the 0 point able to take out Vic, and Apathy soon to follow. This is such a smart play from TSM Academy. Ooh. They play around the backside of their own utility, of which was already a fake, and take the full control of the A site, as it's only one player to come back. Scuba does pick up 1 kill and a rifle, but a 2 versus 4 on this retake.
Yeah, they have the Viper Spit as well as the Seekers. I don't know how much value they will be able to get off of those ultimates, unfortunately. Might just opt to save their guns instead, but TSM Academy might go for the hunt.
ZK would have to clear out this mid corner, of which isn't being aggressed upon. They have, however, heard the Viper as they walk around to the backside of caves, and incorrectly so are thinking that is the closest defender I'm looking for. Bones hearing a sound cue of their own, looking to take out Venture, whose spray was correct, but just a few seconds too late. A flashbang around as well. Bones is continually trying to do this damage, but unfortunately will indeed fall. Sim adding a little bit of extra bullets into the corpse just to make sure it is indeed dead, but Scuba taking them out, really punishing that little bit of BM. XOR will save over 1 weapon, and TSM Academy will pick up their 5th, and obviously so, XOR will call a timeout because they really, again, do not have a convincing answer.
No, and good time for a timeout. This is looking a little bit like the script has been flipped on the second map. On the first map, we saw almost the exact scenario, just the other way around, and this is when TSM Academy had to take their timeout to try and figure out what is going on. That was such a smart play coming in from TSM Academy. Like you said, just were able to get into the back of site, take a look around. Then, as soon as the couple of members on that A site decided to peek their heads out, easy kills. Rest was history. Just make sure they get that spike down. They could have afforded to keep some more of their members alive, maybe deny a couple of those ultimate points, but ultimately, that was a good way for XOR to be able to get themselves that ultimate, get themselves the ultimates that they can potentially use this next round. I want to see some of them come out. The Viper's Pit is an incredibly effective tool, especially on the defense. And of course, if you're retaking a site, a Nightfall doesn't hurt either.
Exactly.
So we're going to have to see it. XOR, they have to start to pull this together. Otherwise, Pearl is just over the horizon.
5 ultimates. That's the one caveat. I think one note that they can bring forward, but TSM Academy have been cycling their ultimates well to the point where they're finding a lot of kills and still using 1 or 2 here and there. Notably, they've already used the Viper's Pit, yet it's still only 2 ultimate points away from being up once more. XOR, on the other hand, haven't used a single one, and because of it, really haven't been able to find a convincing advantage off the back of it. Down goes Sim early on. Sitting inside of a snake bite means they're vulnerable and they take twice as much damage. Easy kill there as they stand tall. Vic playing on top of the main boxes of this A site has yet to actually see Rebo, who's walked behind. Wait a dang set out. The Prowler found him. Never mind. And he still finds the kill.
Yeah, is spotted out here. Going to use a snake bite, but just gets taken out from the side. Regardless, the team is moving in onto B. There's just a Viper inside of the pit. Goes down with the spray. And suddenly, he's going to be able to move in. Bones is just in the back there, able to stay alive. Actually finds a little dink on a Harmful, shutting him down. But ZK's ready for it. Vic trades it back onto Venture.
The issue, they do not have a way to re-pick up Harmful. And just sitting inside a spawn, ZK falls. XOR with a second round. They pick up off of their timeout, apparently. Even with that lack of information as to Rebo's lurk around that A mid spot, trying to cut off that rotation towards the B side. And even with the ability to drop that Viper Scuba inside of their own Viper's Pit, TSM Academy still can't win the round. And XOR, well, yes, they did use 4 freaking ultimates in that round. they won. So I suppose it's an opportunity cost.
Yeah, something like that. I hate that it took that much to be able to make that one happen, but yeah, like you said, you got to start somewhere. It's going to be a good 0 point. Doesn't find anybody, unfortunately. We get shot out, though. This is going to be a tried and true B-side hit. Already, the smokes are being established. They're pushing out of B long, but the Prowler is going to give the information where they are. They're actually going to get fragmented on the outside as a little bit of a cheeky rotation comes through here, and Harmful comes out on top with the Frenzy.
But Scuba's sitting inside of their own toxic screen. The flash is near perfect, but Scuba's able to find the kill and immediately back away into the teleporter, get the heck out of dodge. But another Viper's Pit put on top of this spike. This time it's the VIP to drop once more. The toxic screen up once again, and that paint shell thrown forward. He won't find the kill, but he'll find all the information. Venture in this 1 versus 3 pushing forward as they're paranoid. They have that near sight effect upon them, and they have bullets rain down on them. XOR, they lose one more, but no, XOR pick up the defensive side. TSM Academy lose one more, but they still are in a decent position in this half.
Yeah, there's only 2 rounds separating these 2 teams right now. Still, quite a few rounds on the board. 4 more to go in this half. Going to be seeing full rifles come in there. Oh, man. It was honestly looking like it should have been a TSM attack. As soon as the spike went down, the Viper's Pit went up, but just a couple of unfortunate timings. What's up with these Vipers in the pits just getting sprayed down? Hate to see it if you are a Viper. Of course, if you're the enemy team, it's working out just fine. TSM Academy, 3 ultimates online. Could use that showstopper to engage. Sim, gonna drop the boom bot. We see this strategy time and time again. Not gonna find anything in there, though, as they get set up to potentially hit this A site. The Nightfall in Venture's hand will give a lot of information as to where the 2 members are hanging out. It's going to force their positions out of where they are currently.
Not only that, but it will give away the fact that 2 members are here. It does only hit 1. Keep that in mind maybe for later. Vic shoots out that haunt and just barely dodges the missile that walks right by them. They apparently can stop the show in and of their own right. Epithy to swing around, finds a first and a second as well. A 3K on the round before they're immediately felled. It doesn't matter though. Vic with 1 of their own, and a C's even catches Rebo as they're forced back the other way. A 1 versus 4 here for the Viper. 3 ultimates utilized. None of them find their mark, and TSM Academy are cut down on their entry. A near perfect defense for the XOR squad.
Yep, as soon as the Nightfall came through, it was a good read from Epithy to just completely back off, only catching 1 person off. But more importantly, I need to highlight Vic with that massive paranoia. They knew that they were going to be engaging as soon as the Nightfall went through. The paranoia, like I said at the beginning of this map, goes right through the walls, catches all of the attacking members, and then it's just an easy cleanup for the Rays to just walk through and hold down that left mouse button. Only 1 shot, and you're going to be good to go. So TSM Academy this time are going to be forced onto a save. Just a couple of ultimates. Didn't get much, but they're going to be going fast onto A.
I feel like that was the Matrix play, though. Immediately dropping off with the triple box as the missile's
Fade
coming
away.
straight at your face. Just dropping off the face of the earth, avoiding it to near perfection. And then throwing in a near perfect paranoia as well to allow your team to push off of your utility. Very well done on the defensive side. XOR have really been missing that the first few rounds. They really start to come into their own as soon as rifles are picked up. And now TSM Academy on their attacking side are slowing down just a little bit. Not only in this round, but in this map. Nice shot, though, is Harmful looking to speed things right back up. An attempted refrag unsuccessful. A 0 point well timed, though, will indeed catch out that Sky and force them back just a little bit.
And this XOR defense, it's so interesting. We always see the Rays as well as the Omen playing together. And it's the other 3 on the other side, depending on which side that they are on. Bones able to pick up Harmful. There's going to be Epithy coming into the back, though. Has that showstopper, looking for somebody. Spots him out. It's going to be enough to secure the kill.
Drop, Venture as well. Scuba swinging near perfectly. A 1 versus 3 now as Rebo left alone once more and in a similar position, no less, behind the cubby box, popping up their own toxic screen, allowed to switch back the other way. But the question is the aggression there? Seemingly no here for the defensive side, and such a well-timed reposition as well. The Omen seemingly doing everything right here for XOR. 5 rounds finally found and a tied-up scoreline as TSM Academy, they've had the lead for the entirety of this map. It's been cut down to nothing. They don't have it anymore.
Yeah, now they're going to be calling a tactical timeout. 5-5, 2 more rounds in this half. Potential of XOR being able to take the lead. It's not what you want to see if you are TSM Academy. Keep in mind they did lose map number 1, 13-3. started this off very dominantly, but XOR are starting to get into their groove. And honestly, I like the way that XOR are playing this defense. Traditionally, I find it incredibly hard to defend on Bind, but I think that they're doing an excellent job of setting up their agents in very interesting places. And I think that's why they are keeping the Raze and the Omen together on some of these sites, because they're able to set themselves up on fun sight lines. Omen can just shadow step on top of a box. Same with Raze, just use a blast back, get yourself back up there. And the thing is too, they have enough utility to be able to slow the enemy team down, whether it be the smokes, whether it be the paint shells. It's so good coming in from those two that the other three can just kind of hold crossfire angles and make sure that anybody who decides to walk in gets flashed, gets taken out early. And well, as soon as I talk about that, we're actually seeing them swap of how they're making this defense.
Stream can't see it, but I'm giving you the L.
Thanks.
I don't know. XOR on the defensive side are really employing the fact that their defense has been vertical. And now, in so many rare positions that Bind offers verticality, they're bringing it to the forefront of their playstyle. And I love to see that, especially as you mentioned with the blast packs and the shrouded steps, where they can play around that to near perfection. Now, with that haunt thrown out towards the top of Hookah and the backside near Fountain, they will have the information that nobody's there. The null command, no, it's a 0 point popped. Scuba's forced back for the time being, but they have yet to find out Apathy is waiting around towards the shower's position. From the shadows used to clear out U-Haul, as ZK will rotate just the same, but they have yet to still clear out showers. Forcing that Viper forward, though, no, they decide to just back up. It'll be a full 5v5.
Yeah, and it's really lucky that Scuba was able to get out with his life here. Sim going in a little bit deep, gets traded out.
A 1v1, and Bones drops Harmful as well. Exactly what XOR are looking for, but Showers has now been taken. That's the most important part. The Roomba dropped. ZK pushed upon. They will find the first two more in front of them. They will find a second as well. The reload will cost them their life, but Venture on that flank behind Scuba I was talking about finds that kill inside of the Showers position. The Haunt does land, giving the information as the Bones whereabouts.
Oh no!
But a 3K now required here for this Sky, a fourth as well, should they want to win the round. There is a flank coming behind. Rebo's dropped a 1 versus 1 up against Venture. The swing, it's there, but the kill, not so much. Venture will be able to find the kill. Fade will be able to drop that Sky. And XOR, while yes, they tied things up, they have yet to take the lead.
And now this is the last round before things swap around. Both these teams, a great round from TSM Academy. Able to get that offense a little bit closer than they would have liked, but I think that they did an excellent job of being able to take the space. They set themselves up into lamps, just smoked off all of the different entryways. Sure, they didn't really clear showers. However, at the end of the day, that was okay because it wasn't in their post-plant positioning plan. Sim able to move up, get up into their faces as well. XOR wasn't expecting it. Found a couple of picks right off the bat. And now, it's a little bit of a different look. We're seeing XOR start to push out from showers. Get a bit more ground. TSM Academy are looking back onto this B site.
Post-plant positioning plan. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, there you go. PP.
Heh, he said PP twice.
Yeah, there we go.
I got him to do it. ZK watching Cave and still dies. Apathy able to use the blast pack to get the heck out of dodge. Bones, however, suppressed into the final round of the half. They use the null command in near perfection. Harmful finds a first. An immediate trade by Scuba, but Rebo is there for another refrag. They immediately fall, though. It's Vic with a double onside of this site. Harmful runs out of that null command. They have to turn 180 degrees, and Apathy up above will cut them down. 3 HP is all that remained there for the Raze, but they're able to tie things right back up as XOR are able to come back from a 5-1 deficit, and at the half, we're dead even at 6 apiece.
This is not what you wanted to see if you were TSM Academy. Once again, 13-3 loss on map number 1. Hoping to take the lead early. Was looking pretty darn good coming out from this attack. Unfortunately, after a couple of attack timeouts, XOR in such a good position, just completely tie things up. Now they're going to be swapping sides. Let's see if TSM Academy do a better job on this defense. XOR, though, their offenses look spectacular on... Well, let's see how this one goes. Don't want to call anything just quite yet. They've set up the Viper's wall onto the A side, but this is TSM Academy looking to be aggressive with this defense for this round open up.
The paranoia does land, forcing the Raze back, but the A mid aggression is there, harmful. They're well aware of this KO's positioning, and there's that paint shell forcing him back, but only for the time being. And he actually just avoids that paint shell entirely and looks to back away. Finally, you see TSM Academy forced off the angle, but Physic apparently aware of this flank, does find the first, doesn't expect the second. Keep that in mind maybe for later, but Harmful finally will fall. ZK just the same. Physics knows all and is using the physics to his advantage.
And now it's a 5v2 scenario for XOR. You're doing such a good job thus far. We'll be able to just get that spike down on the B side. Nobody from TSM Academy are even close by, so it will be 2v5 on this retake with already Fade just a tickle hairs away of health from death.
Not looking all that good. I'm no expert.
Definitely
I talk about the game every so often, and I've seen this situation a few times before. Actually, today, as a matter of fact, 2v5s have been relatively prevalent on the mainstream. Vic with yet another kill here for the XOR squad. A 1v4 now for Rebo. Technical ace clutch if they were to find the kills. They're not going to, though. Vic's going to walk straight into him, a double kill there for the Omen, and XOR will win the second half pistol. TSM Academy on the back foot and against XOR, of whom map this is not. You'd expect TSM Academy on the pistol round to have some semblance of a plan, but it was really just cut down.
Yeah, I mean, TSM Academy were also able to pick up the pistol round at the start of this map, but yeah, this just wasn't really a good look from them on the pistols. XOR still looking nice and comfortable. Apathy going for the Vandal on round number 2. Has to be so careful with that one, but based on how XOR went for that last round, they just go to be explosive. Viper's Wall going to be set up here, but the Haunt gets 2. Oh my goodness. A lot of information. XOR get tagged up, don't care, going to run it down anyways.
The opposing Haunt there as well. You can see the trail is there. Apathy with the aggression straight through that Poison Cloud. They apparently don't care about this Viper's utility, and they'll find a double on the site itself. The spray into elbow almost landing. Venture lucky to be alive. Scuba inside of this hookah position. Finally, Venture will fall, but it seems like it's all for naught. Physic does die from behind. Apparently, they are not all knowing on that fade. But good enough there for XOR. This is a clean conversion round victory for them. At most, they've lost an SMG on their Omen, or on their Fade, my apologies, around towards that defender spawn position. XOR and good night, Sim.
Yeah, no, this is XOR. They say, well, a little bit of utility, a little bit of smokes. That's kind of cool. You know what? What if we just went through it? And it was just so easy for them. XOR able to move through. Didn't care for a second about what TSM Academy were doing and what they were setting up. Ran it down, made it look easy.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, you know, you just see a little bit of a foot go into the smoke. You just spray it down anyways and hope for the best. So TSM Academy on the back foot. That's 2 rounds this half for XOR. TSM Academy finally able to buy up rifles. You have to be careful. XOR have a Vandal of their own, could capitalize off of it. It's going to be explosive once again. This time, they're going to be moving in through showers. Apathy in the snake bite, doesn't care, but they are able to take one up.
Paranoia, they want to push this one quickly inside of the smoke. They see Rebo, apparently know that Rebo's playing behind their own toxic screen. A shot almost landing out of Bones Vandal, but it will not finally cut them down. Sim does not clear Vic in the back corner of Lamps. So again, a 4v2. This time it's a pincer maneuver, though. You can see them in through mid and around towards the backside of Heaven.
2v4. Not looking good. Have to come up with a little bit of heroics.
Oh no. Venture down. The Haunt around towards Heaven as well. They seemingly are aware of this Omen's positioning. That Haunt doesn't find them. It's outside of that distance of effect. ZK does find one, but there's a second on their left side. They seemingly are aware of the fact that Vic has already crossed, but with only 9 bullets left in the weapon, they have to make sure they conserve their ammo. They do not do so properly, and XOR will be able to make it a reverse nice scoreline, 9-6, as they continue to establish their lead.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row now. Great stuff coming out from XOR. They look so comfortable on this attack. And now they're going to force TSM Academy back onto a save. We're going to be seeing, it's going to be Sheriffs in their hands while XOR are just going to probably run it down again. this is a pretty consistent thing that we're seeing from the Rays on XOR. Not afraid of the utility that kind of goes in there, looking to frag out, get that impact, which is what you want your duelist to do. And now this is going to be a different look from TSM Academy. They move in, try to get a bit more aggressive, but are immediately punished by Vic, so are going to back up.
Venture will retreat back. In TSM Academy, this is a round of which they are ecoing, at least mostly. Empathy has been seen that vertical position around towards the backside of the teleporter, so they will look to just aggress off the back of that information now given over. The bomb buddy should be taken out, and is by the paint shells. A little bit premature in the deployment of their little Roomba. And TSM Academy have actually retaken Shower's control. Oh, it's going to be cleared.
Down one, but the Prowler's going to be so good. Robo around the corner, though. Might be able to come up big. No
way.
Physic with the 2. Has the Nightfall, going to use it, clear out the site, and now the execute going to come in. Happen.
Didn't land. The Nightfall didn't land onto the backside of the site. They were too far away, and Venture, they're not aware that Venture's sitting close inside of the smoke. They're not looking to aggress, at least not too quickly. The overgrowth there in order to heal up. Paranoia, then Venture pushes off of it, but only finds 1 kill. And ZK with only a Sheriff in hand, they don't even have any utility to work off of. It was almost certainly immediately fall. They somehow take out Vic. I'm not sure how that one happened. Go buy a lottery ticket, I suppose, my friend. But Bones will finish them off. And XOR have yet to lose a round in the second half of play. And again, we will see a gun round, but this is almost a requisite for TSM Academy to win if they want to be able to come back.
Yeah, and look at that. XOR 3 rounds away from being able to beat out TSM 2-0 them. Unbelievable stuff coming out from XOR. So close yet so far. Both of these teams will have the From the Shadows online, might be able to be good to help them rearrange things. Now they're going to be moving in. Empathy, not finding anything there, but the Haunt, oh, never mind, it's going to be a Seize that actually gets them, and now they also have the Showstopper online.
XOR, their aggression met just a little bit inside of the Showers. Harmful, playing their mid control with an operator in hand. I think one of the first times I've seen an operator in the hands of a KO thus far this event, and understandably so. Nobody with movement utility usually picks up an operator. Nobody without movement utility usually picks up an operator, usually a chamber or a raise or even a jet that you would normally see. XOR continue their aggression though, and this time B is the call. However, it's well read by TSM Academy. They've already fleshed out all of Showers. They're looking to clear A short and mid as well. This is not looking good for XOR. While yes, they've met absolutely nobody, they're walking straight into a stack.
Here we go. The Showstopper is going to be online, just moves in. Already ZK finds 1, ZK finding 2. Harmful with the alley-oop, gets taken down as well. Robo able to clear that one out. Now Physic left alone against the squad is able to take one out through the wall. Just sidestep the Roomba on the ground there, but Venture is going to shut that one down. TSM Academy picking up their first round in this half. 10-7.
That's exactly as they needed to play on the TSM Academy side. You've seen XOR continue with their aggression around that A side time and time again inside of the Showers and continually pressing with the split around that mid position as well. This time it's met. TSM Academy with weapons this time around decide to push Showers. They find absolutely nobody and then continue on that aggression around towards mid. They understand they have to rotate around that A side back player towards the B site. And immediately thereafter, XOR, thinking they've duped all of TSM Academy after their failed flank and fake, they walk straight into a stack and die because of it.
Yeah, now they're going to be moving in onto B. They do have their Viper there, but actually it's going to be a pit deployed from TSM, and this is such a smart move. I don't know if they're going to continue to go through. You talked about that operator being in Harmful's hands, but there's a reason why Harmful is opping. It's because he's darn good at it. Empathy able to take out Robo, and just like that, the pit's down.
ZK falling back as well will die almost immediately. The Seekers will go out multiple towards that defender spawn position, will drop him. The Null Command popped a well-placed paint shell, but too late and too little, unfortunately. Bones dropping Harmful. They will still emit that Null Command suppression, but will not be able to do any more damage. Roomba around towards that elbow position to make sure it's cleared out. Physic unaware of that push from the Rays, but it's an immediate trade. Venture on the backside will immediately fall right thereafter. Physic to clear out Venture, and Bones solidifying their 3K means XOR are just 2 rounds away from closing out Bind and sending TSM Academy to the lower bracket.
Yeah, now we're going to get a timeout from TSM Academy. I want to quickly comment on XOR's post-plant positioning. It was so good. Of course, it was a little bit chaotic. TSM brought out a couple of ults to try and clear out the field a bit more, make B-side a lot easier to retake there. But actually, the Omen from XOR was playing all the way back, just playing the time. And while you can get swept up in the motion of things, you know, hey, let's go in. Let's find a couple of kills. Let's find some wins here. It's such good discipline. Right now, that tells to me that XOR, they're here to win it all. They don't want to give up any easy mistakes. Even if Physic wasn't able to find that kill, there would have been more than enough stalling in order to make sure that they could win that round out. So, good stuff coming out from XOR. TSM, not in the greatest position. They want that map number 3, but unfortunately, it's just slipping away from their grasp, as XOR are making it so much more difficult for TSM Academy to even pick up a single round.
If you continue to look at XOR's play, they're understanding what goes wrong every time they lose a round. You can see they've barely lost consecutive rounds. They lost the first 3 because that's the pistol conversion and bonus. Those are just chance rounds most of the time. They won the following round, which was a thrifty gamble purchase. That's earlier on as well. They lost a gun round, they lost a bonus round off the back of the gun round, and immediately have turned that into every single round win other than 2. They've basically gone on a 10-2 run since that 5-1 scoreline.
A lot of information coming out from XOR already. Harmful, though, doesn't care. Going to go through it, but it's Sim who comes up absolutely massive. Bone's going to be trading that one back, looking for yet another, but Harmful sends him into the next dimension through the teleporter. The spike is down and not in a great scenario for XOR TSM Academy. This is a very crucial round for them to be able to win. And now Harmful is just going to be peeking this corner, ready for someone to try and aggress here, but Apathy wins that one out.
He's able to grab a rifle. They run away towards the A side when the spike no less. They will look to re-aggress in towards mid and maybe all the way around back towards this B side. I don't think they're expecting ZK though. ZK just uses from the shadows, snuffs out the fact that nobody's inside of showers, and expects that B is indeed the call, considering the fact that Physic is walking all the way around and in through this mid position, or Venture is walking all the way around and in through this mid position. They have all the information that B is indeed the call, but the question is where on B?
30 seconds left.
Now the members of TSM Academy taking their time.
They don't know.
They hear the plant, though, so now they're going to be moving in. Venture watching it, able to find the headshot there. 1v2. TSM Academy looking to win it out. Scuba in the back.
The Nightfall misses. That's the most important part. They think he's still around towards that mid position. The Prowler will gain the lack of information and turn that back the other way. The Seas whiffs, though. That's the most important part. Scuba continually repositioning off the back of that information, making sure they cannot be locked down inside of any specific scenario. The pings on top of that spike, making sure they can put the snake bite down alongside the toxic screen, making sure that spike defuse will not come through, slowing themselves down, making sure that they cannot be snuffed out of any position specifically. Scuba the swing around will find the first, the pings onto the spike for the second, but they are inside the dark cover. They're not sticking it though, that's the problem. Inside of that smoke, they're looking to stick it with the classic, but he misses it. Scuba with the classic could not spray it down. The dark cover drops, but so does that spike. XOR snuffed out, finally so. However, a caveat, Scuba built up their Viper Spit.
Yeah, Viper Spit being online is not going to be a good time, especially too if comboed with the Nightfall. Imagine that, you're pushing into a Viper Spit, trying to flush her out, and on top of that too, the enemy can see all the lines where you're walking. It's not going to be a very good time at all, but still, honestly, down to the wire, TSM Academy, we get to see all their reactions here. They got the defuse, so happy to see that one come through yet again. Only 3 rounds away from potentially tying it up, while XOR want to pick up yet another. So much utility being tossed in already, as it actually gets a little bit of a tag onto one of the members of TSM Academy.
I like this quick aggression from XOR. They understand the fact that TSM Academy have been playing around their early gained real estate way too much. And again, it's understanding what's going wrong and what you can change about it. I love that from XOR. They're understanding from a baseline perspective what is incorrect about their playstyle, or what TSM Academy is doing to meld around that playstyle and looking for a counter in and of their own right without needing that tactical timeout every single time they lose a round. That's that discipline from XOR to break it down and from their IGL standpoint say, hey, what's going wrong? How can we fix it?
Oh, that's such good repositioning coming in. Able to play around it. Rebo in prime position here. Hopefully,
that's going to
Boombot just misses it. Apathy. Oh no, that's going to be an easy rifle for Rebo to just be able to pick up. Able to escape as well as Harmful now knows that they are coming in here. The Haunt gives the information, but still now another one. What's up with these Viper walls?
Scuba hears us and apparently seems to know that Venture's behind. We'll be able to find that first. And the Nightfall from behind, they had all of Sewers and Showers control, my apologies. And because of that, they'll be able to put down the Viper's Pit and this spike. The information is there as the ZK's position, and Physics like, oh, I'll just find a quick one tap. Finds the kill.
Yeah, and the Nightfall was invested as well. So difficult for TSM Academy to walk into this pit and try to get that defuse in. The two members of XOR also in the back line. Trying to close them out here, but nope, they're all falling down, and Vic gonna seal the nail on the coffin on yet another round, getting XOR to match point.
Map, match, and series point here for XOR to send themselves to day number 3 and to the bracket stage where the money meets its maker and, well, where these teams play for that money. TSM Academy need 4 straight, and their bye this time around, I'm not going to lie to you, it's piss poor. 3 Sheriffs, a Stinger, and a Spectre with full shields on 1 player, that being ZK, who actually has that Sheriff. He actually did sell it and sell the full shield, so you kind of ruined my point, but you get the general idea.
Yeah, no, I mean, they have to play flawlessly now, and this is a huge ask from TSM Academy, as XOR have just been doing such a good job at making their way in onto one of these sites. They've been rotating their strategy up quite a bit. Keep TSM Academy guessing, and they're doing just that. We're going to get information based off of the Prowler here. It's going to bait out a fragment to slow things down, but ZK has his Paranoia ready in hand. Not going to use it, though, as nobody from XOR have decided to push up onto B. It is going to be an A-side hit once again, and this could be it for the match.
XOR have the weapon advantage. Now, I know that. They don't particularly. I would employ, if I was the omniscient, all-knowing coach, the rush A, don't stop, clear strategy. Wow. A Viper's Snake Bite will land on top of the bench. Vic around towards that Shower's position, though, will fall. An early engagement allowing for a possible pincer later on. Scuba's caught with the timing as well. They could die because of it. Harmful, even with that long-range engagement with a Stinger, will still win the fight. A 1-for-2 trade, though. Bones looking to make it 2-for-2. No. Does indeed. A showstopper pop just the same, but Physic dies.
3v2 looking possible. The showstopper goes off from Epathy. Doesn't find anything. Okay, but Bones is just going to find Harmful's head instead. They know that the last 2 are in Showers. Apathy playing it nice and close, getting sprayed down through green. Broxus looks away just at the wrong time. 1 HP and a dream. 1v1 scenario. See how this works. Venture has to move up here. Going to toss in the tether. He's going to start the defuse, get it to half, but the guiding light comes in.
1 versus 1. Venture still locking it down. 3 bullets, though, in that Vandal. He has to reload. Down to the Sheriff. The shot around. He's gotten it to halfway. He can stick this should he choose to do so, but Bones will shut it out. A 4K found for the Sky. A 2-0 victory to clean house for XOR as they shut down the TSM Academy boys and send them to the lower brackets.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful stuff coming out from XOR. They looked so good, whether or not it was on the attack or the defense. TSM Academy also looked pretty practiced on things, but we're just a little bit out of the way. XOR so good at finding first bloods. That's what I've noticed. They were always finding the first kill of the round, and then the rest was just so much easier for the rest of the squad to just come in and clean up the rest of the members.
10 first bloods, by the way.
There you go.
Surprising number. It was really harmful to find first kills, and as an initiator, no less. It was a little surprising, but they didn't have a real duelist to do so. Sim, unfortunately, underperforming, I think, in this map, but it was a really clean play off the back of their own utility. You could see in that play specifically, Apathy finding 3 kills in the round, 2 of which off the back of a Paranoia, of which we've spent so much time boiling down. That was a round that really brought what we saw back into the fray, and I have to give it very clearly so. TSM Academy, unfortunately, falling, and I'm not going to say at no fault of their own, but it was really just a whole lot of good play, and not much they could do about it.
Yeah, honestly, it was so difficult for TSM Academy to find anything. The XOR guys were just soaring ahead of their competition. They went in there, and they were able to find the kills. This last round actually was an extremely good attempt from TSM Academy because, once again, like you said, they didn't exactly have the best buy coming into it, but boy, they really made that one work. Way to boil it down to a 1-to-1, but almost making it an impossible situation for Venture to be able to get off that defuse.
This is a situation where if you look at how, time and time again, XSOR have played rounds, it is boiling down to round victories off the back of early round engagements. We saw that so many times back in map number 1, and that continued here on Bind, especially later on in the game. Remember, they were down 5-1. They win 13-8.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way you should be able to do that. It's a 12-3 run, of which you usually see turned around, especially with TSM Academy in the server.
Yeah.
Surprising to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, TSM were looking so good at the start there. It was looking like it was going to be an easy stomp coming out from them. But XSOR, they took that tactical timeout, and everything just started to switch around. So big shout out to XSOR. They win it out 2-0 against TSM Academy, closing them out on map number 1, 13-3, and then going into map number 2, 13-8. Great stuff coming out from this squad.
It was consistency as well. There was nothing that you could put your finger on and say, XSOR doing this incorrectly time and time and time and time again. Now, we saw that once or twice earlier on in Bind, but they remedied that. That's the most important part about it. They figured out what was going wrong, and notably it was earlier on in that series, but they figured out, hey, we can fix it. We can clearly figure out what we need to change. But that is all for the XSOR and TSM Academy game. They, TSM Academy, will head to the lower bracket, but we have an interview with the XSOR boys. Tanner Metro himself will be leading you through that. Take it away.
So handsome.
I'm here on stage with the coach for XSOR, Trainer. First and foremost, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining. Also, congratulations, you guys are going to be finding yourselves in the quarterfinals. Now, I want to pick your brain a little bit about this one. You guys made it look pretty easy. What, if anything, surprised you about this matchup with TSM Academy?
To be honest, I didn't expect them to be running like... to be honest, I didn't really expect them to be running like the KO, because it's definitely like a really niche pick and it's really hard to play. It's like just like something you have to play super slow, and like, I don't know, you have to have like a really good game plan around it. So I'm assuming they were like well practiced on it, but like, I don't know, it's like a really awkward comp to like get used to.
Well, you guys, again, made it look relatively easy in this one. What was the prep like, right? You guys come in, you don't have to play the LCQs, you don't have to do the day ones. Did you feel cold coming into the matches today, or how was that prep?
Well, we came like about like a day before, and we played like 2 scrims, and it was horrible. Like, we were just absolutely terrible, which is like the usual. Well, when we scrim, we're just terrible in scrims. But then like when it comes to the match, like I felt like that day that we like scrimmed, just 2 scrims, it really like warmed us up, because we were just completely horrible. Everything was off. No one was focused. But I think after that point, because not many people have been like to LAN here, so like this is like kind of, they could be their first LAN or whatever, second LAN. So they're just more comfortable and they just feel a lot better like playing. So that's why they're better now.
So who here for the squad? Is it anybody's first LAN for XSOR right now?
I actually think it might be Bones. No, I think Bones went to a LAN. Okay, maybe it's second LAN for everybody.
Second LAN, but still the experience obviously coming out here main stage, the prize pool a little bit larger than maybe some in the past. What can you tell us about Bones? Because obviously this guy's got a bright future coming in fragging the way he does.
Oh yeah, he's crazy. He's a bonehead, definitely. Like he's stupid. I didn't mean to make a pun like that, but like still, he's just like, he popped off on Bind. It was amazing. Like he definitely like has some flaws when it comes to like utility and like inexperience and stuff like that. But he's learning, and Vic is really helping him out too, because they're just like good friends.
That's perfect. That's exactly what you need. It helps a player stay comfortable when things can get a little shaky on stage. Now for you, Trainer, as a coach, I want to give you a second, right? Obviously a lot of stuff comes behind the scenes, so you can go ahead and take a peek at the camera right here. Where can the people find more Trainer, and any shout outs that you might have to give?
Well, you can find me on my Twitter I'm pretty sure it's a Trainer with 2 R's and then Val. And also I wanted to give a shout out to just my whole team, XSOR, for coming out here and just playing. Like, Scuba came in, he came to play because we're just good friends, and like, I don't know, they popped off. I'm glad that they're playing, I'm glad that they're looking good, and I want them to like look good for teams in the future, so that way they can get picked up to like a potential like franchise spot or whatever might happen, academy team, stuff like that. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, Trainer, I appreciate you. Congratulations again. Looking forward to seeing what you guys can do tomorrow. And as for us today, we're not quite finished. We got one more series again, another lower decider. Somebody's going home. Somebody's making it to the quarterfinals. So stay tuned.
Video games were definitely a source of tension in my family. They weren't really happy that I'm like kind of starting to steer away from education and steer away from school.
I had a grind. I came here from nothing. I was never in the spotlight. In fact, it's something that's very new to me.
Esports isn't for now. Esports is for 100 years from now. Just like the NFL 100 years ago when the NFL was starting up, like what is this? People hitting each other for fun, and look at it now.
Anything worth doing in life is always going to be hard. So I knew that this was going to be difficult. I just didn't know to what extent.
I was dealing with all these things, and I had to keep a facade of everything is fine, and there came a point where the facade just cracked.
Quitting esports was the easiest option.
That year was probably like the worst year in like a very long time. There was like a huge falling out with like gaming in general.
Everything was going great, and one day I had gotten a call from my sister, and she was crying, and she was just saying, "Mom can't walk. Like, get over here. Like, Mom's not walking. Like, she can't walk." I'm sorry.
And then my dad asked me, he says, "So what are you gonna do about it? Why do you gotta tell me that? Why can't you just tell me to give up?" But he didn't, so I didn't.
Through all like the lows, to knowing like this is something I've always wanted since I was young, and I've been a gamer my whole life. I've been in esports since I was like 15, and knowing that everything I do now is like culminating to like this person that I've kind of always wanted to become, it makes everything worth it.
Esports.
Esports is home. It's everything I've ever known.
My name is Dylan, also known as Rooney. I'm the in-game leader or initiator for Sonics. I mainly play Sova and Fade and Breach on a couple other maps. So my role as an initiator is to lead my team into sites or retakes with my util. So I have a lot of the recon darts or scans on other agents to give my teammates information on where we need to go. We are very aggressive and everybody's mechanically gifted to where we're comfortable taking our own 1v1s and put ourselves in man-up situations. So it gives us a pretty big advantage. My favorite part about LANs is just the competitive environment. A little bit of trash talk here and there makes it fun. Just the overall competitiveness of everybody that's coming and the environment's just a lot different than it is online when you're face-to-face with who you're playing against. So to anybody that's trying to make it to the next level and is playing ranked or doesn't have a team yet, you can always look online, try to find a team. If it's not working out, you can always build your own team and just make sure you're playing in all the tournaments available. NSGs are great every week. You just build a team, get your name out there, maybe put up some wins against some notable teams and maybe get picked up to a different team and eventually salaried. So my goal in esports is just to make it at the top level, be at the international events and have experience that I'm gonna remember forever. So these LANs are very helpful in terms of just having LAN experience. So when I do make it there, I'm not going in just dark at these international events. I know it's very hard to keep your nerves down. So getting experience like this is very important. So when you get to that level, it's not as bad. And I'm sure you'll still have it, but it won't be, to that level.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Champ. Sometime to Light. Joined alongside me is Dryad for your pit update from the stage. Let's actually make our way over to the pit. Now, Dryad, I have to note the fact that it's been a difficult ride through the pit. Lower brackets, never easy. But the note is that the games have continued going, irregardless of, well, the stream going to these lower deciders. Mm-hmm. Hopefully we're good. Apologies for that one. But Native Gaming over in the back corner are taking on Zero Marksman Black. Map number 1 going to Native Gaming, though. An odd scenario considering Zero Marksman Black were coming into this one as one of the favorites. Now, moving around, Roy's Kitten Shelter are still taking on Core. Now, I talked about that on the main stream where we currently are, but the issue is that Core continually have these issues where they can't seem to meld together as a squad.
Yeah, and I was saying it before. There's an issue of going back and forth, and teams having struggles to close it out. And we don't know what's going to happen today, right? A lot of teams going home for this last match as well. We're going to see a couple more in the pit. There's some matches as well happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and another note actually, as this game just ends, I'm trying to figure out who this is. It looks like it is Core. Yeah, it is Core. Core actually just took that second map. So it's a 2-0. Core, live, has just beaten Roy's Kitten Shelter. Now, on the other side, we've already moved down. Teal seem able to take out Nightblood Gaming, but the map that you've been looking for somehow contains Virtuoso. We'll see a rematch of them as they move through their own lower bracket, taking on the Knights Academy.
Yeah, and one of the things that caught my attention is you mentioned Virtuoso won against Lenny Time, which I was expecting it to be the other side. Mm-hmm. But we get to see how the match moves forward on that small bracket because everything is going to be defined for tomorrow.
Well, an elimination game, but first a break. Virtuoso move back and look for a rematch up against the team that sent them down here. We'll see if the Knights Academy can move on or if Virtuoso will find that rematch.
Alright, y'all know what it is. It's Ravish. It's real simple, real easy. What we're going to do, I'm trying to grab some of the biggest minds right here at the Fully LAN and ask them, yo, if your players weren't here, what would you say about them? And I want that honest opinion. I'm here with my man Apex, but go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Apex, also known as Austin, previously TSM's coach, and over helping out the Nearest Airport guys with Frost. So.
Now, as you know, Apex man is smart, but here's the thing, I need to know, how does he feel about his own players compared to himself too? So why don't you go ahead, list your players and say, yo, if my man was not here, what would you say about him?
So start off with the bald guy, Calypso. I would say he loves to hear the sound of his voice. I tell him that all the time. He loves it. I mean, listen, his voice is good, all right? But he just talks so much. So that's some I tell him, but at the same time, I don't go into detail, so that's what I'll let everybody else know. He loves to hear the sound of the voice.
Okay.
So let's go Andy next. He's gorgeous. Ladies, he is gorgeous. Just gonna say that now. I haven't told him that, all right? Let's go Aleko. So that's Leviathan AG. You guys might know him as Aleko. Played with me on TSM. My player, I've been with him for 2 years now.
Long time.
Yes, he loves himself a little bit too much, but it's all good. Let's go next. Who am I missing? Oh, here we go, Peter.
My man forgot his own players.
Bro, Peter. So Peter's, you guys will know him as Governor. Bro, this guy is so hyper-focused. Like, he is dead on a mouse, something that's on the ground. I just think, like, he's got great focus, and I haven't told him that, so there you go, there's something. And then Precision, 2.5 years together, the silent killer. I would say, like, I have a love for him that nobody else knows about, and what would I say about him? Fuck. I just think he's got to look up a little bit and absorb, good people and good energy. So, yeah, that's it.
Damn, that was way more beautiful than I was expecting. Damn. Yo, y'all hear that? Love yourself. Look up. Hold your mouse correct. And whatever else you said.
Yo, I love it, bro. This guy right here, man, he's the best. I love you, Addison.
No, I appreciate you, G. Thank you for talking to me, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. All right. That's what's up.
Spacey shit.
stage.
Spacey ship.
Yo, who the heck? Scam likely. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me. Till legends are next to me. Hey, please do not text to me. I'm trying to get it. Working to become the best of me. I'm doing my job. That includes whipping and keeping the recipes. I cannot stop. I gotta get it till legends are next to me.
Now we're playing the game. Now we're playing the game. Nice! Let's go. Nice! Nice! You put the bonus on. Nice! Say something! No? Okay! Sir! That's a molly! You can't sit in it!
Essentially just run out the brain and get them in their...
Let's go! Baby! Kill me all you want for your f***ing stuff! I feel really bad that you guys have to go home after dying like a moron! Nice! GG, baby! GG! You are f***ing amazing, bro!
I hope in, baby. I'm hooked in.
Rav, you want to come in my car? I think we should get going. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, hey, what's going on, amigos? What we're gonna do right now is we're gonna see who got game, but who also got game, all right? We gotta know, what's y'all's best pickup line, which is why Gompers dressed like this, because I don't know, why are you dressed like that?
Remember when you told me to be myself?
Sure, yeah, bad advice, but yeah.
I decided to be myself. I'm letting go.
I'm so proud of you. I'm glad that this is the way you decided to really just show yourself to the world. So let's go find some homies to see what's up. All right, okay, look.
Hi, my name is Marks, and you can find me at Ravishing Casts.
Thank you, that's great. Appreciate that.
Let's find the victim. The victim. Who's the victim? Hello, what's your name? Sophia. Do you have a pickup line that you'll it's hard out here, man. Like, let's say you see a handsome man, all right, on the street, man or woman, whatever, and you see them and you're like, dang, I want to date them. What would you say? It's a tough one. Pretend I am that person. I'm your crush. I know, I'm really pretty. So pretty. I'm so jealous. So. Here, we're in my car. I feel like you're giving me so much pressure right now. I didn't mean to. If you were a pineapple, you'd be a pineapple. That's really cute. Yeah. Do you want to go out? Tonight? I lied. I have a boyfriend. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh!
That's Mark with an S?
Yeah, Mark with an S. Yeah, Mark's.
That's weird and wrong.
Is anybody here a Chad? An absolute Chad? If you were walking up to a shorty, what would you say?
Oh my God.
What's your best pickup lines?
You put me on the spot and I did not prepare for this.
That's crazy. Get used to it. You're a caster.
You would ask a girl out by saying something Valorant related?
It's been a long time since I had to do this, so I don't really have anything for that.
It's easier if you're a Discord mod. I understand.
You walking up to a shorty, she probably molded on about. Yeah, she's Shorty right here. You see Shorty walking down the street. She's
Driving
immortal.
down the street or walking down the street?
Just go with it.
Okay.
She's down the street. What are you saying to her? Newt.
Hey girl, can I honk your nose?
You're canceled.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Rosie.
Hi, Rosie. Nice to meet you.
I'm the manager for Native.
Why don't you go ahead and give me your best pickup line? If you're walking up to a good-looking, saves me.
It's like
I'll walk in
relatively
by.
dirty.
It's okay. I like it dirty.
It's a Valorant-related pickup line.
Valorant pickup line's fine. That's a walking by you. How you stopping me? What's up?
Are you raised?
Oh, no.
Because you can fire.
I knew where that was going. I knew where that was going. You know what she's gonna say? She's gonna say, "Is my nose big?" Because you said that,
How
Mark.
dare you? Yeah, what's up, homies? I'm Ravish. We're here to talk to some of the absolute best people at LAN here today. I'm talking about top fraggers. We're gonna talk to the dog, too. Let's find out. I know this is usually a pretty hard person to try to track down. You know, he just came back from a match. He just lost as well. So we'll see what we can get out of him. He's right here. Little homie, what's up with you? Go ahead and play Twitter for us too, and just see where you're at. Okay, that's I believe that's our rough cast. My brother, what I need to know from you as well. Which player are you most afraid of facing at LAN? You know, I would have said Screwface, but like, that's fair. Yeah, you think 5'4" is the new 6 feet? Just for my satisfaction. That's crazy. You used to go say that to me? Bold, front and center? Chat, if this man was not a dog, I promise you the amount of quit longers he would have on him right now. I need y'all to be ready. Who's your favorite caster here? Huh? Who? Tanner Metro is also my favorite caster as well. That's fine. That's okay. I completely understand. I can't compete. This was an unfun interview. I'm having a bad time, and I bet you are too, huh? Thank you. Perhaps you grab a shout.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Champs Finals. My name is Marks, and now I'm joined by the lovely Gompers here, looking nice, sturdy, and comfortable. As a matter of fact, in that chair over there, it looks like you've got the LMAX competitive advantage that everybody's been waiting on. features cooling, heat, and massage. The LMAX will keep your gaming sessions going even longer with body temperature regulation and increased focus. The future of gaming is here. Shop now at Mavix.com and make sure to use code NSG to save $55 off your Mavix gaming chair. But we're back into things. We've got Knights Academy next up against Virtuoso.
Yes.
This is going to be a very exciting game, don't you think?
Ooh. I mean, I think it is, right? You got Knights Academy, a team that you could say is tier 2, but they act like they're tier 1. I mean, they have insane gameplay. I think this team is going to go really well against Virtuoso. I think that they've obviously trained for this moment. Virtuoso the same, though. So, I mean, I have to give some credit where it's due. All right? So.
Of course. Well, before we get into that match, I just want to remind everybody, if you use the hashtag on Twitter, NerdStreetChamps, might be able to get some of your tweets featured up here. As a matter of fact, we got one right off the bat, and look who it is, Gompers.
I'd like to let Gompers know that I'm free Tuesday. If she's free and wants to hang out on Tuesday, I'm not doing anything on Tuesday. Just let me know about Tuesday, Gompers. Heart, hashtag NerdStreetChamps. Betty, what I will tell you is that I don't really know anything about my Tuesday, but on Tuesday, I think that I'm going to have a day that's kind of like the Tuesdays on my regular Tuesday. So I'll let you know about that Tuesday on Tuesday, next Tuesday. Thank you.
Is it because you say Tuesday differently?
Tuesday?
Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Oh, no. I've just discovered something terrible here. But, hey, there's Ashcasts. If anyone sees my G, Ravishing Casts at the Nerdsuit Champs, please let them know how crisp his fit looks today. Of course, got a couple of radishes on the side with his lovely face put on there. But, yo, Ravish's fits are always so good, aren't they?
Yeah, and so is his pickup line. I love my friends, hashtag NerdStreetChamps. Also, hi, I'm single. What's up? Anybody in the venue that saw the most ravishing man on the planet, you know what he looks like. He's ravishing. You guys hit him up? Oh, my gosh. Why? I don't observe. I gomp. And then hashtag NerdStreetChamps. Gomping really hard right now. For all the Gomper stands out there, please keep gomping, and then I'll gomp back. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, big shout out to Pressy. He's one of our observers, and you know what? He's gomping it up on the observing, and we're gomping it up on stage right here, aren't we?
Yeah.
It looks so uncomfortable. Okay, let's go into the map picks and bans for today. Starting things out, final set 4, that's going to be broadcasted on mainstream. We're going to have Knights Academy picking out Haven, and then it's going to be met with Virtuoso onto Bind. And if that third map is forced, then we might find ourselves on Icebox.
The Icebox map, lovely. Oh, I love myself some Icebox. I actually haven't seen Icebox yet. It was the third map, I think, previously for day 1 of the championship, but nobody made it to that map 3. Is it going to be the same thing again? I'm not so sure.
You never know. I mean, to be fair, this Knights Academy roster has been looking pretty good. And once again, we're getting the lovely player cams here. I mentioned it out earlier, but honestly, kind of forehead cams sometimes.
Forehead cams. Oh, my gosh. There was one of, I think it was Calypso, and his head was so forward. And you could just, like, see his forehead in full form. So it was kind of funny. But let's see. Rams, Eldris, Frosty, Pure, and then Riku. Okeanos, King, LA. How do you... LA? Like Los Angeles. All right, Blast. And then Sniper. I'm hoping Sniper actually is a sniper. That'd be pretty entertaining to watch. But you can see these players are ready to go. That forehead cam from King is looking gnarly.
There should be a note to all players in the venue. If you do go up onto the main stage, get yourself a little bit of a cloth. Let's see how shiny you can make those things.
Right.
Just so we can get the reflection right in those player cams.
Add some oil to that. Make it the most shiniest thing that you can. I want to see my reflection in your forehead. And if you're bald, that makes it even better because then you look like you have an even larger forehead. So if you can do that
more surface
for me,
area for oil.
Exactly. If you can do that for me, I will gomp for you.
Well, you know what? I was going to ask, what does that even mean? I think we're just going to leave it there. Sure.
Okay.
We'll just assume that it is like everything and nothing at the exact same time.
Any gompers? Hashtag NerdStreetChamps. Any gompers. You'll get featured on, of course, here. Not sure if they're doing that anymore, but maybe.
Oh, I'm sure we can pull them up a couple of more times if any gompers are out in the audience.
Any gompers.
All right, well, once again, we are going to be starting things out on Haven. This is the Knights Academy pick.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely very curious how this matchup is going to be going because I know that Virtuoso, they're a squad that have been playing together for a decent amount of time. And honestly, they've got King, kind of the IGL, who always plays Sova and has clutched up quite a few rounds. But of course, they also have Okeanos, who's been really making a name for himself lately.
Yeah, I think Okeanos has been making a name for themselves. They've been playing pretty tremendously in I mean, games coming up up to now, obviously. I want to see them perform because I feel like we're putting them on a pedestal right now. But yeah, blocking in that chamber, you can already tell that they're going to frag out. Like once you play that chamber, I feel like it kind of has the same vibes as, I mean, not really as Arena, but in terms of, you know, you kind of have a responsibility to frag out due to your kit kind of being that type of way.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we're taking a look at the Knights Academy roster here with the agent selects. They might be, oh, never mind, sorry, Frosty on the Rays. I was about to say, are there no duelists coming in? It's pretty consistent that we do see a Neon being played in team compositions on Haven, but I think that Rays can more or less cover that exact same ground. Noticeably, though, they aren't going to bring in a Fade, but you know what? Same with Virtuoso. They're just going to be going off of KO's utility over there to try and get some information, as well as the Sky.
Oh, all right, lock it in, lock it in. I'm more so scared rather than excited to see that Neon. As much as I love Neon, I've been seeing Neon a lot. And there are occasions where, you know, it just feels like, as much as I love a very aggressive Neon, and I live by this because, you know, you have to as Neon, obviously. We got the Nerd Street Neon, the Nerd Street Champs, big logo in front of us with Neon on it. Beautiful. But I feel like it's also very hard to kind of secure that every single game, and there's a lot of risk to it. So, especially on a map like Haven, I mean, maybe there's a little bit more leniency, but on A site, I feel like that fast lane is the only thing that's really going to carry you through.
Yeah, and one of the things, too, about having that Neon in play consistently is the team has to be able to play around that, because otherwise, just like you said, you know, if we're in our ranked games, someone locks in the Neon, not coordinating with the team, might just run it down, immediately get taken out, and there's the Neon down, right?
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Locking in. Okay, I'm excited to see this. I want to see the dynamic of the Rays versus the Neon. What duelists might actually prevail. I do really like the Rays. I think it's going to be great with that damage util.
Yeah, and let's see how these teams want to set up. We're going to be starting out with Knights Academy on our offense. Virtuoso going to start with the defense here. And already it looks like Virtuoso, they might be getting a little bit of a head start running out on B. This is a very unconventional place to go. But already that 0 point picks up 2 agents, so they know that people are hanging around there. As well, too, they've rotated their chamber around, getting the information that A is currently empty. But both of these teams kind of slowing down the pace. Bullets fly.
Already a Trailblazer coming out, but it's not catching much. King on the excursion outside of that middle, at least not really doing much there. They paid and now they're gone, so up on that C site, completely clear.
Yeah, and now we're going to be seeing Virtuoso start to get themselves in order. Thankfully, they haven't used too much utility, so when they inevitably have to come in for this retake, they should be able to do it. The 0 point goes out, catching 1 on site. Same with Guiding Light.
Oh, already Rico looking for picks. It's Knights getting multiple. Tons of players down, which honestly, not the easiest thing to be doing at this point in time, but that pistol round, yeah, looking pretty solid for PKA. Knights Academy, I mean, they only lost 1, which honestly is pretty great, so.
Yeah, Frosty is now buying a Vandal as well. It was a little bit of a different strategy coming in from the defending squad, but yeah, Knights Academy were just able to go onto that C site and make the rest look easy, just holding kind of far back, using the numbers advantage to make sure that they can steamroll over Virtuoso to clear out the pistol round, and now they're going to be buying up their weapons. Obviously, Virtuoso, they've changed things up. We're seeing that Neon go on A, very standard, but Okeanos is going to be moving up on C. Pure VNS in a great position to potentially punish this.
Yeah, VNS is prepared, watching. Having the Spectres is going to be somewhat of that advantage, at least that win condition going over towards Pittsburgh Knights Academy, but already rushing up towards that A side. There is a rotation, so we can see 3 players from Virtuoso sitting down inside that site. That paint shell comes through, hitting that back site. This is where the rush starts to continue, and everybody making their way. Luckily enough, it's going to be Blast taking 2, and on a thrifty round, something like this is pretty huge, because that's at least for Virtuoso going to make them feel a little bit more comfortable entering on that site.
Yeah, 3 members left alive for the Knights Academy, but 2 from Virtuoso. If they can pick off yet another one, that's going to put themselves, like you said, Gompers, in a great position for this next round. Ram immediately low, and Okeanos gets the finishing blow. Still 2v2, not impossible for Virtuoso to win.
No, absolutely not. It's possible. If somebody can get a 2K with a
1v1.
Classic, I think it could work. King, what's going on? He grabbed a Vandal. He said, yeah, I picked one off, and then I picked it up. Oh, Virtuoso 1-1. Wow.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Okeanos ran out of Headhunter bullets. No problem. Go down with the Classic, flying down from above, land on top of the boxes, find somebody. But that was just enough time for King to hop down there, pick up the Vandal that Knights Academy did invest into. So they are going to take away the Thrifty. Let's watch that replay there. Frosty immediately has to look over there, but the damage has been done, and King just going for the swing as soon as they know where that is. And just like that, they're able to pick up that round. Their economy's honestly going to look nice and healthy. They're able to all buy up rifles, while it is going to be the Knights Academy just kind of stuck onto their pistols here. They're setting up for an A-side hit, but the 0 point gives away a lot of information. So we see accordingly Virtuoso, that Neon, just kind of hanging back, letting them play into it, while a couple of reinforcements are going to be moving in to make sure that they don't get any ground on that A site.
Yeah, wow. Oof.
Oh.
Zeldris. I didn't even see Zeldris push up that far, but they did. Sniper is looking for picks. They know they can. I mean, 2 guiding lights wasted, though, so not going to be able to use the most, because is going to have to rely on that KO util. So, I mean, as they get backed off, that paint shell thrown, and now they know at least, hey, Raze, I mean, that kit somewhat gone. There isn't really much that they can do now regarding that entry other than putting those smokes.
Once again, the 0 point gives quite a bit of information. The Knights Academy, though, they're sold on this A site. They're going to be setting up their smokes, and now they're going to be creeping forward. Sniper in a great position to use the guiding light.
Oh, a spray down. Sniper knew that this team was going to start coming in a line, basically like a conga. That rotation coming in really late from Virtuoso, though. There was a really big push in, and now they're starting to get themselves a little bit more situated over towards that A side. Plant coming down, and I mean, Pure, it's up to him.
Yeah, Pure VNS still has 5 HP left. King only had to find a body shot. Going to do the headshot just for style points. Going to find that defuse as well. It was looking like the Knights Academy could have potentially picked up a thrifty round, trading one right back. But Virtuoso are able to come out on top, winning out the second one. But they got quite battered in doing so, and unfortunately their economy is not going to be in the best situation now, Gompers.
No, it isn't. I mean, PK Academy, right? Knights Academy, they had a really good run during that pistol. They only lost 1 player now. They lose, obviously, the buy round, and they couldn't really bonus due to the fact that they lost that buy round. So it's just a little unfortunate. Now they have to buy those half shields for Virtuoso. Knights Academy, I mean, doing good at eliminating majority of the players for that.
Okeanos using that tour de force, pops out super early, finds Zeldris. It's already going to be an advantage for Virtuoso. The tour de force padding out that gun difference. The Trailblazer not finding a thing.
Oh yeah, real good, because now we have Okeanos having that tour de force ready. And as we know, the tour de force is a little bit unfair in terms of that recoil. You're looking good, King right along, so you have that reinforcement, and everybody coming down on that site, making sure nobody from Knights Academy is going to be able to take it. And this is hard. Virtuoso is showing some pretty good stuff out here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And at that point, you know, Knights Academy, they need to be watching their corners. They need to be looking in all of these different areas. But the problem being that some of these players from Virtuoso are just kind of taking up so much space. Look at this, such early aggression from Okeanos, able to find that first pick, and honestly on this C site, continued to aggress forwards and almost played as the decoy, as, you know what, King was able to go around and find a couple of picks that way. So excellent communication coming out from Virtuoso. They have each other's backs, and they're catching Knights Academy looking the wrong way.
Yeah.
This time, though, Knights Academy looking for a B-side hit, but already Okeanos gets Zeldris yet again.
Oh, perfect. But what's more perfect than letting him ollie down there and trying to make sure nobody can get themselves onto the site. Eli knows that there is going to be a flank coming down and another TP out there. Everybody though on Virtuoso. I mean, therefore the touch, it's just them knowing the timing, knowing where these players are going to be residing, and Knights Academy on the extremities of the site. They just, yeah, you can hear them. I don't know what you're doing, but I mean, to be honest, I don't really know either.
Yeah, and right now, like, Knights Academy are pretty good to get the spike down, but you can just see the coordination coming in from Virtuoso. They look so rehearsed, they look so clean, they're playing off of each other and playing together as a squad. Once again, Okeanos, just such early aggression outside of Garage. Usually you would expect the defenders to hang back, but Okeanos is just taking it and driving away with these rounds, opening and closing them up. And so just like that, Virtuoso are going to be up 4-1. As a reminder, this is Knights Academy's map pick, and they're 3-round differences, but quite a few ultimates online for both of these squads. Both of them have Seekers. The Virtuoso do have a Cosmic Divide, which could come in clutch to either stall things out or allow them easy site positioning to retake one of them.
Oh, yeah, they really put some of that util there over towards that A site to maybe create somewhat of a distraction. It's seeming like no more distraction needed. Blast can hear down inside of Garage that things are coming along, and that rotation there from Virtuoso all the way from A to B over to C now. I mean, Picks coming through. Seems like Blast is having a good time. Never mind. Actually getting taken down, and Virtuoso struggling to hold the sights. And I feel like here it would have been better if they just kind of backed off.
And Okeanos not afraid to do it. Goes in, finds one. Still has 2 left.
Oh, yeah, wide swing through. REM. Okay. Okay. I like a little bit of fire. I like that.
Yeah, we're cooking with fire in this kitchen tonight. Our last set of the day. And already this one is getting pretty spicy on stage. Great job from Knights Academy to be able to go in there and clear them out. Virtuoso caught off guard.
Yeah.
Thankfully, though, didn't really invest ultimates there. The Seekers were the only ones that really gave them the information that that C-side hit was happening, but at that point, it was too late for them to rotate around. So a great momentum being set by the Knights Academy. And they're using utility early to potentially bait them out from A. But Okeanos has this operator down A short and is trying to make it so much more difficult for Knights Academy to be able to move in.
No move in. Here. It's not move-in day yet. It's only Tuesday. Sorry, Betty, if you're watching this. I'll let you know next Tuesday. Ooh. Well, Blast, no, he's going to let him know now. It's Eldris. Oh, unfortunately, no longer going to be of help here. Okeanos with the operator is unstoppable, and that, I mean, that's a force that you really don't want to reckon with, so a back-off would be nice, maybe, or just moving towards long. They don't care about that short side, no longer going to be heading down that A sewer, instead looking for this long repositioning, but they should know Okeanos is there. They should know that he's still residing towards that A site, but a nice smoke down. He's still going to try to at least get something.
Yeah, all the information given, but this is going to allow Knights Academy to be able to get this spike down. It's going to be 4v3 on this retake. VNS needs to also just smoke out Heaven once again. That could be absolutely dangerous. But this is such an advanced position for Frosty. We're going to see that Cosmic Divide come online.
Oh,
no way.
No, the unluckiness of that standing right behind your teammates, getting completely sprayed down. I mean, that's super unfortunate, right? That's one of those moments where it's like, yeah, no, my bad. I shouldn't have stood right behind you. I mean, the smokes are always the most dangerous, especially, so.
Yeah, you know, you're not expecting Frosty to just be hanging out inside.
Yeah.
Rifle in hand, as soon as he sees one, just holds down left mouse button, able to pick up 2 for it.
Yeah.
Obviously, you would expect them to be playing outside, making it a lot more dangerous to move in, but you never see them inside of that smoke. Still, though, good stuff coming out from the Knights Academy. We're going to be having 2 Tour de Forces on line, one in each of the Chambers' hands, but right now the ultimate advantage definitely in Knights Academy's favor. This could help them tie things up. They do have the Rolling Thunder as well as the Showstopper, and that could be guaranteed picks as Pure VNS goes for the duel, but Okeanos wins that every day.
Yeah, forever and always. Ooh. Here comes some stun sniper waiting for the perfect moment. Maybe if somebody peeks, it's going to be the opportunity, but the spray through down on that fast lane actually allows Virtuoso to take 2. Now those 3 are down. We can see I mean, only a Sky and a Breach left, both of the initiators. This might actually be helpful, having so many flashes left. Of course, I mean, one Guiding Light left available for Sniper, which is a little unfortunate there.
And they're going to be walking right into the Sniper trap.
No.
Down goes Riku Ram, the last person alive. Already taking damage, can't see a thing. Blast just going to go for the swing, find the headshot, and that is going to be the round.
All right, a 5-3 lead. Virtuoso. If we look at the leaderboard here, a 14-5, by the way, for Okeanos, which is somebody that you actually mentioned.
That's wild.
Yes,
14
that
and
is
5.
wild.
To be fair, Okeanos has been more or less opening up every single round with the operator or the tour de force. Able to just pick someone off. Zeldris just wants to play the game right now. Is not able to do so because Zeldris just walks around, immediately gets headshot. Whether or not it's from Okeanos or another member with a Vandal, not able to get much done on this chamber, unfortunately. But we're seeing a little bit of an adaptation from the Knights Academy. Okeanos, though, poking out on A, looking for it, finds Ram.
Wow, I mean, that shot should have been hard to hit, but not for Okeanos, I guess. It's actually relatively easy. But yeah, once again, I mean, Virtuoso lucked out at picking Okeanos. I feel like they've improved a lot, too, because they've been playing on this team for a while. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, the aggression coming in from the Knights Academy, moving in. Ailey holding the angle in the back. It's going to be a showstopper online, met with a null command.
Oh, yeah, the null command there. The suppression for Frosty. Frosty can't use anything except for their aim. And still, regardless, they're able to hit multiple headshots down on the board there.
Spike down.
Of course, Okeanos finding in yet another. The spike is going to be dropped here, but King goes for the swing. Zeldris still can't play the game. Ely falling down. It's 2v3. King finds yet another one, and it's an excellent crossfire being set up to shut down the rest of that round. Virtuoso taking things 6-3 with only 3 more rounds left in this half, Gompers, as we're going to be seeing a Knights timeout.
Okay, the timeout, well put. It was pretty much a domination there in that last round, which was unfortunate. Oh, I don't know if we have a replay for that. That would actually be pretty sick to watch. That 3K was somewhat relatively insane, yeah. But it was that opening pick from Okeanos.
Yeah, and that seems like it's happening every single time. Okeanos with the sniper rifle is almost unstoppable. But of course, King, another. Look at that excellent crossfire being set up. People coming in from both sides onto that B site. Didn't even allow Knights an opportunity to get the spike down. That's how fast they were to just move in. And once again, you can tell that they're just so coordinated. So, in this situation, you know, if you're Knights Academy, what are you starting to think right now?
I'm starting to think, well, we should not be losing here.
It's solid strategy.
Right? I feel like. So, honestly, it's just Okeanos with the op. Like, seriously, and as bad as that sounds, everybody honestly is putting in a lot of that force, but it's the fact that, you know, you're entering 3v5 on the B site, and then you're expecting to gain that control. They need to limit Okeanos with that op.
Yeah, and honestly, they have to start using that utility to start shutting him down. At this point, they should have realized that Okeanos on that chamber is continuously pushing forwards. Whether or not it's on C, whether or not it's on A, they can almost count on that. And that would be such a good pick if they could just take him out of the fight right off the bat. But Sniper goes down, Frosty with an excellent headshot, and there's Storm in A site.
Play. Oh, switching up. Waiting on the off angle, but Frosty knows exactly where they are. Only a health left too, and they've already hit that 3K, so waiting for more. They have the paint shell, they have the boom bot, so much damage they could do, honestly, before they end up getting rid of their own life, but heal coming through. No.
One enemy.
I don't like this. I don't like this. How does he just get away with that? He just literally peeked a smoke and still killed somebody else. Okay, maybe for another.
No. It's a Stinger meta.
It would have been a little unbelievable if Okeanos was able to take somebody else's life. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But still getting away with a lot of value on that round. We're gonna be getting a quick little replay here. Sniper just flashed out in Trailblazer while the Knights just completely stormed the castle off of Frosty's heroics. It'll run in, pick up that Phantom, and make it as effective as they possibly could. So close to getting the Showstopper back online as well. Only one more ultimate point there. Now Okeanos is going to be hanging out on C long. As the Knights Academy, they're spreading themselves out, but it looks like the C hit is almost inevitable.
I've got your trail.
Oh yeah, it is inevitable here, especially with that
Poor
Seekers
Zelda's.
coming out. Yeah, Okeanos always getting the first shot. Now King, check your corners, it seems like. Because he's going to be hiding in that cubby side.
Wow, such forward positioning from Virtuoso, and the Knights Academy are just not expecting it at all, but look at that. Frosty from behind, Showstopper now online, going in deep. Doesn't find a kill, though.
No, but there's more left. Here, right, the 2v3. Pittsburgh Knights Academy looking for at least some space here. And I feel like going on those extremities is going to be really good for that control for Knights Academy. But we do see that fast lane coming along. There comes Blast and the Rolling Thunder trying to stop these players, but check behind you. Blast completely denying that ultimate that came through. And now, I mean, you can see it's 7-4 on the board.
Yep. So close. One more round left in this half. Virtuoso up 7. The overdrive is now online for Blast. Not a team member that we have really highlighted here, but you know what? This is why you bring a Neon into your composition. Was able to just reposition, use that fast lane to just really block off a lot of sight on the actual C site, and that repositioning just confused the Knights Academy and just made it that much more difficult. Zeldris. We got to talk about Zeldris. I feel so bad for Zeldris right now.
I feel pretty bad for Zeldris too. Being overpowered by Okeanos isn't fun. It is not fun. And I'm sure he feels the same way. You're playing a chamber up on the freaking attack. So what are you gonna do? Oh no. Blast.
Zeldris finds Okeanos. That's aborted.
Okay, wait, but that's good. Oh, that's the redemption arc that we needed. But is Blast going to kind of redeem and get that refrag through? No, it seems like it's going to be King. Everybody trying to pick through, trying to take the King itself. But will they be able to? Looked like it was going to be a collateral, but Pure actually getting out of that alive. Lucky for them. Oh, no, never mind. Not so lucky. Not so lucky.
I have never seen the overdrive get a kill at that distance before. I'm going to be honest with you. With a headshot, too.
Wow. It's the Neon. It's the Neon.
Yeah, the Neon pick. This is why you bring a Neon instead of the Raze, potentially. But, of course, Virtuoso have been playing so well. They look so comfortable here. And the Knights, you can tell they have strategies put in place with how they want to enter in onto the site, how they want to use their utility. It looks like they have a plan. It's just kind of fallen apart because they lose so many members early on. This is the story right now of Virtuoso finding an opening pick to the round, and then the rest just kind of clicking into place. And just like that, it's going to be 8-4 in our half. Now, they swap around. Let's see how Virtuoso want to be playing this attack. You see that they are going to be using the 0 point on the A site, but are actually going to be backing off, and BNS is already down.
Yeah, Okeanos did a good job at getting that first initial headshot. I mean, once again, right, when do they never do a good job at getting that first hand pick?
Oh, yeah.
It's always been that way. And I'm interested to see how many first bloods they have after this. If we could see second bloods, too, that'd be great. But Elay coming along, trying to get the third. And everybody on Knights already struggling. Ooh, it never ends. It's Okeanos with a 3K. Already looking for this one. Switching to the classic. The headshot comes through. And a 4K already.
That's a great way to start out this half. Virtuoso get the pistol round yet again. And now they're going to have the economic advantage to potentially get themselves up. Let's watch this replay here. Look, the jump.
Like,
and immediately
what?
Pure can't even play the game either.
I don't, like,
I'm noticing a trend here.
What is he?
What are they meaning of?
No, he practices in real life and then he transfers that to the game. I think that's what he does. He aim trains in real life for 4 hours, and then he goes and then he aim trains in Valorant for 4 hours, and then it's just he knows.
Yes.
Yes.
He 100%.
I think I am.
He's catching them down. You figured it out, Gompers, but let's see how it goes this time. We're going to have SMGs in the hands of Virtuoso. Looking to get that double score line. A lot of rune already taken by Blast, but King, so good, so patient on the flank.
Oh,
and it's going to be finding everybody.
Man.
Ooh.
What? You gotta watch. You gotta try your best to be able to do something. Okay, at least a Spectre there. Sniper, 28 health, but a lot of players there for Virtuoso trying to do something. A stun. But Rico there. And no longer. Actually, a couple seconds here. Yeah, Okeanos.
Honestly, though, not bad for Knights. The fact that they were able to take out 3 of their members would have been great if they could also drop the Vandal as well. But they're going to have to settle for Spectres. Now, Virtuoso, I imagine they will try to go with a bonus here while this is going to be the Knights Academy being able to buy up their rifles. Unfortunately, based off of these last couple of rounds, they're not going to have enough money to potentially make everything the way that they would want it to be, but it's still something. They have to find this round, start bridging this gap sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Once again, this was the Knights Academy's map pick, and already Virtuoso are just kind of running them right over.
Yeah, I think they're going to run them over again. Only 2 players on that C side, and we got a 5-person push, so this is going to come in hard. They're going to throw something out there. Yeah, that fast lane comes through. The suppression not going to hit anybody, but watch that backside. Be careful. And as they do, they're able to find just about anybody. Knights Academy looking good. And a 10-5. Okay, I mean, that's 1 round, but many more to come.
Yeah, and that one was flawless too. The fast lane actually, I think, helped Knights Academy get themselves into positions, just gave them such a wide opening so that they could set up, and as soon as it went down, you could tell they were looking in all the right places, could just click them down. Look at this. It allowed for such good positioning there. And yeah, you know, they just kind of ran right into them, and the Knights Academy doing a really good job of just kind of standing their ground there.
They put their seatbelts on. We're going for a long ride, though. This is going to be the long haul if Knights Academy can continue to take some rounds, just because, right? That 5-round difference on that leaderboard, which isn't easy to really come by, especially considering the fact that their economy is already looking pretty dirty. But Virtuoso, yeah, get prepared for the peak here. Okeanos, right through the smoke. Ram, what are you doing? It's not easy when you have these players just getting lucky shots on you. Pure. He has to back off here, at least maybe. No, he's confident that he's going to be able to hit these shots. There's 2 players here, at least hitting the 1, maybe the 2nd. There's going to be the KO. Waiting for the perfect moment. Pure, doesn't matter, even if you have 1 bullet. Not going to hit the shot, though.
1v2, the 0 point going to be coming out. This should allow for a spike plant, but already Knights Academy, oh no. Riku does fall down, it's now a 1v1.
Like you said, a 1v1 situation right around the corner. Zaldris, you couldn't see him, but you could feel his presence there. You always do. He's coming back up. He's on the come up. He said Okeanos. Who?
We love this for Zeldris. We love this for Zeldris.
Exactly. We love Zeldris.
Zeldris is back, baby.
Let's go, Zeldris.
Great round coming in from the Knights Academy. And we're able to hold on to this defense. That's 2 rounds in a row now that Virtuoso have really tried to make C-Site work. Once again, such good discipline from the Knights, able to just stand their ground and confidently take those peaks, confidently take those duels, and win them out. This is going to force Virtuoso to change up their strategy. Tour de Force is going to be online for Okeanos, though. This could shift their momentum once again.
Yeah, they have a really good solid hold on the C site for sure. And I feel like if they keep abusing that every time Virtuoso goes C, it would work. Here it comes, though, the aggression from Blast getting completely denied. And it's just the site holds from Knights. It looks so perfect that you just cannot break that wall that they are. Yeah, even with the operator, Okeanos can't do nothing. Yeah, he gets 1, surprisingly, actually. And still, it's King by himself, solo. Ugh.
Yeah, 1v3 scenario, only a Sheriff in hand, doesn't realize that somebody is flanking. As soon as King turns the corner there, gonna get taken out by Frosty. I need to re-emphasize something that you said there, which is the fact that Knights Academy, Knights Academy, they just kind of hang out on site. You know, they're standing their ground, and every single time we've seen Virtuoso try to move in on things, well, it's just a quick little swing around the corner, and suddenly that's 2 headshots right off the bat. Maybe not necessarily headshots, but it's still the bodies that are going to count towards it. We do have a little bit of a tech pause coming in, but so far I am really liking this defense coming out from Knights Academy on Haven.
No, I do too, honestly. And I want to see them play for this more. You see how solid that is? The moment that Blast comes through, they know, hey, let's not peek this, let's hold this angle, because the entry is going to come in from Blast real quick. And then you already take everybody off their guard. The site isn't clear. You got 2 players watching across, so playing off that contact, and it looks great for Knights, but it does not look great for Virtuoso.
No, and honestly, Virtuoso looked so dominant on their defense. Usually when you talk about Haven, this is a map, 3 sites. You got room to play with. The attackers might be a little bit more favored. Yeah. So it's a little funny that both of these teams are looking stellar on their defense thus far.
Exactly, and it's kind of great when you think about it. But they really got to pull out some strats here, because it's 10-7 and it was 10-5 pretty recently. So if you give them 5 rounds in a row, I feel like they well deserve anything that comes next.
Yeah, great stuff. 8-4 in the half, now 10-7. Knights Academy starting to steamroll their way. They're getting momentum. A lot of ultimates online, but it looks like Virtuoso could be putting a little bit more respect. Never mind, Ram already finds one.
Already entering in a great entry too, but just gets completely knocked down by Pure. You can hear the yells and the screams coming around the arena. They know exactly what's going to happen next. Pure, go, Pure. You have it. Oh, he doesn't have to do anything.
There you go.
He's just so swagger that he gets one. like it's nothing.
I wish I was that swagger.
Yeah, exactly. I wish I looked at somebody and they just died. No, that's awful, but all you have to do here is look at somebody from Pure and they die, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say, it doesn't, because Pure is really just putting out some really good stuff with his showcase.
Can I just say, this is probably one of the more heated matches up at the front.
Yeah.
It's actually, you would think that it would be the players earlier that were kind of screaming at each other, but no, this is actually the crowd.
This is the crowd.
The Knights supporters have come in to cheer on their academy. They're so good.
Lowering the mental. This is it. This is the mental here in the LAN, right? You get a screaming crowd and you throw them at the enemy team. They're sitting there like, damn, where's our fan base?
Yeah. They have to think about that.
Where's our fan base? What's going on? Where's the Virtuoso fans? What would they call them? Like, you would call the Knights fans Knights? What, the Verties?
I was just thinking the Verties too. The Verties. Where the Verties at? Well, Knights Academy don't really care right now. They're doing an excellent job of just kind of holding it down. It's so fast with BNS through the fast lane.
No.
These fast lanes have not been working out for Virtuoso at all. It is now 2v4 Gompers, and the round has just kicked off.
No, that is difficult too. To kind of recover from that, you gotta hit some nasty shots. Okeanos trying to look for one, but honestly, I don't even think that's the right move. Wait for that to dissipate. You got 1 minute, 5 seconds. You don't have to be rushing anything through. Even King having some of that util. Why not wait for that? Why not have King set you up for the peak? Because your chamber, you can TP out.
And this is actually a really big momentum shift that we saw from the first half of the round, of the game, honestly. It was just Virtuoso kind of just holding their ground more or less, allowing Okeanos to find that opening frag. But this time around, with how Knights Academy have been playing it, they're hanging back, like we said, just hanging out on site. If Virtuoso want to take advantage of that, then they have to slow down their play as well. They have to force Knights to be a little bit more uncomfortable because Virtuoso seem like they just want to go. They just want to get in there. They just want to get that spike down as quickly as they can. But this is exactly what Knights on their defense want them to do. And this fast lane has not been helping out at all. It's actually set up Knights consistently to get a couple of frags just to open up the round, and the rest is just going to fall apart.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things too. We know the hold from Knights is super, super solid. Why not try to bait out some of that util that's making it so hard for you to enter the site? Why not try to get some flashes out there so that you can at least dismember the opposing side? A stuns from a Neon and a Neon run-in is the W key, whatever, isn't really going to help your case here with a team that knows what they're doing.
Absolutely, and it does look like, though, Virtuoso have started to slow things down. They're playing a little bit more of the information game instead of just moving people in. We saw that Trailblazer scout things out in a sewers, but Zeldris is back, baby.
Okay, yeah, Zeldris is back. It just took a while. It was the warm-up game for Zeldris here, especially against Knights Academy, but it's not a warm-up for Blast. This is it. Okay, maybe Blast had a really good entry in, and now things are working out, and when Blast finds that momentum, it could be over in a couple seconds. You already got 2 players down, that Raze and that Breach, so, I mean, Breach util down is pretty huge.
0 point finds 2, but a Paranoia on site. Ram falls from above, but Zeldris picks up Blast.
Yeah, real great. Zeldris looking for the op shot, not going to be able to get it through the smoke, but here comes the teamwork. That works out so well. It's Ram and Zeldris taking these players out, headshot after headshot, and what we thought was going to be a really good entry, a 1v1 starts to take place. Now all you need to do is wait and try to bait it out. And Sniper does just that. Zeldris trying to test the waters. But Sniper said, no, I'm dipping my whole body in there. Let's take it.
All right, I know we hyped up Zeldris a lot. We've talked a lot about Zeldris.
We did.
I'm not saying we cursed anything,
No.
but that might have been our bad.
That is not our bad.
Okay, I like the way you think, Gompers.
That is not our bad.
A good round from Virtuoso, just 2 rounds away being able to win this out. They need Blast to start to turn up there. That is the impact that a Neon player can have, as long as they don't get gunned down. Can just get their way around site so quickly, so efficiently. And as long as you take out the members on there, that's more or less a free site. Virtuoso have to adapt their playstyle to enable Blast to get that room for them. But this is a very, very, very fast hit onto B as Blast pops the overdrive.
Blast is really looking for one too, but they're by themselves. They don't have much to work with, but doesn't matter. Blast knows exactly what they are capable of, what they can do, but they need to be careful here. Sometimes Virtuoso tends to overextend themselves.
King in the back. Able to find a couple. Blast, though, not done yet. Is going to run into Okeanos. Only has a little bit left in the tank, but is enough to find the kill.
My God.
And now it's going to be even longer. 2v4 here.
Oh, Blast is not, like, just running around with his... I was gonna say with his fingers out.
I mean, that's kind of what's going on here. You know, the fingers do shoot electricity.
He's running around with his fingers out, like we don't run with our fingers out. Yeah, that is so smart.
Do you run with your fingers out?
I run with my fingers fisted inside of my hand.
That's so, okay, no one can see us right now, but that's so
run.
interesting how you actually put that there, because usually my thumb goes on the, anyways. All right, Virtuoso 1 round away. Closing out map number 1. Said Okeanos earlier. It was Zeldris. Zeldris taking the first swing. Blast, though, uses the relay bolts, doesn't matter. Zeldris finds him anyways.
You need the flashes, you need something, a stun, give it to them. But nothing is given out. And then you're just getting off-shotted by God knows where. And it's impossible for those entries to come in, and they get good entries every once in a while, but it doesn't work every time. This could have been a good round.
King able to get so much ground here. Oh, they're both pulling their rifles up at the same time. Frosty just a little bit faster.
Teleport's ready.
Now, it's 3v5. Knights Academy also have a couple of ultimates online, and Zeldris is going to pick off Okeanos. 2v5. This is not looking like a good situation for Virtuoso.
No.
They might just have to try and save to go to the next round.
Yeah. Oh, they also, okay. I was going to say they also have a showstopper, but the showstopper here is actually going to be ran. That's the thing they have in their back pocket. PK Knights Academy. I mean, that's exactly what that means. I basically said PK Knights, so Pittsburgh Knights Academy.
Pittsburgh Knights Academy.
PKA. Okay. Abbreviations aren't our thing, obviously.
I can see the gears turning in your head as you were saying that out loud. But yeah, Knights Academy only 2 rounds away from potentially forcing out overtime on map number 1. They still have that showstopper, still have the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Virtuoso just looking for 1, and then they're going to be done. Already, the 0 point able to find a pick, get that information. They know that somebody is going to be on site, and that is a chamber. Now the Trailblazer goes in, doesn't see anybody, though.
Oh, but C-Site looks really nice right now. At least this garage take is going to be the hardest thing. Okeanos has to be prepared, but we know Okeanos can handle situations like these perfectly. Yeah, that was a great setup. It wasn't even a setup. Okeanos literally just peeked and then dried it and said, I got this, guys, don't worry. So now there is a big opening there for Virtuoso, and I mean, 2 players already down. They've only lost their chamber, which is their top record. A little unfortunate there.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder going to be going in there. Can't deny the spike plant, but now, oh, it's going to be the Knights moving in, 3v3.
Yeah, everybody's already down. That's really, really bad right there. The Null Command not doing much, and it's perfect for Knights Academy. Zeldris, what's happening here? Where'd you come from, man? He was like, I was just at the corner store. I was getting a snack. I actually had somebody else playing for me. Don't worry about it. Wow. I mean, you just, like, popped off.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I think it was such a good play coming in from Knights Academy on that retake. They used the Rolling Thunder to start things off, caught most of the members of Virtuoso, minus King, and then it was just so easy for them. The pop flash goes through, and they're just going to walk in, run through everybody, and in a matter of seconds, it was over. The easy defuse. Now, Knights Academy 1 round away from potentially forcing that overtime. Okeanos, though, he's going to be bringing out the sewer to force. Virtuoso victory so close, but just out of grasp.
Oh, Zeldris is prepared. I'd be a little bit scared. That kind of knocked him off his balance there, especially that stun. He needs to avoid something like that, at least knowing that Blast might
try to put a heavy push in. And with an operator, that's not going to be something easy to come by. There comes the op shot, stopping that Trailblazer.
Spike's still down. Virtuoso taking their time with things. The guiding light is going to let them know that somebody is down onto C. Virtuoso not on a full buy either. This B site might be very nice for them to be able to take because they can play a little bit more closer quarters, and nobody is in here this time to punish them through the fast lane. It's going to be easy Spike drop. It's going to be 5v5 on this retake.
Looks interesting here. Players outside of Garage trying to push over on Knight's Academy. This might actually work because Sniper is trying to get stuff on this site. Seems like blast outside down that mid. Zeldris, it's up to you. But Virtuoso, they said, hey, timeout. Let's see, what is that? Is that like a talk? The talk?
I think that's the goodbye.
Goodbye?
You know?
That's goodbye? That is a weird goodbye. I would think that means stop talking or something.
I mean, I can see the chatter thing
yeah,
going
the
on
chatter.
There, huh?
Yeah.
Regardless, though, great stuff coming out from Virtuoso to start us off. Of course, we saw on the camera there, that was Okeanos. Okeanos hitting a 30 bomb on this map. Wow.
Jeez.
Just doing so much work, especially on that first half. Able to get so much value right off the bat. Just able to shut things down, get those first bloods, 8 of them in total. Gompers, that's ridiculous.
I'm a little in shock right now. He got 69 econ rating. This guy's pretty swagger. You can already see it. It's not like non-stop swag. All right, 8 first bloods, 30-17. 2 assists because, you know, you finish all your kills there. For Okeanos at least. He didn't have to worry about anything when you think about it. Wow. And I mean, that's kind of insane. Even though Blaz was entry fragging, it was still Okeanos that was entry fragging. So that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, and you know, they talk about the fact that Chamber is kind of a duelist in himself, and it's players like Okeanos that really make that come alive. Of course, we did see Knights Academy. They were starting to pull things together in that second half. They were starting to make it look competitive, so close to actually forcing out that overtime as well. So not to take away from them at all. Great stuff on that defense. But unfortunately, they just fall short by a couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Losing out map number 1, which was their map pick on Haven, 13-11.
Yeah, I really like how Zeldris started stepping it up at the last second. That made me happy because we were waiting on Zeldris.
Yeah, we were.
We were literally waiting on Zeldris to be like, yo, Zeldris, come on, man. You got it. And hopefully, like, now that he's found his pacing, that he'll be able to do something good the next game.
Yeah, honestly, I don't want to say it like this, but Zeldris is kind of getting bullied in the first half of the map there, but was able to take it and turn it into his own on the second half there, and things were looking pretty good. But you know what? These gamers are looking pretty darn good. And hey, you know what? Gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Metafy. Get trained by the best pro players in the world. Book a live session right now and make sure to use promo code STREET20 for a nice, swift 20% off. And you know what? If you go on Metafy, maybe you can be as good as Gompers.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Who last night, I did find out, you insta-lock Arena.
Yeah, be as good as me.
I wish I could only be as good as you, Gompers. I'm going to be honest. All right.
Maybe I'll coach you.
We got map number 2 just after this break. We'll see you on the other side.
With Metafy, you learn directly from the best players in the world. They'll review your gameplay, show you new perspectives, and outline the steps you can take to shatter the bones of your enemies. Or just raise your skill rating. Book a session or replay review right now on metafy.gg.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Yo, what's going on, homies? It's Rab out here to get you the outside scoop on what's going on between all these teams. Keith, can I borrow you for 30 seconds to go ahead and get you the outside scoop or something?
30 seconds.
All right, cool. Keith, I'm here with Keith. Keith, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Keith Fortune, coach,
I knew that.
Coach of Knights Academy and all-around savant.
Really nice guy as well. Now, Keith, what would you say about your players if they were not here?
They all smell.
Which one specifically?
Vinny.
I know it. Like what?
Like sour cheese.
Okay, how about anybody else?
I mean, they all kind of smell like sour cheese.
They don't shower?
I can't answer that question.
Ew, man. Why would you say that? You're here first. Nice, smell like sour cheese.
Wait, not me.
The bad kind of cheese. Okay. Thanks for the issue, man. What's going on, homies? It's Ravishing yet again. I'm here with some homies from the LAN as well, sitting out watching some games. Y'all go ahead and introduce yourself and your app.
I'm Colt.
What's your app?
Colt _caps.
Cool. Say thank you, Colt.
Helen May.
Is Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sure. Twitter.
Hi, I'm Kale. My Twitter is Kale__Val.
Nice. 2 underscore. That's special. That's a sub right there. All right. Hell yeah. Now, I'm here to ask you a real quick questions. Firstly, who's your favorite player at this LAN?
I'm gonna have to go with Bjor.
Is there a reason why?
Just this play style, the way he's pretty much lurking, rat jamming around the map for the most part.
Respect.
Bjor.
Why?
Favorite streamer, #1 streamer.
Hell yeah. You?
I'm here for like ZMM as a whole, and then some other people like me and Oeeb, Kevin. But like, yeah, ZMM as a whole, I know a lot of them, so yeah.
But who's your favorite?
Only one of them gets my prime sub, and that's Bjor, so this is awkward.
Everybody here a Bjor fan. All right. Fine. My bad. I got the Bjor row here. Okay. And y'all all sat together too, huh? That's crazy. Now, the real question is, who's your favorite caster?
Gonna have to go with Gompers on that one.
I get that. Why's that? Why's that?
She's just gomping.
She do be gomping. She do be gomping. How about you?
Here or in general?
You can go in general or here.
Mimi, #1. Me.
Me is pretty goddamn good. That's fair. That's fair. How about you?
I have to go with Mimi because I like watching like the casting and analyst stuff she does for like VALORANT champions and stuff. It's just really pog. I also love her Twitter, so.
That's crazy. Mimi is also my favorite caster as well. You know, my favorite caster is Ravishing Ravish. He's a fun guy, cool dude. He's also here. That's fine. Thank you guys for talking to me. I'll play. Thanks again for sharing.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Champs. My name is Marks, here with Gompers yet again. We've got the Knights Academy going up against Virtuoso. After map #1, I don't know, it was that was Haven. On top of that, too, that was Knights Academy pick. However, Virtuoso able to win that one out, looked very dominant in the first half, and were able to get themselves across the finish line 13-11.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that we actually talked about as to why this happened in the first place. #1, Okeanos, 30-17 and 8 first bloods. So
kind of nuts.
That was nuts. Knights Academy did a really good job at bringing it back up, right? So,
yes.
Which is also something I wanted to iterate on, just because, right? Like Zeldris started popping off a little bit, and then they started getting those rounds back. So.
Yes, our boy Zeldris. You're watching that first part, and it was like, oh man. almost feel bad for Zeldris, not even able to play the game, but Zeldris was starting to come back into it. And like you said, the Knights' defense on Haven was actually extremely good.
Yeah.
They almost were able to even out that score line and potentially force out that overtime, but just fell short by a couple of rounds. So good stuff coming out from Virtuoso. Honestly, they looked great.
I think they looked amazing. I actually really like you said, I like that defense a lot. I want to see more of that defense, right? Like the defensive side, they had a really, really solid hold. It felt like nobody could get past that. And even looking at it, right, like having Blast try to power themselves through that, it felt like they couldn't, no matter what they did, right? The operator, when Zeldris started stepping it up, that operator was almost impossible to get by.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, the fast lane at first from Blast wasn't really giving Virtuoso anything to really work with. Unfortunately, just kind of enabled Knights to be able to get a couple of spray down kills. But eventually, they sorted it out, and they were able to take the W on that one. So next up, we have map number 2, which is Virtuoso's map pick, and that is going to be Bind.
Oh, the map of Bind. I like this map. Who was the one that picked it? It is, in fact, Virtuoso. So, seeing as to what's going to happen here. All right, Bind, defense starting off for Knights. So, we'll be able to see that defense again, see if it's as strong as it was, the games prior.
I think it's going to be interesting because Virtuoso in general, they seem very, not like aggro, but they want to take the advantage into their favor. They want to catch the other team off guard. They want to move in, encroach on their territory, make them feel a little bit uncomfortable, and then able to find a couple of first picks in order to make the rest of the round easier for themselves. So like you said, hopefully Knights starting us out on this defense, that is the perfect counter strat to how Virtuoso want to play it. However, we shouldn't count Virtuoso out just based on some of these tactics because this is still their map pick, and honestly speaking, their engagements do look clean when they are rehearsed, and especially too on their own map pick, you know they've got these down.
Exactly. No, but what I feel like Virtuoso needs to get down is I think Okeanos needs a little bit more of that assist. They were doing really good coming into, I believe they had a 10-5, right? And that's when Knights started picking things up, but Okeanos can't be the only one putting things down.
No.
That's what I feel like. Everybody was obviously putting forth a lot of effort, but in terms of shared effort, it felt more like it was being on the shoulders of Okeanos. Of course, you always want to have somebody who can frag out, assist the team, but sometimes you need a little bit more than that. You need a really good cohesion to get that 13-2, or it could have been a 13-5.
Oh no, absolutely. And this is where I think Knights comes together a little bit more. Sure, their aim might not be all as sharp as Okeanos's, but at the same time, they were a very consistent squad. There wasn't as big of a gap between all of their members, and I really like the way that they were using their utility.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just does come down to a little bit of a frag difference in a game like Valorant, but at the same time, you could tell that the fundamentals of Knights are in place, and that should allow the squad to capitalize on some of these picks and be able to turn things around into their favor. But we're still going to have to wait to see that in practice. Both these teams right now getting set up and ready to go for map number 2.
Hell yeah, Keith. You tell yourself that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Keep telling yourself
Oh
that.
boy, we love a little bit of stage banter, don't we?
I kind of like that because it's just so simple. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. I love listening to this. Yeah, but I do think with Knights on this map, I don't know. I feel like they're gonna perform. I think Zeldris has gotten comfortable here. Maybe it was like something that was going on, but the moment Zeldris started, taking things in, stepping it up, I did feel like there was something good coming out of it. And I don't know, I feel something coming. I feel like Zeldris has awoken, and now it's demon hours, and he's just going to start one-tapping kids.
Zeldris is demon hours.
Zeldris is going to now pull what Okeanos did the last. It's going to be like 30 and something.
I'm really hoping you just didn't.
Maybe.
I'm really hoping you just didn't curse that.
Look at him. He looks so swagger on that screen, man. Like,
he does. You really like the word swagger.
I do love the word swagger.
Yeah.
Swagger, man. The word swagger
like a pirate.
is pretty freaking swagger.
Yeah, that is pretty swagged out. All right, well, we've got the Agent Select up on screen for you now. Let's see what these squads are going to be bringing in. We're going to be actually getting King on Sova. Haven't really seen Sova on this map ever since Fade has been introduced. But also, too, Virtuoso are going to have Ely on the Viper.
Yeah.
And I think that this is actually really good. I love Viper on Bind.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, the Knights keeping things a little bit more meta, one might say.
Yeah.
You're going to be seeing Frosty back onto that Raze pick. As well, though, they have a lot to work around. They're going to be bringing in the Fade. And Fade combos extremely well with a Raze.
Yeah, I think with that composition, we haven't seen a double controller in a long time, I feel like.
I don't think so, no.
Because it's kind of been overridden with the split taken out. So why would you need...
RIP split.
Dang, man, I kind of missed that map. Like, put that back, man.
Okay, wait, were you pro or con on split
No,
taken out?
honestly, I was happy that split was getting taken out. But now that it's gone, like, you start to realize, man. And guys,
You
like...
don't know what you have until it's gone.
I feel like that's dang, that's deep. That's so deep. Because I actually hated split. I was dreading every time that map came on. I was literally like, dang, I'm so happy this map is gone. And then now I'm like, dang, I really wish that the map was actually Ascent. Like, I'm sitting here like,
Gobbers is having a moment.
it's emotional, man.
Just sinking it in.
It's so emotional. that
Say
I
your
just
goodbyes to split. Who knows? Maybe one day it'll come back into rotation.
Hopefully, all the maps come back into rotation. Why are they gone?
At least that's what Rito Games is going to be promising us. Already, though, a lot of aggression happening in on Showers from Virtuoso. Okeanos starting it out. Okeanos this time on the Raze. Moving in. And already that's a first pick for Virtuoso. But Knights, Riku trades that one back.
Oh, reload too. Riku. Who's Rico? All right. Well, Riku almost rebranded with those shots. Not a nasty one too, Zeldris. Okay, like I said, Zeldris feeling it, right? He has the Headhunter looking for some heads. It's going to be King, the last one, 5 on Virtuoso, but can Virtuoso figure it out? They're not going to be able to. Ram closing it out.
Dang, and already the words are being tossed left and right across the stage.
Trash talk.
Oh boy, just round number 1. And PKA able to hold on to that one.
How would you trash talk, Mark? What would you say?
I am so bad at trash talking. I just can't do it. I'm going to be honest with you. I'd be like, oh, you're bad.
I'd probably be like, you're trash, kid.
Okay.
I troll more than I trash talk.
You know what? I'm glad at least we're on the same page on that. Because I feel like, you know what? It's a little bit of a game, recognized game situation here. PKA still playing that defense. Virtuoso, 4-man squatting up, looking like they want to go into hookah first. But they do have the Viper getting a little bit of misinformation onto the A side to try and make that one happen. The Trailblazer, though, is going to get a lot of information. Virtuoso have to commit now into hookah and are going to run into Ram with this Spectre.
I'm a little surprised that didn't catch anyone. That dog was great slap dab in the middle of everybody. Ooh, a head scene. And I actually think that was a headshot too, so a lot of damage done.
Solid Dink, it's going to call for the rotations. Virtuoso now going to be moving around to potentially move in onto A. They're going to just have to take a main. But 3 members of PKA are going to be on site and ready for this.
Oh, that Viper's wall coming down, yeah. No longer up, so now there's a little bit of confusion. They definitely know that they transferred over here. In Knights Academy, they're looking for something a little bit more. Virtuoso struggling to keep things back and contain down on that attacking side. They don't know where Frosty is. Shock darts coming through, lots of damage, peeking, and not necessarily knowing as to why.
30 seconds left.
But it's up to Pure. And especially, you know, we still got Zeldris here.
Yeah, and also, too, they're going to be able to pick up the Vandal from that kill as well.
Yeah.
So Zeldris coming in on the back. Blast is going to have it there, and now it's a 2v1.
Yeah, Zeldris. Nice shots. I said it, okay? I did, that he was coming back. He was coming back, and he's coming back hard. Zeldris is like, hey, I'm going to play with your emotions. I'm going to defuse a nice fade out for the shots. They know where Blast is now, and Pure said, never mind.
Yeah, and they're going to stall things out just for a little bit, allow them to be able to rescue that Vandal that was invested onto this round. I believe it was Frosty who picked that up first. Zeldris is back, baby.
Zeldris is back, baby.
Also gets the defuse as well. And now it's going to be 2 rounds for the Knights Academy. It's going to be when Virtuoso are able to buy things up, but honestly, Knights Academy, they're really good at slowing them down from entering in onto any of the sites. And then on top of that, too, they're extremely quick at getting the rotations around, and they look very coordinated on these site retakes as well. Obviously, first 2 rounds could go either way, But now we're going to be starting to see how these two teams come up against each other. But so far, I am pretty impressed with this Knights Academy defense.
I'm really impressed too. I mean, actually, are we impressed? We talked about how good they are.
That's true. We
on the
already knew we
defense.
were.
We don't know what to do. Yeah, we know how this team plays on the defense. Their defense is awesome. They have such tremendous holds. They know what they're doing, and like I said, with the come up of Zeldris and the shots that they're taking, it's going to be a lot harder. Okeanos already trying to find one deep down inside of that showers. Ooh, the back off is tremendous though, as they are able to take themselves out of the equation. Still nobody on the site trying to get that flint down. It's Sniper in a 1v1 situation. Will they be able to take it? There's only 2 bullets left. Switching over to the Classic. They're confident that they'll be able to get the right click down. And as they do, there's that opening to be able to get onto that site. There's the opening to get that spike down, obviously so, but they got to get through Zeldris first.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be Sniper for the ace, but King denies him. Still a fantastic round coming in from Virtuoso, only losing 1. Make sure that they are going to have enough money to be able to buy rifles as well. But that was such a clean engagement coming in from them. You could see that the Knights Academy players got separated, got stuck in showers, not able to really make their way out of it, and just kind of trapped in there, just allowing the rest of Virtuoso to swarm them. But you could tell, they left Ely in the back. The Viper just playing the walls, has the lineups ready to go, also prevents the flank. You don't expect a Viper almost to be in spawn. And so great play coming in from Virtuoso. Solid attack, solid defense. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And on this next round, it's going to be rifles up against rifles.
Yeah, I don't think I expect anybody to be back in spawn this late in the game. I think I would
You've never played with me.
Oh, really? Is it because you're scared or?
Mostly.
Mostly. Okay, no, that's fair. I mean, if this were me too, I think I would be scared as well. Look at these guys. I mean, skill times 100, right? Virtuoso and Knights Academy. I would want to go against anybody on Knights. As Zeldris speaks out, the confidence, you can see it's definitely radiating. They're getting a lot better with those shots. They're getting a lot better with the peaks as well, so the timing perfect.
Just like that, Virtuoso only down to 3 members left. Still have a couple of ultimates if they want to force the issue. The orbital strike could be key to at least open up the defense, but Frosty hanging out in here could be massive, especially with the headshot onto Ely. The smokes are down, but Virtuoso, they're going to try this A-site hit.
Oh, no more. You can hear that. All right. Knights Academy. They're like, heck yeah, man. Heck yeah.
Yep. Right back into it. Knights Academy doing a fantastic job of shutting it down. Obviously, they were able to find so many picks in the beginning of it that Virtuoso just had such a hard time being able to set themselves up to even get the spike down properly. They're running in. Sure, the smokes were there, but at that point, you know Knights Academy are feeling confident enough to just walk right out of them. They had the crossfire set up, and it worked out. Even if they do lose one of their members, doesn't matter. They're going to take the round any day of the week.
Okay. Interesting to see this lineup King's making, just trying to find anybody that might just be down inside of garden side. So, I mean, as it is, everybody trying to get the move in. Nobody here, and we know how good Knights Academy is with the ultimate. My question is, are they going to be able to take it? 2 picks down already, down inside of hookah. Now they lose so many players. They're still trying to fight this back, and they haven't even gotten on the site yet. So Knights Academy, once again, doing a really tremendous job at holding it. Yeah, there's not much you can do here.
Yeah, King now up against the world. Tour de force from Zeldris, able to just drop a slow field, really made it so much more difficult there, and Zeldris does it again. Zeldris Gaming, everybody. And now Knights Academy take their 4th round.
What did I say?
So good. That's fine. You didn't curse it. As a matter of fact, you probably enabled it, didn't you?
I think I enabled it, yeah.
It's very kind of you, Gompers.
I think Zeldris heard it when he was walking back. He's like, yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'm feeling myself now. Yeah.
He was like
But still, good stuff coming out from this defense. You can tell that Virtuoso, they still are playing with that Viper back and are trying to move in. They want that first pick without really using utility to support it, and then that's when they start to just throw things down. They want to be able to catch Knights off guard and be able to get that first one, but unfortunately Knights have been more or less denying them. King, with a very early Hunter's Fury, gets a tag off and is able to secure a kill.
Nice pick off too. Yeah, that Hunter Series was huge to be able to take out that Prince. Now, looking like there's more to it, though. The story is going to be getting past Frosty. That's not going to be easy in itself. The endeavor to get onto the site is slowly but surely being completely scattered. We only have a Sova and a Viper on the side of Virtuoso. Of course, I mean, there comes the smokes, but there it goes down. The dissipation of it just gives Frosty that upper hand. Now it's up to King. No recon dart until maybe 2 seconds, so they might just be able to at least gather some information as to the backside and what's going on there. But up in heaven, that's its own story.
Yeah, and Virtuoso, you know, they've got a lot of utility being tossed down in front of them, but they just want to go in anyways. And that is so difficult to do because you know that Knights Academy are good for all of the different angles that they are on, and now King is in this impossible situation. 1v3, Marshall in hand, might be able to find one, but misses the first shot. Location is revealed, and Zeldris with the cleanup there. Knights Academy, that's going to be 5 now, 2-1.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, I think that Virtuoso have to put a little bit more respect to Knights Academy's name. They can't expect to just go in and be able to find a pick without using the utility to be able to support it. They have smokes, they have flashes, and they have to start using it and swinging off some of those things to be able to secure those early kills.
Yeah, it would be good to secure a little bit more here. Virtuoso struggling on the attack, but I feel like the main reason, once again, Knights Academy defense, freaking dangerous, man.
Oh, yeah.
They picked the defense for a reason. There is no other factor of it. They know they can possibly go that 12-1. They know they 12-1, that's not even a thing. They could possibly go that 11-1. They could go that 10-2. So they're very confident in their skill and their gameplay. Okeano's killing himself by accident. So now he's completely down, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, it might be just a little bit of nerves coming in here. Now in Nightfall. Just for good measure, Knights Academy, they've got so much. Oh, yeah, tossing an orbital strike as well. The sniper moves in to take Ram out, but Ely on the back line, able to secure 2. Virtuoso, this is looking like a good round for them. Frosty popping the showstopper, does find one as well.
Oh, Frosty. Absolutely insane, but it's a 1v3 situation. Frosty stuck in the corner, sniper knowing what to do with it. And they were like, Okeanos, you can die. You've done your due part in the last game. We got it.
Yeah, we can start to pull this one together.
This is the come up with sniper. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. So great stuff, even though they did lose Okeanos right off the bat. It's okay, the rest of the squad is ready to help out here. And finally, Virtuoso are able to steal away yet another round. Still though, 3 remain in between them. Off the bat, Virtuoso, they do have that showstopper as well as a Viper's Pit. If they're able to secure themselves onto site, that could be a free round for them. Buys are going to be good on both these sides, but Frosty getting aggressive. The Trailblazers are going to get that information. Immediately has to force that one back. And yeah, PKA just sticking to their guns. They're going to play back as per usual as Okeanos goes in.
Oh yeah, Okeanos with the showstopper. Real close, but they had a little bit more time. They could have waited for a second. Maybe even just use it for some type of scare tactic. I'm not even sure. Although losing that paint shell there, you can see on the side of Knights Academy. They lost both of their raises, so that main type of damage is gone. King, though, is here, and he's not here to play around. Instead, he's really here to frag out, make sure that the flank is completely protected and watch. But Zeldris, once again, the come up of Zeldris just will never stop. And there's more to the story, right? So we got to see what exactly Virtuoso is going to do to be able to secure this. The Viper's Pit up, and that's the only thing that they have right now. To rely on that B site, it's going to be hard to get by, because that spike, where is it?
And Spike's still not down. Ely just looking for an opportunity to go and get that planted. At the same time, PKA, they've got themselves set up. They're ready for it. They have an idea where default is going to be, and as soon as they hear that plant, they might just move in and spray it down. That's going to be the Haunt running in there. Doesn't find any information inside of the pit. Now it's going to be planted, but the spray through is able to stop the plant. It's a 1v1.
Oh, yeah, perfect here. Sniper with 7 bullets left. They're like, nah, I don't need any more. If I reload right now, they're going to figure out where my location is. And that's one of the issues. They know exactly what they could be doing. Didn't make enough noise. Going to have to hide behind here. They know they need to try to get the plant through, and this is it. Right? Sniper definitely has a sneaking suspicion that the push-up is coming down, and Zeldris. I am always right, Mark. I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I'm always right.
You know what? Honestly, that's my bad for doubting you.
Exactly.
If anything, that's on me.
I'm literally gompers. Like,
You are gompers, and you're gomping hard.
I am gomping so hard right now.
Yeah, so hard. So PKA 6-2 now. Oh my goodness me, Zeldris able to come up clutch, deny the plant, and then take the 1v1 around. A little bit binged up, no big deal, just finds a headshot onto Sniper and cuts that one down. It was looking like Virtuoso might have been able to squeak by with that Viper's Pit online. Virtuoso too, I just want to mention, on their attack are really good at having somebody watch so deep in the flank in order to make sure that they can cut off any of the members from PKA, making those flank rotations around. So good stuff coming in from them, but Frosty has to back off yet again. It's okay though, I think Virtuoso are on a bit of a save as the Seekers get invested.
Blue smoke up. Okay, Viper's wall is really kind of distracting everybody from the side of Knights Academy. And I like it because now they're allowed to get onto the site. They're trying their best to be able to get themselves down in that shower's control. But nothing's really working. Knights Academy just really know how to position themselves in a way where it's hard for you to gain some ground. It's hard for you to get yourself at least some momentum.
Spike is now down, 4v4 on this retake. Couple bullets being traded. But already that Viper's Wall doing a really good job allowing the positioning of the Knights here. Okeanos in a great position, able to find one, but Zeldris takes him out.
Oh, my mouth dropped for a second there because he pushed himself back. I thought it wasn't going to work out. But the Owl Drone's still available for King. Never mind, his life isn't even there anymore, so how is he going to use it? Headshots coming in from Elay, the 1v1 situation, and this is it for them. You know exactly what's happening, and it's beautiful from Elay. Okay, a clutch. That's what they needed. That's exactly what Virtuoso needed.
Yeah, and once again, Ely only had a ghost to start out the round.
Yep.
Was able to walk around, get a couple of headshots, but more importantly, pick up the rifle, be able to deny that post plant. We're getting a little bit of a replay here. Look at that. It's so good. It's so good. You'll have to see that. And just like that, 3 more rounds left in this half. There is a possibility, though, that Virtuoso are able to tie this up. It could go either way. Still, though, they're going to have to just make this one work. Knights Academy have still looked really good at this defense. This time they're swapping it up. Might be moving in a little bit more. They're only on pistols this time. Economy not looking as rock solid as it has been previously. If they take forward positioning, this is how you want to play if you've got pistols.
Trying to boost, or at least blast back Frosty into the other side of that.
Rico got a collapse.
Yeah, everything just really going down, and this is super unfortunate. Knights Academy and Virtuoso, they kind of had that equal battle, so it seems like equal playing field here, 2v2. Everybody has full health, at least 8 seconds until that recon dart comes out, and they also have an Owl Drone to really rely on. So this is actually a perfect setup for Virtuoso on this post plan to figure out a lot of information.
Yeah, and Zeldris has popped that tour de force as well. King watching lamps.
No, man, that's not fair. That's not fair, man. That's not fair. Oh, King, on top of the world right now with those shots. I would be too.
Yeah, now also too is able to get that Hunter's Fury online as well. Listen, there's only 2 more rounds left. We're going to be now seeing the timeout being called from Knights because you can tell Virtuoso, they're starting to gain momentum and they're starting to look a lot scarier. If you're Knights Academy, you can't lose this map.
Exactly.
You lose this map, you lose this series, not going to be able to move on. But Virtuoso are starting to get their momentum. This is their map pick, and they're reminding us why it is.
Yeah, and if you let Okeanos start to gain that momentum too, what do you do?
Panic.
Right? Panic. Panic. That's the thing. Because right now, I mean, Okeanos has been putting in a lot of effort, right? They've been trying their best as that raise pick to be able to gain those entries in, and I think they've been doing a fantastic job, obviously getting down in the early stages of the round, which is unfortunate, but doing the job as a raise, and I feel like that's not allowing them to frag out as they had previously. But overall, right, like the picks that they got were so valuable on that chamber. And now they're just kind of unable to do that on this race pick.
Not quite as much. And one thing, too, I need to mention is Knights Academy might want to think about swapping up their defensive positionings a little bit. Every single round that they have lost thus far, we are seeing Frosty start to move out of A main, supported by the Fade and the Brimstone. At this point, Virtuoso almost can guarantee they will be seeing some paint shells, they will be seeing a boom bot, and they know exactly how to counter that play. And that's why they're a lot more confident to take this ace site. Finally, we are seeing a little bit of variation come out of this defense, but it's going to be the Hunter's Fury coming in here as Okeanos cleans up one, but King finds another.
Oh, yeah. So many players. just downed on Knights Academy. And that's unfortunate. You got the smokes, you got the raise down. You don't got no damage util, no smokes to cover up and possibly assist in your endeavor to get that site. But I mean, good for Virtuoso, because King watching along that flank, knowing that possibly Zeldris is going to catch up, but who's going to win, right? We know the rise of Zeldris is coming along, but it seems like King is shutting it down. And it's left up to, I mean, just one, right? That fade, just waiting up inside of heaven. Riku terrified because Okeanos has come up, ascended.
Last round before
Zeldris, you know, he's looking pretty good at first.
He's
Unfortunately,
still looking good.
a little bit of a fall from grace now, as actually Okeanos, maybe it's correlated. I'm not saying causation, I'm saying correlation here. What you got?
Okeanos is pretty fire this round. I do think. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, man. It's one or the other. It's you got to pick Zeldris or Okeanos in terms of the come up. I think Zeldris though has been showing pretty satisfactory performance throughout the whole entire bind game.
Yeah, and at first I have to say that that was because Knights Academy were doing a really good job at shutting Okeanos down. This time around though, it's a little bit different. The Seekers are going to be coming in here. Knights back on a little bit of a save. Okeanos going in with the showstopper.
He didn't hit anything either, and that's the second time that Okeanos has used that and had no impact off of it. If you can't have impact off your util, you're pretty much useless in that sense. And it's unfortunate, could have gotten a lot there. Now just gonna have to really heavily rely on everybody else on Virtuoso as Knights Academy tried to push their way up. Here comes at least some of that tether. Riku around the corner making sure that things work out, but no, there comes Blast knowing where the positioning is, trying to pull out their util at the wrong time, and not knowing exactly what's gonna happen next. The Seekers coming up, giving away that positioning, and it's up to Rico for this 1v1. Seeing as to how things might work out, the defusal, will it work? Does still have at least tether to use. Elay is trying to make their way forward, and Riku knows that this is going to happen, but the timing is perfect here. Oh my goodness, 6-6. Virtuoso just I mean, they were like, up the stairs we go.
They started to figure it out, and that's one of the things that I was commenting on. The Knights Academy defense started to get a little bit stale towards the end of that first half. It became a little bit more predictable, and also too, I have to highlight Virtuoso with their post-plant positioning. I think it's honestly really darn good. They've been able to cut off rotations over and over again.
Yeah.
And just being able to take a couple people out, but not allowing that full retake to come in, just made it so much easier for them to just shut the door on the rounds as long as they got that spike down. At first they were struggling to even enter into sight, but as soon as the spike was down, overall, they were able to win the rounds. So great stuff coming out from them. Now we're swapping them around. Let's see if Virtuoso are as good as they were on Haven on their defense.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the setup that we have here and how diverse they are. I really like what we're seeing Virtuoso do with their Viper rolls. Very creative, a one-way here coming down in that showers, and as everybody starts to make their way down, Okeanos, come on, now he's getting some of that impact off of his paint chills, which is something we wanted to see from the start here.
Unfortunately not taking himself out this time. Going to be backing off, tosses out the satchel. Spike's still not down though.
Yeah, no, that's not easy. Okeanos gets down by Ram, so okay, paint shell pick. Now I'm down, so that's unfortunate. A raise for a raise, which is pretty equal in terms of that, but PK versus Virtuoso. Here it comes. This is the moment they have the spike down. They're waiting on that post plant. Elay is trying to work his way up, waiting for the peeks in the elbow, and this kind of like that sound cue, knowing, okay, well, these two players are kind of sandwiching me in. I can maybe get a headshot through, and they do. Sniper coming along the flank, so there is some of that reliability. That will work out perfectly. You've got your teammates, you trust in them. Now a Sky be Sky. No guiding light left for use here. And Rem, knowing that the diffusal's coming through, not even peeking it. Or even watching it. Sniper just put full rely on the fact that they were facing that wall and said, they're not peeking me. Absolutely not.
And I think this is so interesting for how Knights Academy were actually setting up their post-plant positioning.
Yeah.
You did see that 3 of them were being able to set up that crossfire, but at the same time, they more or less just kept their Sky Ram just tucked away in the back there.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay, all goes bad, at least we have Ram in our back pocket. If it all goes bad, Ram can just kind of come out and then surprise, they don't know where he is, and they can just win out that round. So a good job of setting it up and then having that the plan B just in case plan A does go wrong, which is kind of the situation there. Look at this. Frosty back with the Vandal in hand as this is the second round and a half.
Oh yeah, I like the way Frosty's coming up here and just jumping like a deer in headlights, quite literally, as they just don't know what they need to do. But Ram, fully aware. Hey, I just walk up, I get these shots, W key it, haha, LMFAO. The thought process that goes on, you know, that's what I think in my games too. But
I'm getting a good behind-the-scenes look of when you play Valorant, and I'm not sure whether or not I wanted to know that.
Oh yeah, what do you think when you W key down? LOL.
All right, well, the spike is now down. It's 2v5. For Virtuoso, they want to at least take a couple of these members down, but it's almost looking impossible. Ram spraying it down. Ely can't get anything there.
Okay.
Okeano's still alive as well, but probably not going to be able to pick up too much. But you know what? This is what we expected. Ram gets a 4K. Frosty was the one with the Vandal, but Spectre's going to do the job just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Knights Academy. Impressive. They really are impressing, I do have to say. Although, you know, those first pistol rounds coming up, now we're hitting the bonus. We know how things go. This was just
that was
dirty.
so chaotic.
I loved how, like Okeanos was just, not Okeanos, my apologies, it was, I believe the Rays, it's completely leaving my mind. Frosty,
Yeah.
It was Frosty that was jumping around, confused. What do I do now?
And this is one of the benefits, I guess, of just keeping all your members together, especially too knowing that the enemy team only has pistols.
Yeah.
You know, you can get each other's backs, even if the guiding light did flash up a couple of your members. 2 more walking through the smoke, completely unaffected. Make sure that you stay alive. Otherwise, that would have been easy rifles for Virtuoso to be able to pick up. Now, the Seekers have been activated. The smokes are down, hinting at that A side hit. As well, the spike's coming through showers. Looking for an opportunity to peek through, but it's going to be a battle in lamps.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There comes the tether.
There it is.
Even though they're tethered, they're still confident enough to continue shooting. Now Virtuoso, they're on the come up. Knowing that this is a bonus round, you can definitely sense a little bit of confidence in their gameplay. A nice flick to the head there. Yeah, it's just over. It was a bonus. You got Spectres versus Vandals. Like, I feel like that kind of speaks for itself in a way. Close angles, better to hold. Whatever.
Yeah, and this is a lot closer of a map than we saw on Haven. Obviously, you know, it was very one-sided on the first half and then very one-sided on the next one. But in this map, we're seeing a completely different story. It's 8-7. Knights Academy now are able to buy up their rifles. No ultimates online for either of these teams, but Blast is really, actually, a couple of members of Virtuoso are really close to be able to get theirs online. They just have to be able to walk out and pick up that ultimate orb. See if they're able to get that. Meanwhile, Pure VNS might be able to get that as well. Still though. Knights Academy, they're swapping it up this time. Traditionally, they've hit that A site, but now they've got their sights set on B. They're going to be running into King and Ely in the back there. Viper, though, not able to use the wall on B. Still has a judge in hand, waiting for Frosty to just poke on through. With the best skin in the game.
Oh! Growler almost catching out, but they're...
Rip Zeldris.
Yeah, that's a nice, actually, repositioning. They kind of pushed it back off that hookah, but they're not going to peek that anyways. It seems like going for that B long, maybe some more of that comfort. And as they put those smokes down, here comes the entry. Very nice and quiet, finding out King. So now that King has been off and unbalanced, it's Virtuoso trying to get that reposition. And we still have somebody down inside of that hookah. That, I mean, pretty unfortunate. They have to figure out how they're going to be able to regather with the team or possibly assist from where they are. I don't think anybody knows that Eli is there. They might actually be able to meet the fate here. Yeah, still unaware.
I think the information was given away because the judge did fire at first, but it's going to be a quick trade at the start of this.
Oh no, Eli. The smoke comes up. Take out your judge right behind you. He's going to be able to meet up pretty shortly. Oh, he's so lucky that the timing was perfect on that because he could have gotten taken out in a second. Sniper defusing, but nobody's shooting through. It could have been perfect. Just a couple more seconds, but I think they had to reload there. Oh my gosh.
I was convinced that judge was not going to find a single thing. It seemed like misconnections happening on hookah there. You know, just going back and forth, being like, I'm going to look one way. Oh, okay, you're going away. Okay, let me turn around now. Is someone over there? Ah, it's probably all right. Okay, let me turn around again. Ridiculous stuff, but Eli's able to come out on top. And then also, too, got the defuse as well. And that Viper's Pit is going to be online. Virtuoso in a position to continue to take this lead. It's now 8-8. Turn things back around this time. Ely on this A site, looking for some information before deploying the pit potentially.
Bayview tail being thrown down to Heather something. Okeanos is just trying to get some one-taps through. They're like, yeah, I see your heads. I'll be playing for him. And now, yeah, this Viper Spit coming out, which is great because it's going to get a lot of control here over on that A side. Some paint shells being thrown down, trying to isolate these players and maybe push them back out, and that's exactly what happened. Outside of the smoke, Zeldris is able to find the one, so now Elay is no longer there. And that Viper Spit down, so no longer having that A side control. It's big for Knights.
Yeah, Knights Academy are on a save this round. It's now 3v2. As Frosty finds a quick little headshot on a sniper.
Yeah, wonderful. Here, King.
One enemy remaining.
Not to test. Beautiful shots coming out. And they're playing together here. They know exactly where these players are. They know they position themselves down near that U-Haul, and they take advantage.
You know, when Okeanos isn't really showing up, you can rely on King to be a pretty good
That's right.
backup.
He's the king.
Yep, it's in his name. Look at that.
He's quite literally the king here, at least in that round. And they got the lead back, so
yeah.
When you think about it, that's pretty huge. I don't know if the economy is actually looking too slim here for Knights anymore.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a smart play by the Knights. You know, you want to play around the pit, especially understanding that your economy wasn't the best. They only had Sheriffs in hand. Inside the Viper's pit, you just have to get one bullet in and life is going to be good there. Yeah. So smart play by Knights Academy, but unfortunately, it's not enough to be able to hold them at bay. And also King, off of that last round, is going to be able to now get the Hunter's Fury online as well. Still, my opinion, one of the best ultimates in the game. There's a reason why it's so expensive, why you have to do so much. But at the same time, you can just do a really good job at finding a pick super early on if you get that information. Or, you know, play to deny plant. I think that the Hunter's Fury just is so versatile. And honestly, if I'm being, it's a little bit of a shame that we don't see Sovas as often anymore as Fade is starting to creep into the meta.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Nightfall, it's still pretty good, but I think Hunter's Fury wins it out for me.
Really?
You're looking at me like I just said a crazy person.
Really?
Yeah.
Nightfall over Hunter's Fury over the Nightfall?
I'd say so.
I think the Nightfall has more information.
And why do you think the Nightfall?
Because the tethers, obviously. You literally have a free aimbot. Not really. What is it? Free location giver.
Okay, there we go.
Free GPS. You have a free GPS to your destination.
You got there.
It's free.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. It does require quite a bit of follow-up, though, to make sure that Nightfall works out here. Frosty does have the Showstopper online as well, actually. And, okay, here comes the Hunter's Fury to start us off. King looking for something, shooting it down B long.
No, that was a tremendous lineup. They're going to flank here, possibly. They completely got rid of that chamber trip, which is, I mean, awesome. But no, it doesn't even matter. Frosty's going to get taken down. There comes Glass. Virtuoso looking really good for the defense here. And once again, looking really one-sided in terms of what these teams are good at. Okay, Virtuoso good at the defense. Knights look good at the defense. And it's pretty equal, honestly.
They do say that the best offense is a good defense.
Yeah, maybe, actually. That has to be true by the way these teams are playing. But Knights still having a solid offensive side too, because they had a really good defense. So maybe it is true. Maybe it is true.
Yeah, now it's 3v2. Virtuoso gonna have to play this retake, but Gompers, look at that. Nightfall is online for Knights Academy. They might be able to use it here if things get dicey.
No, delay. Yeah, test in the water switch. It's pretty dangerous. Knights Academy having a 2v2 out here with Virtuoso, King. Oh no, knowing exactly where they just might be. It's up to Zeldris. King or Zeldris, man. This is it. This is the battle of the century. We got to see exactly what happens here because there comes the defusal. I don't even think he knows he's going to fake it. He should have stuck that out. I feel like he would have had that.
Zeldris is back, baby. That was really close. That was down to the wire. Great stuff coming out for both these teams. And look at that. We're tied up 9-9 yet again. Tour de Force available for Zeldris if they do so pick to use it. But look at this. Zeldris is just like, wait, there's no shot, right? Oh, he's 100% sticking it. Never mind. Perfect. Get a little headshot, close out the round.
Close, too. He was so close.
You're right. If King stuck it, I think that would have been the defuse.
I think it would have. I mean, it was like, I don't know. It was a split-second differential.
Oh, great paint shells coming out there. Look at that, Okeanos able to take Frosty out with a rogue Sheriff shot. Now the Nightfall going to be activated on BA side.
I think I just heard you say great brain cells, and I love the way that you said that. Here it comes, right? The entry into the showers. Okeanos isn't giving it up because we know exactly what they stand for. Virtuoso don't really want to be tied up at this point. They want to have that lead. They want to make sure they're very comfortably set. Okeanos, what's going on with your util here, bud? Before, I felt like I wasn't seeing a lot out of him, but now he's putting out that util. Those paint shells are looking, I mean, amazing.
1v4 here. Riku able to pick up Okeanos, but technically, Spike not down. Going to use the haunt. Has to go back for it, though. Swings the corner, able to isolate it.
No.
It's 1v1, but just looks away at the last second, and Sniper wins that one out a lot closer than it should have been. Just one person alive for Virtuoso, but Virtuoso takes the lead now, 10-9. This is really close between these two teams, Gompers.
Didn't expect it. I don't think they expected it at all. You know, Knights Academy expecting 3 players to be in showers, by the way. Okay, 1, I got you. 2, I got you. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, they had their fun. And then maybe thinking they were gonna come out of shore. I honestly don't blame them because that is weird a little bit.
I'd agree.
It's a surprise type of factor.
Well, Zeldris now has that Tour de Force active. Rest of the squad only on pistols, so a little bit of a save coming out from Knights Academy. Meanwhile, 2 ultimates online for Virtuoso. So far, this defense from Virtuoso is a lot more tame than what we saw on Haven, but this is working out on their playstyle. They're forcing Knights Academy to push into them and are able to disengage when necessary. So good stuff coming out of this defense, but still, Knights Academy, they just need to find 1 pick, and that will give them a lot of space. Sniper now going out for it. Can't secure the kill on Riku.
Oh, Sniper knows that they're there. Yeah, but a lot of players just kind of residing over towards that A site, and I'm assuming a pretty heavy push coming out here. Lots of these players are hiding back behind, at least towards that back site. So I'm thinking either they're waiting for any types of information, trying to play off this one-way hit. Yeah, it seems like that's exactly what's going to happen. Okeanos preparing for that push and actually taking out Ram. So that Sky util down now, that Brim. So no more smokes, no more initiator util. It's pretty much just kind of pedal to the metal.
Yeah, Frosty's really pinged up there. That Shark Talk is going to just do that. I couldn't even say it in time. It was already done. And just like that, it's going to be 2v4 here. Knights Academy, they have to start to make something happen, but unfortunately Zeldris has not gotten a lot done with that Tour de Force, and Virtuoso are just going to sweep up the rest. It's 11-9, 2 more rounds for Virtuoso to take the 2-0 victory over Knights Academy.
The lead gone.
Yep.
That's a little bit disappointing.
A little bit.
I really like the way that Knights is playing, and honestly, I do think that they can take it back. It's just, you know, in terms of what we're seeing here, right? 2 wins, 3 wins, 1 win. Oh wait. I was looking at.
Am I casting with the count? We already did that bit before. We can't bring it back.
I can't stop.
Don't worry about it. They're going to be moving out. Get that ultimate orb for King. Zeldris is holding it down for the underground, though. Has that Vandal in hand.
It's been a long day, man.
Does get flashed out, though, so going to just back up for a second. But Sky Smoke, more than enough. How you doing, Gompers?
I meant to say 1 win for Knights, 2 wins for. So I was basically saying that Virtuoso, you know, they're taking more than they're giving out. But then I was just like thinking in my own head for a second. It wasn't coming out.
All right, well, still 5v5. This time, Knights Academy taking this offense a lot slower. Last round was a save round. This time they have weapons to play around. Looks like B is going to be the call. They're moving in here. They're going to meet 2 members of the Virtuoso squad. It's going to be Blast as well as King. Zeldris finds King right off the bat, and Blast is down as well. That's going to be the site open and the spike down. See how Virtuoso respond.
Oh. Yeah, the plant. Okay, coming down now. Time for that post-plant position. Zeldris waiting down inside of CT, able to catch out Sniper, but this is the positioning. They know exactly where they are, but Zeldris close to the touch, looking for more. Absolutely, a 1v5 situation. LA, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna? No. Oh, he was running away, but there was somebody there. He's like, "You're not going anywhere, man. It's over."
Yeah, unfortunately, Zeldris not able to get the ace. I know how much you love Zeldris Compers, but unfortunately, not able to come through on the ace.
I gotta help a homie out. I gotta say, well, look at this guy, like 2013. The last game he wasn't having a good game. You gotta give kudos. You gotta give kudos.
No, absolutely. Zeldris is doing a wonderful job this time around. Got those 20 kills, died 13 times. Still pretty positive.
13 times. You have to bring that up, man.
I mean, listen, let's balance out the score sheet, okay? We can't just only focus on the positives. Gotta keep it all evened out. And this time around, Virtuoso getting a little bit more aggressive on B side. Be moving in completely. That's gonna be Sniper, but already gets spotted out. Zeldris is gonna be backing up. Yeah, just recall that utility and go help out your squad. The Trailblazer gets a lot of information onto A, so A is gonna be the site that they get that spike down.
Ooh-wee. Here comes the fight. You saw a Guiding Light come out. I think they got some info off of that. Not entirely sure, but Hunter's Fury not catching much. It is super unfortunate. I don't think I've ever seen Okeanos actually have a good ult. I can see your face right now. You look really scared right now as to what's going to happen next. Virtuoso, I mean, they need one to bring it to this match point, right? And they have a really good chance in doing so. They have that drone come out. They got a lot of information. Blast there, knowing exactly where these players are. Everything just not working out. It goes good for Virtuoso.
Oh man. Okay, that was the thing that just happened there was the Nightfall got activated. Nobody was expecting members of Virtuoso to just be on the other side of the boxes, and then it was just a spray and pray that is going to win the day. Virtuoso now 1 round away. We're shutting out the Knights Academy roster 2-0. So close, no ultimates online. But Knights Academy, they've still got a shot at it. They just need to. They can force that overtime, potentially force that map number 3, which will be Icebox if we do get there.
Oof, the Icebox pick. I like me some Icebox.
Why'd you say it like that? That makes it sound like you don't like me some Icebox.
I do like me some Icebox. I like me some Icebox. Honestly, though, this is just not working out great here for Knights Academy, but great first shot from Zeldris. That's the opening pick. Sniper, I mean, getting a refrag down. So this is where the tension starts to build. It depends on how many you can get. It depends on how much effectiveness you can have. And now at 3v4, so numbers definitely looking a lot better for Knights Academy. Frosty looking to make things a lot more difficult here. Working out perfectly, so this 2v5 situation.
Man, and that was actually just a really good play from the Knights Academy. They swung together. No man was left alone, besides Zeldris at the beginning of the round, just caught on the other side, got sprayed down, but they were so effective at being able to just have 2 people all at once, and that way they can cover the crossfire. Don't even give Virtuoso a chance to take out any of their members.
Yeah.
And just like that, they've got another round. The last 2 remaining from Virtuoso are going to be saving their weapons into the next round. They will have the Seekers online. Knights Academy could potentially force that OT.
I like how they're hiding there together. They're prepared for the worst down inside of that tower. So, yeah, I don't know. I think Knights is going to bring it to that OT. Realistically, they're putting a lot of pressure on Virtuoso, and they're really good under that pressure. You can see the way that they're playing now. Got a couple rounds in a row, I believe. If a couple means 2, then that means a couple. So we'll see once we get that to happen.
I can confirm a couple does in fact
You nailed it. Thank you, sir. No, it's 1. It's 1. So it's going back. It's going back and forth now. Okay, but now this is where the dangerous part starts. Back and forth isn't good in this type of environment with 11 to 12.
No. Is this going to be the round that Virtuoso can send Knights home? They just were able to do so, 13-11 on the first map. They could make that happen yet again. This is going to be Knights Academy. They've been playing so fast these last couple of rounds, able to catch a couple of members of Virtuoso, and then it just kind of comes down to chaos. This time, though, Frosty, showstopper in the pocket, will be getting ready to go. The Sky Smoke committed. Pain shells into the back sight, but that's going to be a good one as King goes down.
Oh,
that's good for 2.
That's what I want to see all the time, but Virtuoso, it was a split second as to where everybody started eliminating everybody else. Zeldris, come on, man. I said you were going to pop off. Show it. It's Virtuoso. They took 2 games in a row. They didn't let Knights Academy rest.
No, they really didn't. A fantastic win coming out from Virtuoso. One of the closest matches I've seen all tournament coming out between these 2 teams. Knights Academy just falling a little bit short there, but once again, they are going to be losing 13-11 on Bind.
Dang, and Okeanos still did. Oh, 10 first bloods. Wow.
There you go. Got even more.
Jeez.
Not quite the 30 bomb from our last game, but still was able to pick up 20 kills. Knights Academy, though, look at that. Zeldris on top this time around. Once again, I know how much you love Zeldris, but
oh my gosh.
Not able to
Hey, this was a discussion between me and you. All right, about how we thought Zeldris was going to pop off. You're soloing me out here.
I feel like you're putting words in my mouth right now.
Absolutely, I'm putting words in your mouth right now.
You know what? I'll die on the sill with you. Why the heck not?
Do they taste good? Like cinnamon.
Could use a little bit of salt.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
You know,
but now we're going to be able to see some of the replays coming out from this. A couple of key pop-off moments. Once again, I really did like the post-plant positioning coming out from Virtuoso. I thought that was very creative.
Yeah.
But then Knights Academy on their attack specifically, they were they were just trying to force it through.
Absolutely.
They just wanted to go through. They wanted to make sure that they were able to secure things down. But that just allowed for such chaotic situations to start to unfold themselves. And that's when I think Virtuoso started to be a little bit more disciplined. And look at this final round, you know, blasted the back, sure, just doing a lot. The blast round, I see what you did there. But the thing was, don't laugh at me like that. The thing was, though, that Virtuoso became a lot more disciplined, anticipating these attacks coming in from the Knights Academy, such aggression, and we're just able to find a couple of picks, make it that much difficult for the roster to be able to push it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and it happened in a split second. I didn't even notice until I saw it on the kill feed that Blast was taking this pick down. I was like, what in the world? Where did everybody go on the mini-map?
And suddenly they weren't.
Yeah, I was like, what? Where in the black hole did they fall to? And they went away. And that's unfortunate. In a split second, Knights completely wiped off the board.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And that was even after we got to see the showstopper get used and actually found a single pick. It's just the crossfire that we saw at the very end there from Virtuoso on that B site to be able to catch all the members of Knights. And yeah, they were going in and immediately dropping down right afterwards. So a great defensive setup coming in towards the end.
Dang, man. Dang, man. But I actually want to see what Okeanos thinks about what happened and what his thought process was when he saw 10 First Bloods, because honestly, man, what the heck. Let's go see that interview with Okeanos pretty shortly.
Oh, don't quite think it's ready yet. You might have jumped a little bit
Maybe
there.
jump the gun.
Yep, but you know what? All things considered, great stuff coming out from Virtuoso. Overall.
I did say pretty shortly.
Pretty short. You know what? That is
maybe.
True. You know what? I'm sorry for putting words in your mouth now. Okay, how the turntables, am I right?
Oh my gosh. See, now it's awkward. Now I made things awkward.
Why? It wasn't awkward
until I said it was awkward, right? That's the whole point.
That's the whole point. But like you said, Gompers, we have an interview ready for you with Okeanos. So we're going to head to the stage. Time to Light, going to be kicking things off.
Welcome in, everybody. An interview with Okeanos after the victory, taking down the Pittsburgh Knights Academy and sending them home here in the lower decider. I want to get initial thoughts. How do you feel about the win?
I feel great. I'm excited to play Ghost tomorrow. I'm good friends with all of them, and I'm just excited. I'm just excited that we bounced back from the loss earlier this morning.
So you guys came back, but the issue was earlier on in that map specifically, you lost the clutch. You dropped it. You had Pittsburgh Knights really start to build back in. How did you rebound after that first real loss in the second half?
Unlucky things happen, you know. King thought he was going to be a smart player by actually jumping out. Okay. But I don't know. It was just an unlucky round, but we just bounced back, so like everybody gets lucky.
Well, the second map goes in your favor, a quick 2-0 today. How does that allow you to build momentum into tomorrow up against Ghost?
It boosts our confidence, really. We came here sort of in a slump, but now that we've proven that we can play, if we keep playing to the best of our abilities, we can beat anyone.
Well, tomorrow, initial thoughts. Do you win? Yes or no? Quick.
Of course.
Of course. Obvious.
I can't say no.
Well, you could, but you'd just be incorrect.
Yeah, I know.
So, into tomorrow, you have one matchup to send you to the semifinals. Most likely going to be on the B stream, from what I've been told.
All right.
On stream, out in the pit. Which one are you more comfortable on? Are you more comfortable up here on stage, or down there playing more comfortably around your team?
I don't know, to be honest. I got fans, you know.
do.
The more people that are behind me, you know, it makes me more amped up. So it doesn't matter where I play.
Do they help more in front of you on the stage or more behind you down in the pit? That's the real question.
Probably in front of me, so I can see their reactions when I do something cool.
Well, Nerd Street, you heard it here first. You have to put them on stage. It's basically a requirement at this point.
100%.
Okay, Anas, thank you very much for the interview. Good luck tomorrow.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, that is all we have for you today. All day, all gone, but some games still to play. TSM Academy taking on Core alongside Oxygen Academy with Zero Marksman Black on our observer-only streams, twitch.tv/NerdStreetA and B if you want to check those out. But that's all we have for you on the main stream. We'll see you all tomorrow, noon Eastern, for all that.